launch escape system strapped in. And now you have to then do all that. So there's negative work. So you really don't want to go past that point unless you're reasonably confident that you can get this down to zero.
You're looking now at the elevated position. Flight operations team. Kennedy Space Center helicopter gave us a good shot outside the operations checkout building. This is the facility where we saw the astronauts suiting up on the inside. This is where they walk out to their waiting vehicles. They are 3 Teslas, 1, 2, 3. Is the license plates. They say live, laugh, launch.
Those are good words.
Especially the last one. There it is.
We got 2 of the 3 yesterday.
We did. We did. But that's the question.
Oh, you know, it's still there. You see him with the heart in the hand signals. So there's plenty of love.
Plenty of love going around? Okay. Yeah, you're right. I saw it yesterday. That's Zena's favorite move. She throws out the hearts, and boy, she's an astronaut with a lot of it.
Yeah, so they're anxiously awaiting the team, you know, getting ready to walk down the hallway, and they start to make that shift. The train is starting to leave the station, and we're headed
As we look at this, let's review the past 10. We're there. One of my favorites is later I like Blast Off 5 in this. You have Bite, Crew 7. Bite. 7 letters. You know, it's funny, Jessica Derrick said the same thing. Joe, you didn't hold that long enough. From her, I kind of get it. From you, that surprised me. Good morning and welcome back to NASA's Kennedy Space Center. We're live over Launch Pad 39A this morning, where Crew 11 is getting another shot at launching to the International Space Station. Yesterday, weather stood in the way, but today, we're back. Astronaut Nick Hague is back. We are in position for an 11:43 a.m. Eastern launch. Let's go. Stand up, Nick, to kind of stretch out.
Okay, don't hit your head on the ceiling.
We're not on camera, so it's not a problem. If I do, just cover me on the deck. I got you. As we look outside, family and friends are gathering now, as they did yesterday. And you've been on a second launch attempt, albeit with very different circumstances surrounding the beat. When you do it again, this is a chance to say goodbye again.
Yeah, you know, it's this weird mix of feelings. You said goodbye yesterday. Say goodbye again. But you also want to take that opportunity. This is the goodbye. And the next time you see your family, it's been months from now. So it's still special time.
Listening into loops right now. Listen to the launch team as we look at the hallway where the astronauts will walk down. Welcome to this planet's premier spaceport. This is a live look at Pad 39A, the very same pad that sent Apollo to the moon, now launches crew missions to orbit. As we orbit the pad, we see Dragon Endeavour at the top of the rocket. Its 4 crew members, including 2 NASA astronauts, are ready to ride a Falcon 9 rocket to the space station. I'm NASA's Daryl Nail, and you're watching our live Crew 11 launch coverage. Joining me again for our second launch attempt is NASA astronaut and Space Force Brigadier General Nick Hague. He is a spacewalker, Crew 9 commander, and my co-host. Well, Nick, how does it feel knowing that Crew 11 is going to get another shot today?
Hey, today we're launching humans into space. It's a fabulous day. Ready.
Absolutely. And We are also listening
All
to
right,
the
nothing
loops.
to note on the loops.
And we will pause when we
Just
hear
taking
those
care of launch
operational
business.
loops come over our audio channels here. You will not
T-minus
see
3
Nick
hours and
or
27
I
minutes
on
and
camera
counting. If you're
until
just
our
joining us,
final
you are
hour
watching live
before
coverage
liftoff.
of the
For
launch of
now,
Crew
it's
11
audio
by
only
NASA and
as we
SpaceX
document and
to
show
the
you the video,
International
the
Space
pictures
Station. Our T0
of the
today
sights
is
and the sound.
11:43 a.m. Eastern Time. We have an instantaneous window, which means we've got to hit it right at that second. The seconds today are 42 seconds after the 43 mark. That's important because
leading
the
up
weather
to
at
liftoff.
that time must be
It's been a beautiful
good
morning
for
so
launch
far.
when we go.
Astronaut Nick Hague was outside capturing the beautiful sunrise this morning
And
around
of course, we're
6:30.
monitoring that as
Yeah,
it was
what a
lovely.
sunrise
We
it
get
was,
ready to
too.
watch the
Yeah.
astronauts
It's a beautiful day out there.
exit
It sure
astronaut
is.
crew quarters where they've been for
And
the
it
past
started that way
week.
yesterday as well. As we know,
and get
we
into their
headed into
Teslas for
yesterday's
second time
launch
in as many
attempt,
days,
which
drive
was
out
slated
to
for
the launch pad.
12:09 p.m. Eastern Time, with just absolutely perfect weather at the beginning of our journey. You see clear skies there. However, we had
Were you able
weather
to,
interrupt what
find out anything
was
about what the
going to
astronauts
be,
did
and at
while
least
they were
looked like was
hanging
going to
out
be
the
a
past
perfect
24
setup
hours?
for launch.
I
was
traded
good. The
a couple
vehicle was
messages
good.
back and forth.
The
You know,
spacecraft was
obviously,
good.
when they
We
got
were
back
green
to the crew
all the way
quarters,
across except
it
for
was
at
straight
T-minus
into
1 minute
debrief,
and
because
7
that's what you do with
seconds.
operations.
We had
you perform them and you
a
debrief them,
cumulus
because
cloud
even yesterday
into
you can learn
the
things about the
standoff area
operations, and
with a 10-mile radius
so they got
around
the
the
update
pad.
on the weather.
And so
and
when
what
that
caused,
happens,
what
we have
caused the
weather
scrub,
rules that
and,
constrain launch,
and then
because
we're
when
able
you
to get
launch a
some quiet
rocket
time
through
and,
a cumulus cloud, especially
get
if there's
recharged,
energy in it,
and have an
potential
opportunity
lightning
to connect back with families again.
could be
Good.
induced by a rocket launch.
I
We
needed a
stood
little
down
time to
for that
recharge
launch
yesterday,
opportunity
Nick, after
yesterday,
that.
but it
I
was
tell you what,
so
Daryl,
close.
it was so
You-
close.
you
We were out
exhausted
there a minute ago, and off goes the warning for lightning in the area, and you can see the rain in the distance coming
by
down.
5 o'clock.
And Mother Nature decided to let us try again today.
Well,
And
it
we are
was a
hopeful
long
she
6
will
hours,
give us a
and,
chance today. We certainly
counted
know
down
that
from
the conditions
starting
will
at
be
T-minus 4
very
hours and 10
similar
minutes, and we went,
to the ones that
all the
were
way to
in play
just before
yesterday. We
T0,
have a
just
sea
minute
breeze
before,
that's
and then,
going
of
to
course,
be
we
coming
documented the astronauts'
onto
journey
land
as
as it
they
always does
detanked
this
the
time of
rocket,
year. And it
egressed the
cooks up
capsule,
things in the
and made their way
atmosphere.
back
The question
to astronaut
today,
crew
though, is with our
quarters. All right, here they
T0 at
come.
11:43
Here we go
a.m.
again.
Eastern Time. We're
Crew
just
11
a little
walking
bit
the hallway.
earlier, about
Zena
22
Cardman,
minutes
Mike
earlier than
Fink,
yesterday's T0
Oleg
due to
Platonov,
orbital
Kimi
mechanics.
Ayui.
So hopefully,
Ready to
do
do
if
it
the
again.
same setup happens as it did yesterday with the weather, we would launch today.
Into the elevator
because
they
that cumulus
go.
cloud would not be around.
Getting ready to begin
Absolutely.
their
It
journey
is,
to the launch pad.
I'm an optimist.
You
going.
are.
We're going. Astronauts have to be optimists.
They
Big
really
waves
do,
from the
right?
crew.
And as we look on our screen, we are seeing the
Kimi
astronauts
his
that are
wave
flying today. And
interrupted
that
the
is
elevator.
Commander Zena Cardman.
And a salute from
Her
Mike
crew
Fink.
made their way into the
Next
suit-up
time we
room,
see them,
as
they
they
will be
did
walking
yesterday.
out those
Once
doors.
again, getting suited up, the
You know, so
gloves,
one thing that hasn't
the
changed
suit,
from
the
yesterday
helmet,
to
the
today,
boots.
as you can see, the energy.
This is a
and the
time to make
excitement.
sure that
It's
everything
still
is
there.
ready, Nick.
Yep.
You're so
this
right.
is, you start the day, you hop in your suit. This is the first check of a couple different checks you're going to do of the suit.
Because
just making
after
sure
all,
that,
at the end of the day,
you know, if you ever needed
it's
this to
another
hold
attempt to
pressure
try to
in
go to
the event of an
space, and
emergency
that is
during
just-
launch or
Yeah.
landing,
And as a crew,
that it's going
you're
to
in
work
the
for you.
mindset.
And
We're
so
going.
sitting
There's
in
no-
a suit
there's
there,
no
you've got the
question
suit techs
about it.
strapping
And
her
yes,
in,
the ground crew is
and
gonna make
hooking
the
her up,
calls,
and pretty soon
and
she's going
make
to
sure
close her
that everything's
visor and they'll
safe. And
take her
just
to
like
pressure.
yesterday, they may step in and say,
Let's learn a
"Hey,
little
we
bit
can't."
more about Zena
But from a
as
mindset
she
perspective,
prepares
the
for
crew
her
is
space
going.
flight today.
And so they're leaning forward and ready to go.
Zena Cardman,
Countdown advanced team have
great knowledge and
arrived in the white
insight
room.
from
This is on
our
schedule.
astronaut co-host Nick
on
Hague.
schedule today out there at the launch
A
pad.
Brigadier
That's what that
General
call
with the
was
Space
for.
Force
This is
and
the
an advanced
NASA
team that
astronaut.
gets everything ready at
We're
the
talking
pad, so that's
traditions
great
and
news.
mindset.
Running on
Let's talk
time.
about
Zena
one of the
Cardman,
many.
she is commanding Crew 11. She was
Here's another one.
born in
signing
Urbana,
of the
Illinois,
mission
but
patch.
calls Williamsburg, Virginia, her
Zena
hometown.
Cardman.
She's a
This was
scientist
a
at
couple
heart
days ago.
with degrees in
This is a
biology and
tradition
marine
where they
science from the
slap
University of North
yet another
Carolina at
mission patch
Chapel
on the
Hill.
wall.
Before
This
joining
one's great,
NASA,
though.
Zena did
Look
field
at,
work in some of the
Kimia,
most
look what he
extreme
does.
environments on
Zing!
Earth, including Antarctica, the
Off we
Canadian
go.
high Arctic, and
Or was that
volcanic
Oleg?
terrain
Yeah, that's
in
Oleg.
Idaho.
Yeah,
Oleg
yeah,
Hawaii
yeah.
is the one that did
This,
that.
a big thumbs up,
got some
and
flair.
a big AOK
Yeah,
sign.
that's some pizzazz.
She was
and these
selected as
these
part of
little
NASA's
things
2017 astronaut class known as
it
the
connects
Turtles.
you to the legacy
Xena was originally
of
assigned to
our
Crew
human
9,
spaceflight
the mission that Nick
program.
Hague
And so
flew
it's
on, my
very
co-host,
important from
but
a
was
crew
later
perspective
reassigned
feel
to command
connected to
Crew
that,
11
and
to
that
support
you're one small
changes in
piece of that
station
larger
operations.
picture.
And when she's not training for spaceflight, she enjoys rock climbing, writing poetry. She's
That's
an
right,
artist,
and that
can
legacy
draw
goes back to
amazingly. We'll talk about more about that
1950s.
later. And she's also a power lifter here on the Space Coast.
Yeah, what can't she do?
That's the question.
Families are there. You can see them, family, friends, and loved ones, as well
And
as special
she
guests. The
is-
doors open up. And we've had astronauts
Which
like her
means we're
before
gonna see
in
the
the
crew
past launches.
shortly.
Doesn't come
But,
from a test pilot background.
they're behind
or even a
stanchions.
military pilot
Yeah,
background.
that
And
you point
that's
that out.
for a
That's
reason,
unique.
Nick.
She is
quarantine is so important.
of her
making
crew.
sure that,
The only one
keep
that
the
doesn't
crew
have
healthy. They've been in
the
quarantine
military
for the
aviation
past 2
background,
weeks. And we preserve
she
that
is,
all the way up
a
to
civilian
the point of them
scientist
getting in the
and,
capsule.
and so you see those
quite
stanchions
capable
providing
by
that
everything that you
separation
listed
to,
out.
to keep
Fascinating that she is
keep that
leading
safe
these
distance so
military
that,
pilots
nobody
in this
ends up
endeavor.
getting
Yeah,
inadvertently
absolutely.
sick. Shows that leadership comes in all forms.
Absolutely. Next up, our Crew 11 pilot. Speaking of military pilots, NASA astronaut Michael Fink. He's a Pennsylvania native and a veteran of 3 previous space flights, spending more than a year of his life in orbit. He first flew to space in 2004 as a flight
we focus on the
engineer
doors
on
now here at
Expedition
Crew
9.
Quarters.
He then returned in 2009 to command Expedition
Here they
18,
come.
where he helped prep
Crew 11.
the station for
Walking
future
outside
6-person crews. In
for
2011,
the final
he took
time
part in
before
the
launch.
final
In
in
hopes
the
of
second
starting a mission
penultimate
years in the making.
flight of the space shuttle Endeavour STS-134. But it was the final flight of Endeavour itself, logging 3 more spacewalks along the way. Fink's also been a key player in NASA's commercial crew efforts, supporting
Nick is
development of the
waving. You
Boeing
can't see him,
Starliner.
but
He
was
served as a
literally
backup
waving.
pilot
How
for
can
the
you
Screw
not?
flight
How can
test,
you not?
helping shape Starliner's avionics and software from the ground up. He also co-hosted a launch broadcast, so we all got to know him really well during his time serving as a co-host. Outside of spaceflight, he's
Our
a passionate
crew today,
learner
Commander Xena
into
Cardman,
geology,
pilot Michael
astronomy,
Fink,
reading, and
JAXA
languages.
astronaut
And he's
Kimia
conversant
Yui,
in both Japanese and
Roscosmos
Russian, a
cosmonaut
skill that comes in handy
Oleg
on the
Platonov.
International Space
Platonov.
Station.
I corrected my pronunciation yesterday.
He's also
and I slipped back
Or
into
on
kind of a
American.
favorite of the commercial crew program because they worked with him so much.
Everything on schedule?
in the lead up to putting Dragon and Starliner on that path to becoming vehicles that
So
travel
this
to
is
the
this
space
is
station.
the last chance to
He
say
has
goodbye to
been
family.
at the heart
and
of
the
once
development
the
of
commercial
crew gets in the cars, they'll be able to roll down the window and say
over
the
the
last
last
few words.
decade.
But
His
heart and soul is
friends
in this
and family,
program, and his fingerprints are all over
spouses,
it. It's exciting
children.
to see him taking
We're
one of
gonna
those
see
for a
you,
ride in 6 months.
It's
maybe
been 14 years, a long time waiting for him since his last flight, but he's hung in there.
Yeah, he more than hung in there.
Or
He's been hard at work. So
is complete
this is going to be a great day.
on schedule.
Our mission specialist for Crew
we've gotten
11,
the word
our
that the
first
crew
one
can
is
pull out
Kimia
from their
Yui.
location.
There he is, representing the
This looks like you
Japan
can have
Aerospace
even a little
Exploration
conversation
Agency, or JAXA,
at this point.
a former
Yeah,
test
you know,
pilot and Air
last
Force
little,
officer. Yui
you know,
graduated from
these are the things I
Japan's
forgot to do
National
at the house
Defense
that I need to
Academy in
remind you about.
1992 and rose to the rank of lieutenant colonel in the Japanese Air
to say those
Self-Defense
last few
Force.
words.
He was selected as a JAXA astronaut
for
in
me, those words
2009
always
and made
fail
his
to
first trip
fully
to space
express
in
the emotion that you
2015,
have in the moment.
spending 142 days aboard the International Space Station.
You're
as part of
excited to go,
Expeditions
but you're also
44 and
a little
45.
sad to
During that
know that you're
mission,
gonna be
he
separated
made
from
history
friends
as
and
the
family
first
for that
Japanese
long.
astronaut to capture JAXA's H-2
And you know
transfer
what they're
vehicle,
feeling as
a
well,
crucial
which
piece
is,
of cargo hardware.
you know, family
He also
is
helped
in a different
build out
position.
a new experimental
Yeah,
module
you know,
inside
they-
Kibo, Japan's laboratory
they're
on
bystanders
station,
and,
and
they get
carried
to
out
watch
21
this,
experiments
which is
on
definitely
behalf
a different
of
perspective
JAXA.
than being in the seat
2016, Yui
and
was
in
named
the middle
chief
of the operations.
JAXA's astronaut group, and today he is on his way back to space. And Mike Fink
It can be
calls
stressful,
him
the
wise one.
NASA does an amazing job
can
of
see
providing
extended
support
his,
to the families
his,
to help them. His experiences
especially through
show that he
stressful
has
times like a launch.
that wisdom that he brings to the job, but he also has a good sense of humor and a great personality. So Kimya is,
there go the doors.
is an amazing
I saw
guy
another hard sign.
and fun to always work with
We
when
should've
you get
counted.
the chance.
Rounding out our crew, mission specialist Oleg Platonov, flying to space for the very first time. There he is. He's a cosmonaut
So
with
you see
Roscosmos,
three
Russia's
Teslas
space
there. The first
agency,
Tesla
and
has
a
the
graduate
closeout
of
lead
the
and two
Krasnodar
suit
Higher
technicians.
Military Aviation
The
School
second
of Pilots.
Tesla has the
That's where
commander
he
and
earned a
pilot,
degree in engineering and the rank
along
of
with
lieutenant.
a flight surgeon, and the
Platonov
third Tesla
completed
in the
his
back that you
cosmonaut
see
training
there
in 2018
has
and was
the second
certified as a
closeout
test
lead
cosmonaut
and
that same
other
year.
support staff.
Earlier
along
this
with
year,
the
Roscosmos
two mission
announced that
specialists.
he would launch to the International Space Station aboard a Crew Dragon as part of Crew 11.
And
That
here's that
marked a
moment you
new
were talking
chapter
about, Nick.
in international collaboration. He is married, has one child, and today begins his first journey to space.
Well, it's just natural to
Weather
want to lean
permitting.
in a little bit, isn't
Yeah,
it?
and
It
you know,
is.
so Oleg's in the newest
The
class.
quarantine cosmonauts over there,
the window's down, and you
know,
want to just
and,
reach through and give him a hug. Had the chance to
and you
cross
can't.
paths with him a couple times. He has just got an amazing
Well,
personality.
they're queuing up the playlist,
It's
songs that they will listen to on that 20-minute journey.
continue to be on schedule. That's good. And
see Jessica
you know,
Watkins
he's got a great sense
from
of
the
humor.
astronaut
He
office.
loves to crack
Fellow
jokes.
astronaut.
And is just
They're
a
taking some
really
pictures.
great guy.
She's in the blue flight suit. Mike Fink on the left says he's
Yep,
funnier
and we've got,
than he is,
you know,
than himself.
Astronauts assigned to each of the families.
Mike's a funny guy, so
to
that's a
provide
pretty high
them that
bar.
support.
And he
it
knows
means
it,
a lot for the crew member that's launching to know that you've got one of your colleagues, one of your friends that's there.
Well, if
to-
you're watching
to
right
take care
now,
of the
we
people
would
you hold
love
most dear.
for you to be part of the show. And so just send us a note, send Nick a question. We'll be looking at
Well, there's
those
Zena giving a
throughout
last
today's
wave with the window
broadcast.
down.
Just send it to us via our media platforms on X, Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch, and use the hashtag AskNASA. We'll be answering those questions live as we count down to launch. So don't be shy. Jump into that conversation. Nick wants to hear from you.
You know, there's
We
lots of
want to
mixed
get your
emotions when you're
questions
launching,
answered.
and, you know,
Yeah,
this is one of
absolutely.
those
I think we
moments
only
where
got
it's,
to like 4
lots
questions
of
yesterday.
smiles
I'd like
and
to get
energy,
to
but
10
there's
times
also,
more.
you know,
10
teary eyes.
times more.
Okay, maybe
What?
double. If we can squeeze in
All right,
double,
to,
that'd be awesome.
to big cheers, the crew
Challenge
is
to the
pulling out.
broadcast team.
All right.
Crew
Well,
11 on the
challenge
road to
has
launch
been
pad
laid down,
39A.
folks.
Let's
As
take a
we
moment
watch,
now to
Mike
hear
and
in their own
Kimya
words from each of the crew
Zena
members, and we begin with the commander,
pose
Zena
pictures.
Cardman, as she shares her path from field science to space
The
flight.
location we're at is the astronaut crew quarters. This is the suit-up room inside the
I think
operations
in a lot of
checkout
ways, science
facility.
and
This is
exploration
about
is
4
just
from
innate to us
drive.
as human beings. That's
This is
why
where the team gets
toddlers
ready.
ask so many why
This is their
questions.
second
It's just
time,
part of who we are.
going through this routine.
In many ways, I
So,
think
given that,
trying to explore space generates solutions
get
to
any
problems that we
quicker
didn't
as
even
they
know
get
we had.
Well, they're definitely
My name
more
is Zena
comfortable. You
Cardman,
can tell
and
that
I am the commander
today,
of NASA's SpaceX Crew 11
so
mission
this is
to
the
the
third
International
time
Space
that they've
Station.
gone through this process
I
in the
was
last
born
week.
in
They
Champaign,
tried
Urbana,
racing
Illinois, but I grew up in
yesterday.
Williamsburg, Virginia. I grew up almost like an only child. I have 2 older brothers, but the younger of the 2 actually went off to college when I was 5 years old. And so I learned to play in my backyard a lot, play with friends, use my imagination, and explore the natural world around me. I studied biology as an undergraduate student. This is largely because I had a really excellent high school biology teacher who inspired me to pursue research on my own, even as a high school student. But while I was at college, I also got to know microbiology. I got to know geosciences and chemistry. I wound up doing a lot of research in an oceanography marine sciences department and studying in remote locations like Antarctica. I also, while I was an undergraduate, became a creative writing minor, and I've always really valued that chance to study the creative side of my brain and explore our natural world through that side as well. I love being an astronaut right now because there are many pathways to get to the International Space Station. We spend long duration periods, so many months long, living and working on board that space station, and it's really focused on research. A lot of that research is on our home planet, and a lot of that research is on us as human subjects. I'm very excited to be actually a test subject for a lot of the medical research that we're doing on board the ISS. I've signed up for a very large, all-encompassing medical study called CIPHER, and this, I think, is going to be critical as we start thinking about going for longer durations and farther places like the Moon and Mars. My role as commander is to bring out the best in my crewmates from the moment we start training until the moment we get back to Earth, and then some. And so I'm always thinking about that larger mission overview and how my crewmates are doing and what we can do for each other. Spaceflight, by definition, requires collaboration and requires more than one person, and the chance to be part of something much larger than myself has been humbling and inspiring and deeply fulfilling. Even since I was a child, looking up at the stars, looking up at the cosmos is inspiring. It helps me answer questions like, what are we doing here? Who are we? Where are we? I don't think we grow if we don't challenge ourselves. I think that's true for myself, it's true for teams, and it's true for us as a society and as a species. We have to take some risks, we have to challenge ourselves in order to push ourselves, and I can't wait to see what we discover during my career and for generations to come.
Most everyone there in the room wearing a black ninja suit, they are SpaceX employees, except for this gentleman
Next
right
up,
here,
astronaut
number
Michael
30.
Fink, a veteran of
That is
3
NASA
missions and 4
astronaut
spacewalks, as he reflects on what keeps him coming back to space.
That is NASA astronaut Marcos Barrios.
Human beings,
He is in the
part of
role
our nature, part of who we are,
astronaut
our
support
identity
person.
is explorers.
Both
Because every
here
time
in
we
the suit
explore,
of-
we
but also at the
improve
ready,
our lives
all the
and
way
our
out to
situations. It's just natural. My name is Mike Fink, and I'm the pilot for NASA's SpaceX Crew 11 mission to the International Space Station. I grew up in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, home of the mighty Steelers, and it was a great time to grow up, lots of great educational opportunities, a time that was tough economically, but a place where we knew that dreams could come true. When I was like 2 and 3 years old, my parents would wake me up from whatever nap I was taking to watch moon landings. We did many moon landings back in the late 60s and early 70s, and that made a big impression on me. So I knew that back then,
And so now the
even when
crew
I was
is
like
sitting in
3,
their
that I wanted to be
recliners,
an astronaut. I wanted to
taking
go walk
load
on
off.
the moon. I wanted to go explore space.
Those
So I learned to
recliners, to
read
me,
so I could read
they
more
harken
about
back
space.
to
And the more I read, the
Space
more
Olympics.
excited I
Remember
became.
when
When I
those
was
guys
in
were
high school,
getting
I
ready,
didn't know what
they'd
engineering
sit,
was. I
you know,
knew
big
what math and
recliner,
science were, physics. I was
looked
kind of
like
good
they
at that math.
kinda
I
relaxed,
took a
taking
leap
it
of
easy.
faith
Yeah,
and
nice and
went to an
cozy.
engineering program at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology,
Maybe I'd be
MIT.
standing up if I was
Thankfully
gonna be
paid
strapped
for
into a
by an
chair
Air
for the
Force
next 3 hours.
ROTC scholarship and then hustling with side gigs on the weekends.
We should
And
stand up
I got to
more
study
from time to time
airplanes and
since
rockets,
we
two
were
of my
strapped to
favorite
these
things.
chairs
So
for
I
6
was able to
hours
graduate
yesterday.
from MIT with 2 degrees,
Good
and
stretch
then
legs. You can see
the
the
summer
chief of the
after
office,
graduation,
Joe Acaba
I
there,
had a
providing
really
some
wonderful
last words of
opportunity to
wisdom, I'm
study
sure.
in Soviet Union. Fortunately, I'd studied Russian language, so I knew enough Russian to go with some colleagues, and we spent the summer at Moscow Aviation Institute studying cosmonautics, and then I spent the next year at Stanford University getting a master's in aeronautics and astronautics. I love the space station. I helped build it. I helped the first modules get ready here on planet Earth, and have had the joy of living aboard the space station for 2 long-duration missions so far. We've learned from the International Space Station that space is a great place to
that
really
is a great
understand
question,
more
and
about
it's
the
very
universe.
dependent
When
on the
we are
particular
aboard the
astronaut.
International
I
Space Station,
actually
we're
don't
still
know exactly what
gravitationally
this crew ate
connected
this
to
morning.
planet Earth, but we're
But I
free
can tell
falling,
you
so
that
like we're in
it tends to be
microgravity.
a
So you take
fairly
that big
light
G out of the
meal.
equation, and then you can
You know,
find out what's
something that's
really
pretty
going
hearty
on
and
physically.
it's gonna stick
We're
with
also
you.
outside the atmosphere, so we can look
Typically
to the
high in
universe
protein,
beyond us without
just
atmospheric
because that fills you
interference.
up and gives you
When I'm on a
the
spacewalk,
longer
I can look out to the whole
lasting energy that
universe,
you're
and I
gonna
can see
need.
how
'Cause the
small
next
our
time they're
planet
gonna be
is,
able to eat
and
isn't
how big
for
and
another
wonderful the
6
rest
to
of the
7
universe
hours.
is, and it's calling
They've
to us.
suited
We need
up
to
here,
explore and go see
just
the
take
whole
some
universe
time.
that's
They're
out
gonna go
there.
out and
Space
strap
exploration is
into the
something that
rocket,
really
and it's
speaks
gonna
to
be
me as a
several hours
person,
before
right?
they launch, and
We all
then
kind of
after they
have our
launch,
passions.
from
And for me,
liftoff,
since I was
maybe
like 2 or 3
45
years
minutes
old,
after
I wanted
liftoff,
to go to space,
until they get
explore
out of their
space,
suits
and I've
have
had
an
the chance to do
opportunity to
that.
eat. So
Half my life
it's a
I've been
good
an
6 to
astronaut.
7 hours
I've
that you're
really,
going to go before
really
your next meal, so
enjoyed
they want something that's
exploring
gonna stick to their
space.
bones.
And you had heard what they ate a couple nights before.
Yeah,
Great
you know,
words
we get
from
this opportunity
Spanky,
to
his call
select,
sign for Mike Fink.
Our favorite meal.
And as
if
we
you will.
follow the 3 vehicles with
And,
security escort, we
the crew
reveal
3
a
of them
beautiful
had,
view of
had
the
steak
vehicle
as their,
assembly building.
their
Iconic here
penultimate
at the Kennedy
dinner,
Space Center,
and
where work is
one of
underway
them
to
had
stack the
ramen
rocket
and a corn
inside.
dog. I'll leave it to the
We're
audience
stacking the
to try
rocket
to
in the
figure out
spacecraft for
which one's
Artemis
which.
2, NASA's first crewed mission to the moon in more than 50 years.
Well,
Four
you were
astronauts
telling
will
us
launch
yesterday
around
that
the moon as part
you
of
wanna
the
eat
Artemis
food
campaign. A
that
major step
you're
towards
familiar
a
with.
sustained human
Yeah, you
presence
don't want
on
to
the
shock
lunar
the
surface,
system.
right? And a
You're about
future
to
journey
adapt to
Mars.
microgravity, and that's a
Zipping
big enough
by.
shock.
Four
You don't
astronauts
want
go
to
into
change
low
up your
Earth
diet
orbit,
a couple days before.
looking at a
so,
gigantic
my
building
my technique was
holds
just
inside
let me
of it
just
a
continue to eat the
rocket.
breakfasts I
And
normally
as well as
eat. Let
the
me
next
eat the
generation
dinners that I would
launch tower
normally
that you
eat.
see out there,
I wasn't
ML2.
trying new foods.
All right,
or
let's
trying
hear now
to
from JAXA
cram in
astronaut Kimiya
all
Yui
the-
on
the,
returning to
the
station,
things I was going to
representing
miss
Japan,
into
and what
the
this
last
mission
week
means
of
to
dinners.
him.
Just try to keep things normal. There's
I
going to be
think
enough stress on the
people,
body.
I mean, humankind has a desire to explore and also
Oleg threw us a
expand
heart
our
as he was
area of
sitting there,
activities.
which we appreciate.
Space is a
Mike
great
Fink,
place
meanwhile,
to
looks
explore
like,
because
looks like been
Earth
there,
is
done
so
that.
small. We still have
has.
unknown places, but Earth is generally speaking so small
more
compared
than
with
a year
space.
in space already.
My name is
It's gonna
Kimiya
be
Yui.
for another 6 months.
I'm a mission specialist for NASA's SpaceX Crew 11 mission to the International Space Station. I was born in very small village in Nagano Prefecture, so up there I was able to see very beautiful stars in night skies. When I was a little boy, I did stargazing and I loved stars. I really want to know everything on our universe and I want to go everywhere as long as I live. When I was already like 10 years old, I already wanted to become an astronaut or astronaut. I graduated from the National Defense Academy, and after that I entered Japanese Air Force, Japan Air Self-Defense Force, then become a fighter pilot, then a test pilot, and then became an astronaut. We do science in space because we have constant microgravity in the ISS. We cannot achieve that condition on the Earth. Space station actually contributing our knowledge, and also we can produce new materials or medicines in order to make our future brighter. Going to Moon or Mars is very difficult, so we need to test our materials, and ISS is a great test bed. So Crew 11, we are going to have a lot of experiments on ISS, and JAXA especially, we are going to have new cargo vehicle, HTV-AX. The vehicle itself is a little bit lighter, but we can carry more stuff to the ISS. 10 years ago, I went to space for the first time. It changed a lot, and for astronauts, it became much more convenient to live. For example, we didn't have a good place for cooking. Now we have gallery. I was able to see a lot of stars and also beautiful Earth or Moon. This mission inspired me, and I really want to pass that actually inspiration to other people on the ground. ISS is one of the best examples to have a dream and work together and make the dream come true. So if you see ISS in the night sky, please think about your dream, about how to make your dream come
How to
true.
get into the RAS, how to call for help with the search and rescue forces from the Department of Defense.
And finally,
that's
Roscosmos
come out
cosmonaut
there and rescue
Oleg
them should they
Platonov sharing
have
his
to,
thoughts as he prepares
put
for
down
his
in a
very
place
first
where-
flight to
where they weren't
space.
planned. Additionally, you've got emergency training on the inside of the space
Бесконечный
station.
космос открывает бесконечные возможности для
Obviously,
человечества,
spacewalks, and then
поэтому
when you,
есть
have a really bad day,
необходимость осваивать Солнечную систему, осваивать просторы за пределами Солнечной системы. А для того, чтобы это сделать в будущем, мы должны закладывать эту базу. My name is Oleg Platonov, and I am a mission specialist for NASA SpaceX Crew 11 mission to the International Space Station. Я родился в большом индустриальном городе в России, в городе Челябинске. Это моя родина. Я занимался в патриотических кружках, связанных с авиацией и космонавтикой, поэтому уже в мое детство я задумывался о космосе. У меня много целей в этом полете. Прежде всего, я хочу полететь на мощной огромной ракете в космос, долететь до Международной космической станции, сесть возле большого иллюминатора на станции, посмотреть на нашу красавицу Землю, и это будет вдохновлять меня работать все лучше и лучше мы можем получать новые данные о нашей Земле, о Солнечной системе, о космических лучах, о нашей Вселенной, о жизни микроорганизмов в космосе, о здоровье человека, о получении новых лекарств, о путях улучшения конструктивных материалов и так внутренняя потребность человека исследовать все, что находится вокруг него. Хочется узнать все новое, новое и новое, расширяя горизонты своего знания, что границы открыты, что мы можем летать в космос, что мы можем лететь дальше, все дальше и дальше, за пределы нашей Земли, за пределы Солнечной системы. И это будет вдохновлять уже не только нас, но и не предыдущие, а следующие поколения.
And that wraps up, in their own words, Crew 11, as they arrive at the pad for their launch attempt today. Launch pad 39A, a beautiful shot there provided by the flight operations team here at the Kennedy Space Center.
Tested out Dragon for a little bit of a longer duration.
Today, keeping the area secure, they will be with a lookout planning
at this moment,
as well as
on a
carrying
6
one of our cameras
at the minimum
spectacular
mission,
views.
but hoping to extend that to 8 months. From this view, the weather looks fantastic, but it is very much
in the
a
mindset.
watch item
There's been
for later. We are T-minus 3 hours and 1 minute and counting.
There is no standard length
And while all
mission,
looks fine now,
these days, and crews go
we
up
want to take a
fully
look at the weather
understanding. The
forecast
families
for
understand
launch time.
as well. There's
Currently,
been
we
enough
set with a
examples that
probability of go.
your mission is going to
at
last as long as it needs to
60%.
last.
Winds
And
are light,
on
10 miles
average,
per
that's
hour out
somewhere
of the
around
west.
6 months.
Temperature is
But it may be longer.
roasty,
And there's a
toasty,
lot of
87
factors
degrees
that drive
expected
into
for
that,
today
and-
at launch time.
And the crews,
concern
as
is
well as their
cumulus cloud
families
rule,
know, it's
along
not
with
about
surface
them
electric
individually.
fields
It's about
rule,
what does
which
the
together
mission
basically
mean?
tell you
What does it require?
pop-up storms, pop-up thunderstorms.
and I'm thinking of the advancements
At the time
that
of
we have
T0,
made in
currently
space
scheduled
flight,
for 11:43
when
a.m.
long duration
Eastern time.
space flights
The
were
sea breeze,
thought to be
as it does
a
this
few
time of
weeks or
year,
more,
and
right?
as it is,
And now here we are,
creep over
on
land
the precipice
and
of
the
getting
convective
approval
activity
for
with the warm air
missions
percolate
as
some
the
cumulus
standard
clouds and
Yeah.
potential
in
storm
space.
clouds
It's,
around the pad.
you know,
We
it's-
saw
it's
this
progress.
yesterday as we
You
were
know, to
standing
go
out
from
there for the launch attempt.
average shuttle duration.
The hope is
like
that
10 days.
those will percolate not too
to
close to the coast.
Average missions 6
But
months to
it
now.
became more of a watch
it's,
item
you know,
today than
we've-
it was
we've
for
really
yesterday because
figured
of
out how to
exactly the
support
formula
the
that
human
played out. In addition to the fact
in
that
low Earth
today
orbit to be able
we
to
have
keep them
additional
up there for
moisture
a long
in
period
the
of time
atmosphere.
and keep them healthy.
We're also watching the weather along the ascent corridor. Xena there getting hooked up to an umbilical that provides some. We've got a low pressure
Cool
system
air,
that's moving off the coast,
which
of
is
the
nice
eastern
when
seaboard.
you're in a suit.
It's well
that is
north of the
completely
staging area,
sealed
but we
all the
could
way
have
around,
some storms
with the
in that
exception of the
earlier
helmet
or
at this moment.
afterwards. So that is also
Yeah, it
a
only
watch
takes a couple
item.
minutes to
This, of
really
course, is an
start to-
area
to
where
heat up
if
in those,
Dragon
you can
were
imagine
to need to abort
you're
off
essentially
the rocket
inside
and
a-
splash down,
a
they want to have good
a
conditions
balloon that's
weather-wise
shaped like
in
you.
order to land in the ocean.
And
Yeah,
it,
you know, you've got to watch.
it can
It's
generate
not
some
just
heat.
the
Oh,
weather.
time for the card game.
At
It is.
launch,
This is a
it's the
tradition that
weather
happens
all along the
before
launch
crew can leave the
corridor.
suit-up room.
And it's a really complex
And so you've got the
process.
chief of the
There's a lot of
astronaut
factors that
office,
go
Joe
into it,
Acaba there.
and,
We did this yesterday.
almost an
We're
impossible
going to do it
task
again
for the
today.
weathermen to,
And then, of course, you have the
to-
crew
to
on the
figure
other
it out,
side.
in advance.
Every
And
crew
so
does
we
this
just
before they
continue to
leave.
watch and take it down
The
to
goal
real-time
here
call of, are we ready to
is
go or
for
not?
the crew commander,
The launch weather officer,
which is Xena
very
Cardman.
capable bunch.
She's
They do
third
their
from
best.
the left for the crew members.
But like you say, weather
to
is so
lose
unpredictable here
lose
in Florida.
to the
that,
commander.
It's hard to get it exactly.
You want her to
100%
lose
right.
because
But we use the
wanna
tools
get
we
rid of
have
bad luck.
and the data that we see.
But
and we'll
yesterday
take
we
it from
saw
there.
Xena win
Let's
hand
get a
after
social
hand
question
after
in
hand.
that have been
so we
queuing up.
we had to go, I think, 7 hands before she lost. But that's what we're waiting for. is for her to
MPOV23
lose,
asks, we are
right?
watching the
Yeah,
live stream,
and,
and my 10-year-old daughter, Zoe, asks,
see how lucky
what do
she
you do
is.
to keep entertained busy while in
Well, that
space
looks
for
like a
so
low
long?
card.
Yeah, that's a great question, Zoe. It is. It's one of those things where everybody's a little bit different.
Okay,
some
so
people read
Xena and
books.
Oleg are hanging
Some
in there
people
again.
will watch a favorite TV show or a movie, or we'll sit around, every Friday.
Okay, so Zena lost.
After the long
Her
work
bad
week,
luck is
we would
gone.
get together and have dinner and share music and just
Now
talk.
we're just waiting for the mission specialist.
But without doubt, something that everybody does is go to the window and look
he
out
loses.
the window at the earth down below.
He loses and they
and
applaud.
just soak it
Yes,
in,
well,
because it is such an amazing view. You can see
Time-honored tradition.
almost coast to coast of the United States as you fly over.
That's
so you
the way
see
it works.
so much, and you
All right, fun and games are
almost
over. Now it's
start
time to go launch to
lose
space.
the ability to see
do it.
the impacts of humans.
All right, as
and
we
you see the
head out
mountains and
of
you
the
see
astronaut
oceans
crew
and
quarters room,
lakes
we
and
bring you live to their
deserts,
destination.
and you start to
Temporary destination at least.
appreciate
The launch
just
pad
how
at 39A,
connected
where
everything
their Falcon
is
9 rocket
on
stands
Earth.
ready
And then
again.
when you get on the other side of the world, you're in the dark, and then the stars all come out, and you can see the universe just kind of unfold.
For those
in
of
front
you who are
and
just
there's
joining us,
so
we
many stars
do
that
want to let you know
you can't see that many
about
stars
the
from the ground.
expertise
And
that we have
it's
with
just
us.
so
You've been
impressive.
listening to
It just-
astronaut Nick Hague.
You could
who
spend
has been
hours
walking us through operations.
I
He
can
walked us
only
through the
imagine.
entire launch attempt
And all in
yesterday,
90 minutes,
and
right?
he's
As you
here for us again
zip around
today.
the planet.
16 times a day.
Well, there is our
And you have a
commander and our
storied
pilot background. Nick, Mike Fink and Zena Cardman.
We
joined the astronaut corps in 2013.
Looking up at their rocket.
A native of Kansas, Nick holds degrees in aeronautical and astronautical engineering
So Zena
from
must
the
have
U.S. Air
listened to your
Force
commentary
Academy and
yesterday, Daryl,
MIT.
because she was leaning
On
back
his
farther
first
than Mike
mission to
was
space
today.
in 2018,
I noticed
he
that.
survived
I was
a
gonna
launch
say, I was like,
aboard
wait,
a dramatic
Mike
in-flight
Fink
failure
has the
of a Soyuz
upgraded
rocket
suit.
over
He is the
Kazakhstan.
only one of the crew
He and his crewmate,
to wear
Alexei Ovchinin, the
returned
version
safely.
2 V2,
Nick went on to
R2,
spend
203 days aboard the International
which is an
Space
upgraded
Station
suit
on
that
a
SpaceX is
follow-up
providing.
mission in
In the
2019.
elevator
they go.
from the ground.
In
floor
2024, Hague was assigned to NASA's
up to
Crew
the
9 mission and
275
upgraded
foot
from
level.
pilot to commander when the
This is
crew
a
was
great shot.
reduced
They
from
were
4 to 2.
Just there,
The change enabled integration of NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny
Which is so
Williams, who
hard to
returned
get
to
in
Earth
this- in the
aboard
space
Crew 9
industry.
with Nick,
Yes.
following
You
the
can see
uncrewed
these
landing
pictures
of
the rocket
Starliner.
and launch pad from a long
After a
ways
successful
away,
mission,
and
the
without
crew
a
splashed
person
down in
standing there, you
March
start
off the
to
coast of
forget that
Tallahassee,
these are
bringing
small
Hague's
buildings
total
we're
time in
launching into
space
space.
to 374
That's
days,
right.
including
That was a
4
great shot
spacewalks.
to
That's
lay
an
that
impressive
imagery
resume,
out, right? We
with,
saw them close
as
up
we
in the
learned
elevators,
yesterday,
and then we
a lot of
widened out to
stories
the
to tell
rocket.
along the
It
way.
really gives you a sense of scale. Great
With such
work by the
variety
production
and
team
adventure.
there.
All right, they get to the elevator. They have one more set of stairs to climb before they get up to the crew access arm. We are listening to a weather brief offline, so we're going to take a moment to listen to that. Okay, so we just heard
Zena
an
has some
update
hugs
from the
for
launch weather
closeout
officer
crew.
on his plans
Yeah,
to
last
update the
little,
launch
thank
team
yous for
on the weather.
all the work
And what he told the
yesterday and
SpaceX
today.
launch director is
And,
that they will have a weather brief
getting ready
at
to walk out-
L-2
walk out the
hours
arm and
to assess the weather conditions
get
today.
strapped in.
There
Today's
is
the day.
concern about the possibility of pop-up cumulus clouds and storm clouds in the area, but the launch team felt good enough.
A nice
at,
gaze out across the
L-8
spaceport.
hours today, which was around 3:43
You can see
in
everything.
the morning.
It's an
when they
unbelievable
held their
view.
first weather briefing of the day
It's
to
so
proceed
scenic.
forward. But they are monitoring this closely.
And here comes Mike
Yeah,
and
you know,
Zena.
and this is good news,
Hearts
right?
and thumbs
this
up.
is we
with
feel
big waves,
comfortable
getting
enough
ready
that we
to
will
get
continue
inside
to. We've got
Dragon
an
Endeavour.
opportunity. We've got a chance. So we'll continue to march down the timeline. You know, as soon as they feel like it's not going to pan out, that they're gonna knock it off and scrub for the day.
Was
so
that a dab?
This is positive.
You said he
news.
was a jokester.
L-2 hours will be
He's having a good time.
9:43 a.m. And so we will listen in
So,
again for that
Put a
update,
hand where they signed,
which is important in this launch flow because 2 hours before gives you
because this is
plenty
the
of time
second
to
launch
discuss
attempt. They
and look at
will
the conditions,
not have to
talk
sign
about all
their
the
names
data
along
as
the
you
NASA
prepare
logo that you
for
see there on
the
wall. They
moment
did
where
that yesterday.
you cannot
So,
adjust, and
Zena
that's the
just put her
beginning of
hand on
tanking
it,
at T-minus 35 minutes.
gave it a
Once
touch.
that kicks off, then you are on your way unless
making
you
sure
call
their
a scrub.
suit
Yeah.
is clean and there's no FOD before they get into
Yeah, no, there's
the Dragon
once you
Endeavour,
start to
the
tank up
spacecraft
the
that will
rocket,
take them on a
now
journey
you've
to the International
you've
Space Station,
armed the launch escape
260
system, the
miles
crew's
above
strapped in,
the surface of the
and now
Earth.
you have to undo all that. So there's negative work. So you really don't want to go past that point unless you're reasonably confident that we can get this down to T-0 and lift off.
You're looking now.
Talk about
at
Mike's
an elevated
spacesuit.
position
This is,
from our
V2.
Flight Operations Team, version 2,
Our
but
Kennedy
they call
Space
it
Center
R2.
helicopter, getting us a good shot outside
His is
the
different than the one
operations
Xena
checkout
is
building.
wearing.
This is the
As
facility
we
where
split
we saw
screen
the
to catch the
astronauts
mission
suiting up on the
specialist
inside,
doing their
This is
poses,
where they
looking
walk
up.
out to their awaiting vehicles. They are 3
Striking a
Teslas,
pose.
1,
They're
2, 3,
choreographed. They get
with
higher
the
marks.
license plates that say
than
"Live,
Spanky and Xena.
Laugh, Launch."
Those are good
You're
words.
listening to our, especially the last
Opposing
one.
judge.
There it is.
General Nick Hague,
We got
That-
two.
that-
we
that
got
means
2 of the 3
an
yesterday.
astronaut.
we did. Here at,
We did.
NASA, and also
We did.
Brigadier General with the U.S.
But it begs
Space
the
Force.
question, Nick, where did the
In
love
goes
go?
the commander.
Oh, you know, it's
And
still
now
there.
we're
You see him with the heart hand, the hand signals. So there's plenty of love.
Plenty of love going
His
around.
suit is
Okay.
different.
Yeah,
as he
you're
pulls
right.
Up
I saw it
the front of it.
That's
It is more configurable.
that's Xena's favorite move. She
You
throws
can
out the hearts.
adjust the sizing on it.
Boy, she's an
much
astronaut
better
with
than
a
you
lot of
can
it.
the first version. This one has zippers that zip around
Yeah,
the
so they're-
circumference of the
They're
individual,
anxiously awaiting
rather
the,
than
the
a
team,
long zipper that goes along
getting ready
the
to walk down the
inseam.
hallway and
With that
mentally
one
start to make
that you suited up
shift
in,
of,
Nick, you
okay,
get into it kind of
we
like
have,
you would a
the train
onesie,
is
but
starting
this
to leave
one,
the station,
you
we're
get
headed
into
to
it the way we
headed
got
to
into
the
our
pad.
clothes today. You're wearing a flight suit. I'm not.
As we
but,
look at this
get
license
into your
plate,
pants,
let's
put on
review
your shirt,
the past 10.
and then zip around.
Look at that.
And just like your luggage, which has that
One of my
zipper
favorites
to expand it
is
when you
later
bought too
Earth
many
with the 8 in there
tourist stuff
from
on
Crew
your trip.
1.
You can
Uh,
unzip
I
it
like
to
Blast Off
expand
of Crew
or
5 using the
zip
5
it
as
to
an S.
shrink it, which gives
You
them
have
greater
Bye,
flexibility with
Crew
these
7.
suits.
I don't think
They
he
can
held
fit
that
them on
long
more
enough.
people
Bye.
and have to make
There you go.
fewer custom suits for the astronauts.
7 letters.
Yeah, a suit fit can
You
be
know,
a
it's funny.
really
Jessica Bier said the
finicky
same thing.
thing.
Daryl, you didn't hold that long enough.
And there's a lot
From
of
her,
effort
I-
that has been
I kinda
spent
get
with
it. From
the
you,
first
that
version of the
surprised me.
suit, trying to make sure that every crew member gets a
And
suit
hey,
that
there's
fits.
yours. You were ready for
with
it.
this
Ready
new
for
one,
it.
there's a lot more adaptability.
And you had to be ready for it,
and
man.
a
You
little
were
bit more
dodging a
forgiveness in the
hurricane.
suit. It's
All kinds of
it's
stuff was
one of
going
those
on with
things
your
that's
mission.
really
mission's
important.
unique.
Normally,
Every
these
crew
suits are
is ready
never
for
pressurized
true.
except during leak checks.
There's a huge
But
team
in
on the
event
ground
of an
making sure that
emergency,
we are.
they may need
Yes.
to pressurize, and if they don't
I'm gonna stand
pressurize
up,
in the
Nick,
right
to kind of
shape,
stretch out.
okay,
we
don't hit your
didn't-
head on the
it
ceiling.
can
I
lead
know.
to injury of the crew member.
We're not on camera, so it's not a problem. If I do, just cover me if I hit the deck.
I got you.
And here come our
Appreciate
mission
that.
specialists right behind him.
There's a look outside. The family and
Oleg
friends are
and
gathering
Kimia.
now, as they did yesterday.
Flashing signs
And you've been
of Crew 11
On
with
a
the
second launch
two
attempt,
fingers
albeit
extended
with very
upwards.
different circumstances
They are ready to
surrounding
go.
it. But when you do it again, hey, this is a chance to say goodbye again.
Yeah, it's this weird
You know
mix
what I
of
love
feelings
about the
because
view you were talking about
you've
it
said
earlier, that
goodbye
we can see out the
yesterday, and
windows
now
there,
you're going to say goodbye
is that
again.
With the exception
But you also
of,
want to take
the
that
occasional
opportunity
launch
because this
pad
is
and
the
building
goodbye,
and stuff,
and the next
this
time you're
is a
going to see your family
pristine
is months from now.
wildlife refuge that just goes on and on and on. So it's
So it's still
natural
special
Florida
time.
the way it was before it became populated.
Yeah, and it's that that stark contrast of
Yes.
nature.
We're
and
listening
then
into loops right now.
this technology,
to the launch
like the
team
most sophisticated
as we
thing
look at
that
the hallway
humanity
where
can
the
do,
astronauts will walk down.
plopped right down in the middle of it, and that juxtaposition is just it's eye-catching.
Get comfortable, Mike.
You're going
As
to be
he
here a
shimmies
while.
around in his seat.
Well, you want to make sure those straps are tight. Yeah, so you can see the pad crew strapping them inside, but then also outside. Some of the things that you wear on the way to the launch pad are there to protect you from getting FOD in the suits or debris in the suits. So there's a cover that goes on the umbilical port on the leg. There's some covers that go on the bottoms of the boots. Once you get to the white room, you take all that stuff off because it's clean at that point, and you're ready to get inside. And then you'll see them strap in inside,
All
as
right,
well
nothing
as
to note on the loops.
here in a little bit start to hand them
Just
their,
taking care of
their,
launch business.
personal gear, which is that satchel that they're going to put on
T-minus
their
3
left,
hours
left
and
thigh.
27 minutes and counting. If you're just joining us, you are watching live coverage of the launch of Crew 11 by NASA and SpaceX. If you joined us
the
recently,
International
you're
Space
watching
Station.
Our
NASA
T0
and
today
SpaceX's
is 11:43
of the
a.m.
launch of Crew
Eastern
11
time
to the International Space Station.
We have an
Our T0
instantaneous
set for
window, which means
11:43
we've got to
a.m.
hit it
Eastern time.
right
We're
at that
counting
second.
down
The seconds
currently
today
T-minus
are
2 hours
42
and
seconds
47
after
minutes.
the 43
We
mark.
have the commander and the pilot seated
That's
in
important
their positions.
because the weather at that time,
And we just saw
must
the 2
be
mission specialists go into
good
the capsule
for
and they are
launch
getting into
when
their
we,
seats.
when we go. And of course, we're monitoring that as we get ready to watch the astronauts
NASA astronaut Nick Hague is
exit
here,
astronaut crew
helping us
quarters, where they've been for the
document
past week.
Crew 11's journey into orbit.
Get into their Teslas for the second time in as many days to drive out to the
In our
launch
split
pad.
screen, we are inside and outside of the spacecraft. We're also taking your questions, so please send
Were you
them
able
in.
to
Hashtag ask
find out
NASA.
anything about what the astronauts did
Nick has
while they
given
were
us the goal
hanging
of
out the past
getting
24
as many
hours?
questions answered as we can. So let's fire
I
up another one.
traded a
Only
couple
2 so
messages
far.
back and forth. You know, obviously,
Let's
getting
go.
there
Back
we
to
go.
the crew quarters.
All right.
It was
Felipe
straight
asks,
into
what's your favorite
debrief,
movie that
because that's what
revolves
you do
around
with
space
operations. You
themes?
perform them, then you
I
debrief them. 'Cause
love
even yesterday, you can
sci-fi
learn
movies.
things about the operations,
and
so they got the update
and
on
so
the
it's
weather.
really
what
hard
caused,
for
I
what
grew
caused the
up
scrub
on
Star Trek and
then
Star Wars
We're able to get
and
some quiet
Doctor
time
Who,
and all of that
get
stuff. So I
recharged,
devour
you
that
know,
stuff and have an
so
opportunity.
favorite
to connect back
space
with
movie
families again.
is probably the first one I watched, which
I
was
needed
the
a little
original
time to
Star Wars.
recharge.
Yep.
After
But
that.
I tell you what,
you name it,
you
I
exhausted
love
me.
it. They all get some aspect of space just so right.
I was
They
asleep
get
by
other
5
aspects
o'clock.
wrong. and I can tend to look past the things that they get wrong.
Well, it was a long 6 hours,
Lightsabers
and
aren't something you think that
we
not
counted
yet.
down from starting at T-minus 4
But
hours
sound
and 10
in
minutes,
space
and we went
won't ever be
all the way to just before T0, just a minute before.
Yeah,
and
it's
then,
the
of
same
course,
for
we
me, Star
documented
Wars.
the astronauts'
Not
journey
that
as
I'm
they
being asked, but,
detanked the
I'm with you.
rocket,
That movie,
egressed the
when it
capsule,
came out,
and made
just-
their way back.
Seems
to
like there's
astronaut
so many
crew
movies
quarters.
these
All right,
days.
here they
that,
come.
Here
that
we
have
go
to be-
again.
There's so much space content. in
Crew 11
popular
walking the
culture. You
hallway.
can sense
Zena
the
Cardman,
excitement
Mike
around,
Fink, Oleg Platonov,
you know,
Kimi
the
Yui.
space program and
Ready
our
to
ambitions
do it
to
again.
go back to the moon and beyond.
No, you're absolutely right.
Far
Into
more
the
space
elevator
movies
they
come out
go,
today than they
getting
did
ready to
when we
begin
were
their
kids.
journey to the launch pad. All right, Crew 11 now waves from the crew, completely seated. And Kimi Ya, his wave
is their
interrupted
lineup
the elevator
from left to right.
We
And
have
a
Oleg
salute from Mike
Platonov.
Mike
Next
Fink,
time we see them, they will be
Commander
walking
Zena
out
Cardman,
those doors.
and Kimi Yui.
You know, so one thing that hasn't changed from yesterday to today, as you can see, the energy and the excitement, it's still there.
You're so right. Let's do another question. Because after all,
we've got,
at the end of the day,
we've got 'em
it's
coming
another
in,
attempt to try to
and
go
thank
to
you,
space.
folks, for
and
sending
that is just...
Yeah, and as a crew,
Bennett
you're in the
asks,
mindset.
how do
we're
crew
going.
from different space
There's no-
agencies
there's no
come
question
together to
about it.
train for
And
a
yes,
mission
the ground
like
crew
this?
is going to make their
And
calls
in this
and make
particular
sure that everything's
mission,
safe.
you
And just
have
like
the
yesterday,
United
they may
States, of
step
course.
in and say,
You have
hey, we can't.
Japan, and you have Russia.
But from a mindset
So,
perspective, the crew is going.
those are faraway
and so
places.
They're leaning forward.
They are,
and
but the
ready
world
to
is
go.
small,
And the way we train
Great
is
knowledge
we
and
train
insight from
together.
our astronaut
And
co-host
so part
Nick
of the job
Hague,
of an astronaut is traveling
Brigadier
to
General
different
with the
training
Space Force
locations
and a
on the
NASA
International
astronaut.
Space Station.
We're talking
you have
traditions
different
and
modules.
mindsets.
You've got a
Let's
U.S.
talk about
laboratory, a
one of the
European
many.
Space Agency laboratory, a
Here's another
Japanese
one.
laboratory.
The
You've got
signing of the mission
the Russian
patch.
segment in their laboratory.
There's Zena
each
Cardman.
of those laboratory
This was a couple days
training
ago.
facilities
This
is
is a
in
tradition
their
where they
respective
slap
countries, and so
yet
we
another mission
travel to
patch
those
on the wall.
locations.
This one's
in
great, though.
order to train.
Look at,
So you
Kimmy
get
out.
to
Look
train
what he
with your
does.
crewmates,
Zing!
and you get to know them very
Off
well.
we go.
But you also get
Or was
to
that Oleg?
be
That's
trained
Oleg.
by
Oleg.
those
Oleg
training
is the
teams
one
in
that
those
did that.
countries, and so a really special aspect
some flair.
of
Yeah,
the
that's
space
some
program is
pizzazz.
getting
and these
to
little
know
things
and
are
appreciate the cultures.
It connects you
and-
to
and
the
people
legacy
in
of our
Japan
human space
or
flight
in,
program.
in
And so
Europe
it's very
or
important
Russia
from a
or
crew perspective
Canada
to feel
or
connected to
wherever
that,
you're
and
training.
that you're one small
You
piece
get
of
to
that larger
really
picture.
meet and spend time with those training teams and understand that those people have dedicated
right,
their
and a
their
legacy that goes back
lives
to
to the space program in such a
1950s.
profound way, and they're getting you ready to go do the impossible.
Here on the Space Coast.
All said, it's about 2 years.
Families are there.
of
You can see them,
traveling
family,
around,
friends, and
training
loved ones,
specifically
as,
for the
as
mission
well
that
as
you're
special
assigned
guests.
to.
The
And-
doors
and
open
so
up.
in that process,
which
this
means we're gonna
crew
see
has
the
spent a
crew
lot of
shortly.
time together. They know
But,
each other to the
they're
point
behind stanchions.
where you know what that
And
person's
that's for a reason,
thinking. You know what you're able to finish
quarantine
their
is so
sentences for
important,
them, making sure
you've
really
that,
bonded together.
we can keep the crew
and
healthy.
That's what
That makes
been in
a successful crew.
quarantine for the past 2 weeks.
Especially
and we
in a
preserve
moment
that
where you
all the
need
way
it.
up to the point of them
Being
getting in
able
the capsule.
to move quickly
and so you see those
communicate
stanchions providing that
effectively and
separation
efficiently,
to keep that
I'm sure is
keep that safe
critically
distance so
important.
that
Absolutely.
nobody
You-
ends
you
up
don't
getting
know
inadvertently
what
sick. The future holds, and so you prepare, and those relationships, that bond, that ability to work together is what you're going to draw on when you need it most.
Great question. Let's do another one. We're rolling. Keep them coming,
And
folks.
we focus on the
Hashtag
doors
Ask
now
NASA
here at
if you're
crew
wondering how to get
quarters.
it into us. We are on the platforms Facebook,
Here they come.
Twitter, X,
Crew
and
11.
YouTube.
Walking
Robert
outside
asks, has your concept of
for the final
home
time before launch
changed since being in
in
orbit?
hopes of
What goes
starting
through
a
your
mission
mind while
years
you're
in the
down
making.
at Earth?
There are so many thoughts that go through your mind as you're gazing down on Earth from space. I touched on that a little bit earlier. Just this sense that
Nick is waving.
when
You
I
can't
wanted
him,
to see
but
the
he
continent,
was literally waving
how
at
can
the
you
screen.
not? How can you pull out a map, and the map always has lines and borders on it. I've had the opportunity to see the continent with my own eyes, and it didn't have any of those borders, and so you feel this sense of connectedness. And
Our
and I
crew
think
today,
that
Commander
does
Zena
impact your
Cardman,
sense of
pilot
home.
Michael Fink,
My
JAXA astronaut
first
Kimi
flights
Ayui,
launched out of
Roscosmos
Kazakhstan,
cosmonaut
and
Oleg
they
Platonov.
landed in Kazakhstan.
Platonov.
And
I corrected
and
my
when I
pronunciation
landed
yesterday, and I
and
slipped back
got
into a
out of
Romulan.
the capsule, it
Everything on
call
schedule.
home, call the family, and it's like I'm home.
Mm-hmm.
And I was on the other side of the globe from my home, but I was home.
That's
This is
interesting.
and
the
so
last
you
chance to say goodbye
definitely
to
start to
family.
feel this
And,
sense of connectedness
once
to the whole world.
crew
and
gets
not
in the
just
cars,
the
they'll be able to roll
location
down
where
the
you're
window
from.
and
say the last few words. But
Planet Earth is your home after you've
friends
been in
and
space
family,
and
spouses,
had your life supported
children.
by a machine, a
I'm
very
gonna see you,
well-operated
in
machine.
6 months, maybe
you know,
8.
for 7 months. You come back and touch ground. It's fascinating to hear you say that you landed in Russia and you were home
Yep.
because you were back on the planet.
Just back on the planet.
ready for crew arrival on schedule.
So we've gotten the word that the crew can pull out from their location. Well, these 4 crew members are. This looks like you can have even a little conversation at this point. Get
Yeah,
ready for launch.
last little,
in the immediate
these are the things I
future,
forgot to do at the
they're
house
getting
that I
ready
need
for
to remind you
hatch
about.
so the closeout crew that you see
it
there
is. It's a chance
is,
to say those last few
getting
words.
those final touches in place, preparing the crew
For me,
with
those
everything
words
they
always
need
fail to fully
before
express
they
the
leave
emotion
the
that you have
capsule
in the moment.
because After all, they are strapped in, won't be able to move around. So
You're excited to
you
go,
find
but you're
a
also
final placement
a little
of
sad
items
to
or support
know that you're going to be
equipment that they
separated
need.
from friends and
They're
family
taking care of
for
that
that
right
long.
now. And you know what they're feeling.
Yeah, there's
as
lots
well,
of gear
which
that you
is,
end up with on you
family
once you're strapped in
is in a
that
different
you
position.
didn't have on
Yeah,
you.
you know,
as you were
they-
headed out to the launch pad.
They're
Probably the
bystanders
easiest thing
and
to
they
see
get to
in
watch
in the
this,
view is the
which is
satchel that's on
definitely
their
a
left
different
thigh.
perspective than being in the
It's
seat
it's a knee board so
in
that
the
they
middle
have
of the
a place to write
operations.
and take critical notes.
Dragon, ready for comm check.
It can be stressful, but
Copy, ready for comm checks.
NASA
We are
does
configured for
an
umbilical
amazing
comm checks.
job of providing extended support
seat
to
1,
the families
seat 2,
to help them,
seat 3,
you know,
seat
especially through
4,
stressful times
comm
like
check.
a launch.
Seat 1, loud and clear.
2, loud and clear.
Seat 3, loud
There go
and
the
clear.
doors.
I saw another hard sign.
Seat 4, loud and clear.
We should have counted.
Core, all were loud and clear. Umbilical comm check is complete. Report when ready for seat rotation.
So you see 3 Teslas
So we're running
there.
ahead
The
of
first
schedule
Tesla
with that
has the
communication
closeout lead
check
and 2
with the
suit
core,
technicians.
which is
The second Tesla has the commander
resource
and pilot,
engineer
that the crew, along with
operations
a flight
resource
surgeon,
engineer
and the
that
third Tesla in the
communicates
back that you
with
see
all
there
4 crew members.
has the
And so they
second
went through
closeout
and we
lead,
heard
and
from
each
other
astronaut
support staff
verify
along with
that they
the
can
2
communicate
mission
with the
specialists.
core. That's the first set of communication checks. We'll get another set, a much longer set,
And here's
later
that moment you were
as
talking about, Nick.
communication checks are established with the launch team at T-minus 2 hours and 19 minutes. We are running ahead of time because
it's
those
just natural
comm
to wanna
checks
lean in a little
normally
bit, isn't
happen
it?
at T-minus 2 hours and 30 minutes.
The quarantine,
but
you know,
we're 7
the
minutes
windows
ahead.
down, and you
That's
want to
kind
just
of
reach through and give them
understandable,
a hug.
given this is the second
and you
time
can't.
in 2
Right.
days that they've run through this procedure, so you can really tell they've got it down.
Yeah, no,
Well, they're queuing up the
practice makes
playlist.
perfect. There's also margin built in
Songs
as well.
that they will listen
and,
to on that 20-minute journey. I see
yesterday
Jessica
we
Watkins
were,
from the
as we were
astronaut
leaving,
office.
we were a
Fellow
little bit
astronaut.
delayed with the pad.
They're taking some
and
pictures.
so
She's in the
they
blue flight
slowed
suit with the
their
left.
approach to Yep, the and launch we've pad got with the crew to accommodate
know,
that, and then
astronauts
SpaceX made up that
assigned to
time
each of the
and we got
families
back on track
to
and
provide them
and
that
so that's
support.
important.
And it
to,
means a
to
lot
note
for the
that
crew
as
member
you know,
that's
you still
launching
have 2.5
that
hours.
you've got one of your colleagues,
to,
one of
to
your
launch
friends
that's there to take care of the people you hold
built-in
most dear.
margins that we create the opportunities to address any issues that pop up. So far, everything's been going great.
Well, there's Xena giving a last wave with the window
Yeah, so
down.
today they could just zip right out to the pad, and it felt like that's what they did. They got out there pretty quick.
If everything works great, you end up with long pauses and boredom.
A sign that everything is going well. You're bored.
No, but those
there's
comm
lots of
checks,
mixed emotions
those
when
were
you're
focused
launching,
on
you know,
making
this is
sure
one of
that
those
those
moments where it's,
suits
lots
connect
of
to the
smiles and
vehicle,
energy, but there's
and
also,
the,
you know,
so that was
teary-eyed.
focused on the crew. The next set's going to be really focused
All right, to
on the
great-
connections
to big
between
cheers, the
vehicle
crew is
and
pulling
ground
out.
teams.
Crew 11 on the road to launch pad
We're saying we're trying to
39A.
revise to the closeout
Let's take a
team,
moment
closeout
now
teams
to hear
flash
in their
checks.
own words
So
from
they've got all
each of the
their
crew
gear,
members, and we begin with the
kneeboards,
commander,
satchels,
Xena Cardman, as she shares her path from field
personal
science to
gear
space
that's
flight.
inside there, you know, that they'll use once they're in free flight, like a headlamp, a
I
flashlight.
think in a
that
lot
gets
of
dark.
ways, science and exploration is just innate to us as human beings. That's why toddlers ask so many why questions. It's just part of who we are. In many ways, I think trying to explore
as they do
space
that and begin to
generates
prepare
solutions
that
to problems
side
that we
hatch
didn't even know we
to
had.
seal into place.
My name is
One
Xena
last
Cardman,
look.
and I am the commander of NASA's SpaceX Crew 11 mission to the International
Good
Space
view
Station.
over the shoulders of
I
the
was born in
crew
Champaign-Urbana,
into the
Illinois,
capsule.
but I grew
That's
up
a
in
really
Williamsburg,
special
Virginia.
shot, right?
I
Copy,
grew up
Greg.
almost
We'll
like an
report
only
when
child. I
ready.
have 2 older brothers, but the younger of the 2 actually went off to college when I was 5 years old. And so I learned to play in my backyard a lot, play with friends, use my imagination, and explore the natural world around me. I studied biology as an undergraduate student. This is largely because I had a really excellent high school biology teacher who inspired me to pursue research on my own, even as a high school student. But while I was at college, I also got to know microbiology. I got to know geosciences and chemistry. I wound up doing a lot of research in an oceanography marine sciences department and studying in remote locations like Antarctica. I also, while I was an undergraduate, became a creative writing minor, and I've always really valued
there go
that
the
chance
seats,
to
articulating
study the
upwards.
creative side of my brain and explore our natural world
Putting
through
the
that
crew
side as
in
well.
launch
I love
position.
being an astronaut right now because there are many pathways
Get a
to
view
get
below
to the
their feet
International
as well.
Space Station.
Yeah, you can see
We
also some
spend
cargo.
long duration periods, so
cargo
many
on
months
the,
long,
right-hand side.
living and
So,
working on board that space station, and it's really focused on research. A lot of that research is on our home planet. and a lot of that research is on us as human subjects. I'm very excited to be actually a test subject for a lot of the medical research that we're doing on board the ISS. I've signed up for a very large, all-encompassing medical study called CIPHER, and this, I think, is going to be critical as we start thinking about going for longer durations and farther places like the Moon and Mars. My role as commander is to bring out the best in my crewmates from the moment we start training until the moment we get back to Earth, and then some. And so I'm always thinking about that larger mission overview and how my crewmates are doing and what we can do for each other. Spaceflight, by definition, requires collaboration and requires more than one person, and the chance to be part of something much larger than myself has been humbling and inspiring and deeply fulfilling. Even since I was a child, looking up at the stars, looking up at the cosmos is inspiring. It helps me answer questions like, what are we doing here? Who are we? Where are we? I don't think we grow if we don't challenge ourselves. I think that's true for myself, it's true for teams, and it's true for us as a society and as a species. We have to take some risks, we have to challenge ourselves in order to push ourselves, and I can't wait to see what we discover during my career and for generations to come.
You participated in, and we have some photos to kind of take us through that.
Next up, astronaut
This is something that the astronauts think about.
Next up, astronaut Michael Fink, a veteran of 3 missions and 4 spacewalks,
get ready to
as he
launch.
reflects on what
You
keeps
never know
him
what's
coming
gonna
back to space.
And that was the case on this day in 2018 when you launched.
Human beings, part of our nature, part of who we are, our identity is explorers. Because every time we explore, we improve our lives and our situations. It's just natural. My name is Mike Fink, and I'm the pilot for NASA's SpaceX Crew 11 mission to the International Space Station. I grew up in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, home of the mighty Steelers, and it was a great time to grow up, lots of great educational opportunities, a time that was tough economically, but a place where we knew that dreams could come true. When I was like 2 and 3 years old, my parents would wake me up from whatever nap I was taking to watch moon landings. We did many moon landings back in the late 60s and early 70s, and that made a big impression on me. So I knew that back then, even when I was like 3, that I wanted to be an astronaut. I wanted to go walk on the moon. I wanted to go explore space. So I learned to read so I could read more about space, and the more I read, the more excited I became. When I was in high school, I didn't know what engineering was. I knew what math and science were, physics. I was kind of good at that. Math, I took a leap of faith and went to an engineering program at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT.
It was
thankfully paid for by an Air Force ROTC scholarship, and then hustling with side gigs on the weekends. And I got to study airplanes and rockets, 2 of my favorite things. So I was able to graduate from MIT with 2 degrees, and then the summer after graduation, I had a really wonderful opportunity to study in Soviet Union. Fortunately, I'd studied Russian language, so I knew enough Russian to go with some colleagues, and we spent the summer at Moscow Aviation Institute studying cosmonauts, and then I spent the next year at Stanford University getting a master's in aeronautics and astronautics. I love the space station. I helped build it. I helped the first modules get ready here on planet Earth, and have had the joy of living aboard the space station for 2 long-duration missions so far. We've learned from the International Space Station that space is a great place to really understand more about the universe. When we are aboard the International Space Station, we're still gravitationally connected to planet Earth, but we're free-falling, so like we're in microgravity. So you take that big G out of the equation, and then you can find out what's really going on physically. We're also outside the atmosphere, so we can look to the universe beyond us without atmospheric interference. When I'm on a spacewalk, I can look out to the whole universe, and I can see how small our planet is and how big and wonderful the rest of the universe is, and it's calling to us. We need to explore and go see the whole universe that's out there. Space exploration is something that really speaks to me as a person, right? We all kind of have our passions, and for me, since I was like 2 or 3 years old, I wanted to go to space, explore space, and I've had a chance to do that. Half my life I've been an astronaut. I've really enjoyed exploring space.
Depending on who you ask.
Okay.
Though though.
Was it 62 miles is the Kármán line? I don't know what the conversion is for the
Great words
kilometers.
from
they
Spanky,
use,
his call sign.
You know, they use 100
Mike
kilometers is the international
And
standard.
as we follow the
military
three
uses
vehicles
50
with
miles.
security
That leaves
escort,
this gray
we
area, and as
reveal
far as
a
I'm
beautiful
concerned,
view
I walked
of
away
the
alive,
vehicle
so
assembly
that
building.
It didn't matter.
Iconic here at the Kennedy Space Center.
And so
work
that
is underway
launch
to
escape system
stack the rocket
automatically
inside.
sensed that there was something wrong.
We're stacking the rocket and the spacecraft
pulled us
for
to
Artemis
safety.
2, NASA's first crewed mission to
so
the moon.
we landed.
more than
The flight
50
was 20
years.
minutes. Pararescue
4
forces
astronauts will
were
launch
there to pull us
around
out,
the moon as part
and
of the
within
Artemis
6 hours
campaign,
we were coming
a
down
major step towards a
at the
sustained
airport,
human
walking off the
presence on the
jet,
lunar surface,
able to
and a
embrace
future
family. And you
journey
can
to
see
Mars.
I'm giving Katie a
Zipping
hug,
by.
and
4 astronauts going to
that's
low
my
Earth
wife,
orbit.
and Alexei's there
Looking
with
at a
his wife
gigantic
Svetlana,
building
and our
that
extended
holds
family
inside of it main moon
is
rocket.
all there as
And
well.
as well as the next
and,
generation launch tower
it's that
you see
sense
out there,
of
ML2. All
disappointment.
right, let's hear
that it
now
didn't
from
work
JAXA
out, but also
astronaut
that sense
Kimiya
of-
Dragon,
Yui
for good
on
check.
returning to station, representing Japan.
Copy,
and
Dragon.
what
We
this
see the same.
mission means
Closeout
to
team
him.
will perform final closeout steps and exit the capsule. You can proceed to section 4.
humankind has a desire
Report
to
ready
explore
for hatch.
and also expand our area
In
of
section 4
activities.
and Wilco.
Space is a great place to explore because Earth is so small. We still have unknown places, but Earth is generally speaking so small compared with space. My name is Kimiya Yui. I'm a mission specialist for NASA's SpaceX Crew 11 mission to the International Space Station. I was born in very small village in Nagano Prefecture, so up there I was able to see very beautiful stars in the night skies. When I was a little boy, I did stargazing and I loved stars. I really want to know everything on our universe and I want to go everywhere as long as I live. When I was already like 10 years old, I already wanted to become an astronaut or astronaut. I graduated from the National Defense Academy, and after that I entered Japanese Air Force, Japan Air Self-Defense Force, then become a fighter pilot, then a test pilot, and then became an astronaut. We do science in space because we have constant microgravity in the ISS. We cannot achieve that condition on the Earth. Space station actually contributing our knowledge, and also we can produce new materials or medicines in order to make our future brighter. Going to Moon or Mars is very difficult, so we need to test our materials, and ISS is a great test bed. So Crew 11, we are going to have a lot of experiments on ISS, and JAXA especially, we are going to have a new cargo vehicle, HTV-AX. The vehicle itself is a little bit wider, but we can carry more stuff to the ISS. 10 years ago, I went to space for the first time. It changed a lot. And for astronauts, it became much more convenient to live. For example, we didn't have a good place for cooking. Now we have gallery. I was able to see a lot of stars and also beautiful Earth or moons. This mission inspired me, and I really want to pass that actually inspiration to other people on the ground. ISS is one of the best examples to have a dream and work together and make the dream come true. So if you see ISS in the night sky, please think about your dream, about how to make your dream come true.
Dragon, loud and clear. And I've got you the same.
And finally, Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg Platonov sharing his thoughts as he prepares for his very first flight to space.
LD Dragon, loud and clear.
Бесконечный космос открывает бесконечные возможности для человечества, поэтому есть необходимость осваивать Солнечную систему, осваивать просторы за пределами Солнечной системы. А для того, чтобы это сделать в будущем, мы должны закладывать эту базу. My name is Oleg Platonov, and I am a mission specialist for NASA SpaceX Crew 11 mission to the International Space Station. Я родился в большом индустриальном городе в России, в городе Челябинске. Это моя родина. Я занимался в патриотических кружках, связанных с авиацией, космонавтикой, поэтому уже в мое детство я задумывался о космосе. У меня много целей в этом полете. Прежде всего, я хочу полететь на мощной огромной ракете в космос, долететь до Международной космической станции, сесть возле большого иллюминатора на станции, посмотреть на нашу красавицу Землю, и это будет вдохновлять меня работать все лучше и лучше. Мы можем получать новые данные о нашей Земле, о Солнечной системе, о космических лучах, о нашей Вселенной, о жизни микроорганизмов в космосе, о здоровье человека, о получении новых лекарств, о путях улучшения конструктивных материалов и внутренняя потребность человека исследовать все, что находится вокруг него. Хочется узнать все новое, новое и новое, расширяя горизонты своего знания, что границы открыты, что мы можем летать в космос, что мы можем лететь дальше, все дальше и дальше, за пределы нашей Земли, за пределы Солнечной системы. И это будет вдохновлять уже не только нас, но и предыдущие, не предыдущие, а следующие поколения.
And that wraps up, in their own words, Crew 11, as they arrive at the pad for their launch attempt today. Launch pad 39A, a beautiful shot there provided by the flight operations team here at the Kennedy Space Center.
Into it, and
those helicopters,
so 5 months later,
pad,
it's
keeping
Alexei
the area
and I,
secure.
plus Christina,
as well
who's
as
getting ready to go up for a year-long mission, and we
spectacular
had a
views.
Beautiful, pristine launch to the International Space
From
Station.
this view, the weather looks fantastic, but it is very much a watch item for later. We are
nighttime
T-minus
launch
3
this
hours
time,
and 1 minute
so,
counting.
You know,
while all
when you
looks
get a
fine
twofer,
now,
it's nice to get a day launch and a nighttime launch.
We want to take a look
but,
at the weather
you know,
forecast
and there was
for
so much
launch
buildup
time.
in terms of
Currently,
getting
we sit
to
with a
the space
probability
station.
of go.
But the real mission
at 60%.
is on the space
Winds
station.
are light,
It's
10
doing
miles
the
per hour out
science.
of
It's
west.
the 200-plus
Temperature
days
is
that follow the 6
roasty,
hours
toasty,
getting there.
87 degrees
that,
expected for
that
today
you're up
at
there
lunchtime.
doing
The concern
scientific
is
research and
cumulus
keeping the
cloud
laboratory
rule,
running
along
and
with
upgrading
surface
its
electric
capabilities.
fields rule,
That's
which
why
together basically tell you
we launch.
Pop-up storms,
the launch is
pop-up
thrilling,
thunderstorms.
And it's an exciting part of the
at
mission.
the time of
but
T0,
it isn't the
currently
mission.
scheduled for 11:43
Well said, Dick. And
a.m. Eastern time.
you returned home
the sea
from a
breeze,
successful
as it does
mission
this time of
aboard
year,
the
and as it
International
is
Space
forecasted
Station,
today, will
and you can certainly
creep over
tell
land,
that you were in
and the
space for a
convective
while.
activity
Yeah, I mean, you
form
guys
air,
picked a great photo
population
of me with a
clouds
grimace
and
on my
potential
face.
storm
You
clouds
couldn't
around
find
the pad.
anything
We
better.
saw
I
this
actually had
yesterday
an
as we were
amazing
standing
time
out
up
there
there.
for the launch
But
attempt.
when you come back,
the hope is
gravity
that those will
is,
percolate
is
not
is
too
painful.
close to the coast.
And
The adjustment.
the adjustment back,
But it
you
became
haven't had
more
to
of a watch
lift
item
anything
today than it was for yesterday because
7
of
months, and then you come
exactly
back,
the formula
and
that
so
played out.
the
In
first few
addition
days
to the
of
fact that
readaptation
today
are
we have
challenging.
additional moisture.
What are you saying
in
there?
the atmosphere.
Ooh, don't, no.
Don't drop me, please.
We're also watching the weather along the ascent corridor.
No, it's great, and you know,
We've got a low pressure system that's moving off the coast of the eastern seaboard.
Accomplishment and relief.
It's well north of the staging area, but we could
They're
have some
removing the
storms
protective
in that
cover around
earlier
the
or
seal
afterwards.
that leads
so that is
into
also
Dragon
a watch
Endeavour.
item. This,
That's
of course,
to
is an
prevent any
area
fog
where
from
if
getting on it, but they
Dragon
will now
were to need
take
to abort
pictures and
off the
document
rocket and
exactly
splash
how it
down,
looks before they
want to
seal
have
it
good
shut,
conditions weather-wise,
put a nice bright
in
light
order
on
to
it,
land in the ocean.
and go around and
Yeah, you know, you've got to
do
watch.
that
It's
inspection.
not just the weather. It's always amazing to
At
me
launch,
that it's the weather,
you know,
how
all
little
along the launch
fog,
corridor,
you know, this
and,
debris
it's
that
a
can,
really
that
complex
can
process.
cause a
There's a
leak
lot
in
of
the
factors
seal,
that go
and the
into
seal
it,
is just a
and,
piece of rubber that's going to press
almost
up
an
against a
impossible
piece of
task
metal
for the weathermen
to
you know,
something
figure
like
it out
dust
in
or
advance.
hair.
So we just
is
continue to
enough
watch
to
and
create a
take
leak
it down
path
to the real-time
that it's going
call
to fail
of,
the leak
are
check.
we
And
ready to go or
that's
not?
really important because this hatch
The launch
is
weather
gonna stay
officers,
closed
very
for the
capable
next,
bunch. They do their
you know,
best.
6+ months.
But like you say,
and protect
weather
the
is
capsule
so
and the crew from the vacuum of
here in
space,
Florida
you know, from
that,
all the air inside
it's
the
hard
capsule
to get it
leaking out into
exactly
space.
100% right. But we use the
You
tools
mentioned
we
the
have
6-month
and the data that
baseline
we
for
see,
Crew
and we'll
11.
take
That
it
is
from there.
currently the minimum
Let's
amount
get a
of time
social
they will
question
spend,
in that have been
on station.
queuing up.
However, the commercial crew program is reviewing data along with SpaceX
MPOV23
to
asks,
certify
we are watching the live
Dragon
stream,
for
and my
an
10-year-old daughter,
8-month
Zoe,
stay
asked,
They're going
What
to
do
go
you
ahead
do
and let
to
them
keep
launch,
entertained,
and
busy,
then that
while
certification
in
is
space for
expected
so
to
long?
happen sometime
that's a
in
great
October,
question,
and that will
Zoe.
stretch their stay out
It is
to 8 months.
It's one of those
And
things where
I've
everybody's
never
a little bit
heard
different.
of any
Some people
astronaut
read books.
saying,
Some people
"Oh, no,
will
I get to stay
watch
longer?"
a favorite TV show or a
Every
movie,
day in
or
space is a
will
treat.
sit around.
It's a gift.
You know, every Friday
it's just such a
evening after the
spectacular
long work week,
experience,
we would get together and have dinner and
it
share
doesn't get old.
music
So
and,
at the
and just
end
talk.
of 180 days,
But without doubt,
this last mission I did was
something
171
that everybody
days. The
does
one
is
before
go
was
to the window
203,
and look out the window.
You're still
at
sad
the
to
earth
leave
down
at the
below.
end,
And
it's mixed emotions.
And just soak it in,
but because
it is
it's
such
every day
an
up there's a
amazing
gift.
view. You can see almost coast to coast of the
I got a
United
little
States
sad
as you
when
fly
you left
over. So you
yesterday.
see so much, and
Stuck in
you
tight quarters with me
almost
for
start to lose
6 hours.
the
I'm so
ability
used to
see
you
the-
after 6 hours of being here,
the impacts
saying all
of-
these wonderful
of
things
humans,
about
and you
space,
see
and
the
then
mountains,
I got
and
in
you
my
see
truck,
the
and
oceans and
Nick's
lakes
gone.
and deserts. And
Good thing we
you
scrubbed, 'cause I'll see him
start
again
to
tomorrow.
appreciate
Well,
just
thank
how
you. I'll take
connected
that as a compliment.
everything
Absolutely,
is
it's been an
on
absolute
Earth.
pleasure
And then
and an honor
when
listening
you get on
to
the other
you,
side of the
tell
world,
these
you're in the
stories, and
dark,
we
and
have
then the
one
stars all
last
come
one.
out, and you can see the
We wanna talk
universe
about
just kind of unfold in
the
front
most
of you, and
recent
there's
mission, of
so
course,
many
Crew
stars that
9.
you can't see
And
that
this
many stars
was,
from the ground.
just
And
last
it's
year.
Just so impressive.
So you had a
it
bit of a
hasn't
break
even
between
been a
hours.
year since I launched.
No,
Yeah,
right. I mean, you are.
I can only
You're still
imagine.
pretty fresh from space, Nick, and it all in 90 minutes, right? As you zip around the
It's,
planet.
16 times a day. You can see Alex and I. It looks
Well,
a little
there's our
more
commander and our
spacious in there
pilot,
when there's only 2 people.
Mike Fink and Zena Cardman.
Yeah, but at the end of September,
Looking
in
up at their
July,
rocket.
the decision was
Big
made
hugs,
to
big hugs.
switch
So
to
Zena
a
must have
two-person
listened to your
crew so that
commentary
we could
yesterday,
create the
Daryl,
open
'cause
seats
she was
there
leaning back farther
for
than
Butch
Mike
Wilmore and
was
Sonny
today.
Williams.
I
to
noticed
come
that.
back
I was
with
going to say
Alex
so. I was
and
like,
I.
wait, Mike Fink has the
their
upgraded
Starliner,
suit. He is the only one of the crew
had some
to
issues,
wear
and so
the
they,
version 2,
NASA decided to bring
V2,
it back
R2,
uncrewed, and so Butch and Sonny,
which is an upgraded suit that
they
SpaceX
made the
is
decision to have
providing.
them join
In
our
the elevator
crew,
they go
in
from the
rotational
ground
mission to go
floor
up there and do a 6-month
up to the 275
full-length, long-duration
level.
mission.
This is a
And
great shot. They
so
were
Alex and I launched,
just
and
there looking up at their
priority
rocket.
1,
This gives you a sense of scale.
beautiful
Which
launch.
is so hard to get. in
Ours
the-
was kind of
in
the
space
exact
industry.
opposite of what we had yesterday.
I know.
Where
see
it
these
was
pictures of
the
the
weather
rocket
was
and
trash
launch pad from
all
long
day
ways
long,
away,
except for the
without a
30
person
minutes right
standing
before
there, you
launch,
start
and
to
so we
forget
launched
that
into
these
this beautiful
are
hole
small buildings
in the
we're
sky.
launching into space.
And yesterday was
That's
just
right.
the exact opposite.
That was a great shot to
The goal, the priority
to
was
lay that
let's
imagery
get to
out,
space
right?
and
We
let's
saw them
integrate
close
Butch and
up in the
Sonny into the
elevators,
Crew
and
9
then we
crew.
widened out to
And
the,
so you can see
to
us
the
there
rocket. It
in,
really gives you
in
a
the
sense
capsule
of
together.
scale.
Butch
Great
is in the
work
far
by the
field. Sonny's
production
just off the
team
camera
there.
in the
All right,
near
they
field.
get to the elevator. They have
And-
one more set of stairs to climb before they get
and
up to the
from,
crew
you know,
access arm.
Day 2 on the station, we were Crew 9 there for our 6 months of scientific research. And that is the mission: is to go up there and do that research and maintain the station, and continue to discover. And then we were able to get everybody back home safe, which in the end, that's again what it's about. It's about
Zena has some hugs
getting
for
back to the
closeout
family
crew.
and giving them a hug. Yeah, last little
And
thank
that was
yous for
such a
all the work
high-profile mission.
yesterday
Nick. It
and
was
today.
very much in the spotlight.
And
even when I talk to people,
getting ready to
I
walk
work
out-
at NASA. They
walk
say,
out the
what
arm
about those
and,
2 astronauts that got stuck up at station?
get strapped in.
That
Today's the day.
was stuck was the word, but just did not.
Stuck got stuck.
Yeah, right, it did. Stuck. But they transitioned. NASA made
nice
a
gaze out
decision,
across
and
the spaceport.
immediately they became test flight.
You can see everything.
Crew
It's an
members
unbelievable view.
into regular increment mission specialists,
It's
and
so
they just
scenic.
made the pivot. They worked on station. They
And here
worked
comes
alongside
Mike
you.
and
They were
Zena.
part of Crew 9.
Hearts
And you
thumbs
brought
up
them home on
with
Dragon.
big waves,
and
getting ready. Get
it was
inside Dragon Endeavour.
really making the best of a situation, a decision that was made, to get full use of their time being, having expended the energy, the effort, the money to get them up on station. Hey, let's put them to work.
Yeah,
Is
and
that a dab?
yesterday and
You said he was the
today,
jokester.
the
Dragon
theme.
SpaceX closeout team is
He's
taking
having a
final
good time.
steps in preparation for side hatch closure. Stand by for hatch closure and then transition to pad hatch
So,
closed. Ensure all
a
items
hand
are
where
secure
they
from now through
signed
launch.
the meatball,
More on
the
countdown.
NASA
Crew
logo.
have reached the White Room on schedule.
Dragon copy from Wilco.
because this is the second launch attempt, they will not have to sign their names
Last
along
waves
the
goodbye to
NASA
the
logo
pad
that you
team,
see
and
there on
there
the
they
wall.
are.
They did that
shut that
yesterday.
hatch.
So Xena just put her hand on it, gave it a touch, and they'll go straight into making sure their suit
And the closeout
is clean
crew
and there's
closes
no
the
fog
hatch to
before
Dragon
they get
Endeavour.
into the Dragon
Sealing the
Endeavour,
astronauts
their spacecraft
inside
that will take them on a journey
for their journey to the International Space Station.
260 miles above the surface of the Earth. What you were saying?
Well, the theme is, if there's a theme, I think you hear it echoed in
Talk about Mike's
Xena's
spacesuit. This
words
is,
that we've played today,
V2.
and as in our discussion yesterday.
Version
We've heard
2,
the
but they
same
call it
thing
R2.
in Mike and Kimia and all.
His is different than the one Xena is wearing.
It's not
As
space
we split screen to catch the
exploration
mission
is not
specialist
about individuals
doing their poses,
it's about
looking up.
the mission and this
Striking
risky
a
endeavor
pose.
that we take part
They're
in. We don't
choreographed.
do
They
it
get higher
because of
marks
the
than-
thrill. We do it because
And
of the
Spanky and
mission. And so
You're
the
listening
Crew
to
9
our,
mission is just
posing
another
judge,
mission in this long
General Nick
legacy
Hague.
of the 25 years of the space station
An astronaut
operations
here at
making,
NASA,
making
also
that
a
happen,
Brigadier General
doing
with
the
the US
scientific
Space Force.
discovery and research.
In
up there.
goes the commander.
So yeah, we
And now we await the
brought
pilot.
Butch and Sonny into Crew 9, and it's a testament,
But
to,
his suit
to
is
their
different as he pulls up
competency
the
and
front of it.
professionalism.
It
From
is more
day one,
configurable.
they were all in
You
and
can
able to operate
adjust the
as
sizing on it
full up crew
much better
members.
than you
You
can
worked
in the
alongside
first
him
version.
every single
This one
day
has
of that
zippers
mission.
that
Yeah,
7
yeah,
miles around
absolutely.
the
And
circumference of the
they are
individual,
amazing
rather
crewmates,
than a
and
long
and-
zipper that
and
goes along the inseam.
everything the ground threw at us, we were able to do.
With that one,
And that's
that
also
you
a
suited up
huge
in, Nick,
testament
you
to the
get into it
teams
kind
that
of like you
prep
would a
us
onesie,
to
but
get
this
ready
one,
to fly.
you get
I
into it
talked
the
about
way
the,
we
95%
got
of
into
the
our
time
clothes
we're
today.
training
You're
for
wearing a
things
flight
that,
suit. I'm
that
not.
we don't
but,
expect to
you know,
happen,
get
but
into
just
your
in case.
pants, put on your
And
shirt,
they had done training
and then zip
just
around.
in case they got stretched.
And
They
just
had
like
done
your
spacewalk
luggage,
training. They had
which has
done
that zipper
robotics
to
training. They had
expand
done
it
the
when
things
you
that they
bought
needed
too
to
many,
do just in case
you know,
this
tourist
thing we
stuff on your trip.
don't think is ever going to
You
happen
can
might happen.
unzip it to
And that's what we
expand
do
or
every
zip
day
it to shrink
is we
it,
prepare for
which
that.
gives
And so
them
that's
greater
the,
flexibility
you know,
with
we
these
talk
suits.
about a
It can
professional
fit 'em on more
astronaut
people
corps. That's what a
and
professional
have to
astronaut
make
corps
fewer
prepares to
custom
do.
suits for the
But that
astronauts.
demands
suit
that
fit
we
can be
have
a
this
really finicky
team
thing
that helps us
and
get
there's
there.
a lot of effort
And
that-
so
that has been
those are
spent with
the rock
first
stars
version of the
behind
suit,
this whole
trying to make
story.
sure that every crew member
Is
gets a
this
suit that fits.
team of trainers
with this new one,
that had the
there's a lot more
foresight and the
adaptability,
imagination to
and a little
come
bit
up
more
with the
forgiveness
things
in
that
the
they think
suit.
we
It's-
might need,
it's
and
one
they
of those
got them
things
ready,
that's,
and we were able to
really
adapt
important.
and overcome.
Normally,
the,
these
you know,
suits
the
are
challenges
never
that were thrown at us.
pressurized except during leak checks. But in the event of an emergency,
and your team adapted
they may need to pressurize
extremely well.
and if they don't
successful
pressurize in the
mission.
right shape,
We saw
it
the
can
last
lead
photo
to
of you guys
injury of
coming
the crew
back
member.
down. And here you are today, co-hosting. And here come our launch
mission
broadcasts
specialists
right
to see
behind
Crew
him.
11
into space.
Oleg and
Kimia. If you're
Flashing
just
signs
now
of
joining
Crew
us,
11
you're
with
watching
two
live
fingers
coverage
extended
from NASA and
upwards.
SpaceX.
They
of
are ready
Crew
to go.
11's launch to the International Space Station. T0 is 11:43 a.m. Eastern Time. We have a little more than 2 hours
You know
before
what I love
we
about the
lift
view?
off.
You were talking about it earlier that we can see out the windows
Weather
there.
is 60%
that
go. We're keeping a
with the
close eye
exception
on
of
the winds,
you know, the occasional launch pad
and the
building and
convective
stuff.
activity we expect
This is a
around that time.
pristine
But the hope is that we'll have a nice spot to launch
that just
through.
goes on and on and on. So it's
Into
natural
the sky
Florida the way it was
and on
before
into
it became
space.
populated.
Yeah, and it's that
You mentioned
that stark contrast
all
of,
the work
Yes.
that you
of
did when you were
nature
on Crew 9. And of course,
and
a
then
lot of that
this
focuses around
technology,
research.
like the most sophisticated thing that,
on the
that humanity
ISS.
can do, plopped right down in the middle of it, and that
The
juxtaposition
International
is
Space
just,
Station is
it's
one of the most
eye-catching.
extraordinary labs that has ever been built. And it's the final destination, of course, for Crew 11. Let's take a closer look now
Get
at
comfortable,
the science
Mike.
happening up there in low
gonna
Earth
be here a while.
orbit and how it's improving
Well, you
life
wanna make
for
sure
all
those
of us
straps are
down here
tight.
on Earth.
The International Space Station isn't just a symbol. It's a powerhouse of cutting-edge science, constantly revealing secrets that defy Earth's limitations and drive us farther into the cosmos.
Our mission is research and science. We have experiments mounted on the outside of the station that are looking at Earth. We study our own bodies and how they react to space, to weightlessness, to radiation, and that helps not only us go on further in future missions, but also helps for medical research back home. And then we study lots of different things as well, like materials, combustion, all sorts of things that help us understand life back on Earth.
Yeah.
Microgravity doesn't play by the rules. It flips them upside down, transforming how liquids flow, how flames burn, and unraveling biological mysteries before our eyes.
I saw some heart tissues beating in space, and it was incredible.
So finally see that top one beating. Looks like happy heart cells.
But we're not just along for the ride. We're explorers, diving headfirst into the challenge and harnessing the power of this unparalleled platform, just as we have been for decades.
And we just saw the two
We're on a relentless quest for answers, seeking to understand the intricate workings of the human body in space and ensuring future crews stay safe on their daring journeys beyond Earth's orbit.
The human aspect of human space exploration is always going to be very important for decades to come.
And when it comes to technology, we're not waiting around. We're discovering new ways to grow crops in harsh environments and engineering innovations to tackle Earth's greatest challenges.
We have amazing technology that allows us to recycle water and create water for us to drink. It's delicious.
We're also taking your question.
Microgravity isn't just a curiosity. It's a game changer in the fight against diseases back on Earth, paving the way for breakthroughs that benefit us all and enabling new economic opportunities in space.
Welcome, Axiom 3 on board the International Space Station.
From our vantage point more than 200 miles above Earth, we are not just spectators. We're gaining unprecedented insights into the world we call home, and we're sharing our findings openly. We're not just achieving results today. We're sparking inspiration in future generations of explorers and embracing the power of global collaboration as we reach for the stars.
What was your favorite experiment on the International Space Station?
Toby, great question. My favorite experiment was the one that I got to eat. It was us growing Hatch chili peppers in our plant habitat.
So on 2, we have video in mode 1. Look at those chili peppers.
They get other aspects wrong.
And as we soar through space at 17,500 miles per hour, each moment is a step closer to unlocking the mysteries of our Earth, our universe, and propelling our pioneering spirit even farther into space. So come along for the ride aboard the International Space Station.
I'm with you. That movie, when it came out, just...
Seems like there's so many movies these days that
the beauty of the International Space Station and all the science that's happening.
You can sense the excitement around. I mean, that's it. Why are we there? It's science. The space program, science, and our space environment, to go back to the radiation environment and beyond. Science.
No, you're absolutely right.
In
far
microgravity,
more space movies come out today
where you can float
than they did when we were kids.
You can float without end, and you can't do that anywhere else.
All right, Crew 11 now completely seated. This is their lineup. Well, as you can see from this shot, looking skyward. We have Oleg Platonov, past the Mike Falcon 9 rocket, and Commander Zena Cardman. Our astronauts are aboard. They are strapped in. They've had suit leak checks. They've had comm checks. And we're starting to get a few clouds in the sky. That's expected. We've got, it's warm here in Florida. And thank you, folks, on this first day of August. Bennett asks, how do crew from different space agencies come together to train yesterday like this? As you can see, the puffy cumulus clouds. Particular mission, you have the United States, of course, earlier today. You have Japan, and you have Russia. So those are faraway places.
They are, but the world is small, And the way we train is we train together.
While we have
and
this
so part of the job of an astronaut is traveling to different training locations on the International Space Station.
Take a look at our crew today.
You have different modules.
Introduce you to
you've got a U.S. laboratory, a European Space Agency laboratory.
They are led by Crew 11 Commander.
You've got the
NASA
Russian segment in their laboratory.
She holds a Master
Each
of
of those laboratory training facilities
Chapel
is
Hill.
in their respective
Carbon has
countries.
experience
So we
with NASA
travel
research
to
in
those
the Canadian
locations,
High Arctic
in
and
order
has
to
supported
train.
real-time
So
station
you get to train with your
and
crewmates,
lunar surface exploration
and you get to know
planning.
them very well.
She also likes
but
rock
you also
climbing
get to
and powerlifting
be trained by
in
those
her free
training teams in
time.
those countries. And so a really special aspect of the space
And
program
you trained
is
with
getting
her
to know
for
and appreciate the
over a year.
cultures
Yeah, almost
and
18
the
months.
people in Japan or in
She's,
in Europe or Russia or Canada.
A person of many
or,
talents.
Wherever you're training, you get to
but most,
really
most
meet
importantly, she's
and,
got
and
an
spend time
infectious
with those training
personality,
teams
and her
and
positivity
understand that those
and,
people have dedicated their lives to the space
fun
program
person to hang out with.
It does.
Such a
It
profound
radiates
way,
from
and
her.
They're
It does.
getting you
Yeah.
ready to go do the impossible. And that's, you know,
All
if you're going to be in a
said,
capsule,
it's about 2 years
of traveling
15
around
hours
or
or 20
training
hours or
specifically
40 hours,
for
or
the
you're gonna
mission
be
that
in a
you're
station
assigned to.
in close
And so
proximity
in
to
that
somebody for
process,
6
this
months
crew
or
has
more.
spent a lot of time together. They
you want
know
somebody
each
that
other
you enjoy hanging out with.
to the point where
And I
you
certainly
know what that
enjoyed
person is
our time
thinking,
together when
you know
she
what they're
co-hosted
able
our
to
launch
finish their
broadcast
sentences
for Crew
for
9
them.
when we watched
You've really
go up
bonded
into
together,
space.
and that's what makes a successful crew.
Michael Fink is our pilot and funny man.
Especially in a moment where
Only
you need it.
According to him, the only second
being able
funniest
to
move
crew member
quickly
aboard,
and
communicate.
He is a veteran of
effectively,
3 space
efficiently,
flights. Fink
I'm sure
has
is-
completed
is
9
critically
spacewalks,
important.
totaling
Absolutely. You don't
48
know
hours and
what
37
the
minutes
future
of EVA
holds,
time.
and so you prepare.
He spent 382 days in
and-
space.
and those
Fink is a certified
relationships, that
pilot for
bond,
Boeing
that
Starliner
ability to
and
work
SpaceX
together
Crew
is what you're
Dragon,
gonna draw
as well
on
as a
when you need it
co-pilot,
most.
flight engineer on Soyuz, and a mission specialist on
question.
the space shuttle. Fink enjoys
Let's do another
spending
one.
time with his family, traveling,
rolling.
geology, and learning
Keep 'em coming,
new
folks.
languages. Hashtag Ask NASA if you're wondering how to
You
get
know,
it into us.
equally,
We are
you know,
on the
somebody that's,
platforms
enjoyable to
Facebook,
hang out with.
Twitter,
It's
X, and
it's,
YouTube.
you know, you can say that about
Robert
all of his
asks,
crew.
has your concept
just
of
great
quote-unquote
people.
home
Good side hatch
changed
check.
since being in orbit? What goes through your mind while looking
Tracking
down
copies.
at Earth?
Good week check. Great news.
There are so many thoughts that
great
go
news.
through your mind as
That
you're
is.
gazing down on Earth
And so
from
that
space. You know,
that means that the
touched on it a
crew
little
is
bit earlier,
sealed up
just the sense
inside,
that, you know,
safe from the hostile
when I wanted
environment
to see
of
the
space.
continent
Once this
of North
Dragon
America,
spacecraft gets
I'd pull out a
into
map, and the map always
SpaceX
has
into
Explorer
orbit.
We're
borders
commencing
on
health
it.
check for a launch escape
I've
system.
had the opportunity
Expect
to
momentary
see
flight
the
computer
continent
state change, followed by a
with my
transition
own
back
eyes,
to
and
pad
it didn't have
closed.
any of those borders, and so you feel this sense of connectedness.
Tracking copies. We'll monitor the
and
flight
I think
computer
that
state
does
changes.
impact your sense of home. You know, my first flights launched
Now, this
out
is an
of
important
Kazakhstan,
milestone to check the health of the launch
and they
escape
landed
system.
in Kazakhstan.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we're doing it well in advance.
And
when I landed, you know, we would turn on the launch escape got out of the capsule at about the T-minus 45 point before you start to, you know, call the family, and it's like I'm home, and your oxidizer to the rocket.
And I was on the other side of the globe from my home.
You want to do that early,
but
so
I
if
was
there
home.
is
That's
any
interesting.
issues you need
And
to
so
troubleshoot,
you
you've got time definitely to do start it. to
So
feel
this is
this
the early
sense of
checkout of that system.
connectedness to the whole world, and not just the location where you're from.
Planet Earth is your home after you've been in space. And
let's
had your
introduce
life
you to
supported
our
by
mission specialist
a
now.
machine, a very
Kimi
well-operated
Yui
machine.
is the
you know,
JAXA
for 7
astronaut
months.
on board.
You come back
He's
and touch
Crew
ground.
11's
It's
mission
fascinating to
specialist.
hear you say
And with
that 142
142
days
you
in
were
space.
home.
This will be
Because
Yui's
you were back
second
on the
trip
planet.
to
Just
the
back
space
on the
station.
planet.
Yui flew as a flight engineer for Expedition 4445 and became the first Japanese astronaut to capture
Well, these 4
JAXA's
crew members
H-2
are
transfer
preparing.
vehicle. In November of
As we've been
2016,
watching them
Yui was assigned as
get ready
chief
for
of
launch,
the JAXA
the-
astronaut group. In the immediate future, they're getting ready for hatch
And
closure.
when you think about
so
his history,
the closeout crew
you know,
that
capturing
you see
the
there
H2, the
is,
HTV,
getting those final touches
could be pretty
in place,
spectacular if
preparing
he
the
could
crew with
capture
everything they
HTVX
need
as it comes
before
up.
they leave
Absolutely,
the capsule.
and that's the
because
plan.
after
So
all,
if
they are strapped in, we'll be
HTVX,
able to
which
move
is
around.
Japan's
So
newest
any final placement
vehicle,
of items
which is
or
going
going to start docking with the space
support
station.
equipment that
if
they
it all
need,
works out,
they're taking care of
Jax
that
is
right
really
now.
hoping that he'll be at the helm of the crew,
there's lots
or,
of
I'm
gear
sorry,
that
the
you
Canadian
end up with
arm,
on
which
you once
will
you're strapped in
grapple,
that you
the
didn't have
spacecraft
on
and
you
bring it in,
as you were heading out
to
to
space
the
station.
launch pad.
That'd be fabulous.
Probably the easiest thing to see international aspects of the space satchel that's on their left thigh.
You can't overstate.
It's a knee board so that they have a place to
the
write.
way we're able to collaborate,
and
cooperate together.
Critical notes.
Dragon,
using
ready for
Canadian,
comcheck.
the Canada arm to grab a JAXA vehicle.
Copy, ready for
and
comcheck.
just
We are connected
spectacularly
here for
work
umbilical
together.
comcheck. Dragon and Falcon 9 are healthy. Seat 1 and CR looking good for the count. The main launch item is going to be what we briefed you in the weather briefing earlier today, which is the probability of violation at 40% due to weather at the launch site. That is the same as the weather briefing. We are going to keep an eye on that as the count progresses. Core, all loud and clear. Umbilical comcheck.
Copy. Healthy Dragon, Healthy Falcon. Our watch item is weather, which, as briefed, is 40% chance of violation. We'll be monitoring.
So
Crew
we're
will
running
be ready
ahead of
to go.
schedule with that communication check with the core, which is the resource engineer that the crew operations
And
resource
lastly,
engineer
the
that
Crew 11 mission
communicates
specialist,
with all four
Ross
crew members.
Cosmos,
And so they
cosmonaut,
went through and we heard from
Oleg
each astronaut
Platonov.
verify that they can communicate.
This will be his
with
first
the
trip to
core.
the
That's
International
the first
Space
set of
Station.
communication
He graduated
checks.
from
We'll
the
get
Krasnodar
another
Higher
set,
Military
much longer
Aviation
set
School of
later
Pilots with a
as
degree in
communication
engineering and
checks are
military
established
rank
with
of
the launch
lieutenant.
team.
He is
at
married with
T-minus
one
2
child,
hours and 19 minutes.
and he is
we are
taking
running ahead
a
of
toy
time because those
from that
com
child.
checks normally happen
The
at
child
T-minus
is
2 hours
good. That
and 30
sounds
minutes.
terrible.
But we're
He has
7 minutes
taken
ahead. That's kind of understandable given this is the second time in 2
He's
days
taken it into
that they've run through this procedure, so you
Here.
can really tell.
I'm going to take your favorite toy away from you. No, practice. No, and that's one of
There's also
the
margin
cool
built in
things
as well,
that,
and
we're allowed to do is take little mementos.
Yesterday we
that,
were, we can take.
as we
that
were
remind
leaving,
us
we
of
were
our
a little
friends
bit
and
delayed with the
family,
pad,
and so
then
they
we
slowed.
at the end of the
their
day, we get
approach
to
to
bring that
the
back
launch
to
pad
them,
with the
and
crew
to accommodate
his
that.
child's
and
going to be able
SpaceX
to
made up
hold
that time,
deer
and
the
we got
rest of
back
their
on
life.
track, and so that's important
It
to
really
to
has
note
to be
that as
special.
you still have 2.5
I have a
hours
son, a young
to
son,
launch.
and I look at his toys.
There are
with
built-in
nostalgia,
margins
right? I see him
that
play with them.
we
I see
create the
how much they
opportunities to
mean
address
him.
any issues that pop
And
up.
then to add
so far,
that
everything's been going great.
additional sentimentality to it is that's
so
just
today
cool.
they could just zip right out to the pad, and it felt like that's what they did. They got out there pretty quick.
If everything works great, you end up with long pauses and boredom.
And
a sign
his
that
kid
everything is
will,
going well.
I'm sure,
You're
see
bored.
some video clip.
No, but
in
those
some way
comm
of
checks,
that toy
those were
floating
focused on
around,
making sure
right?
that those it makes it more connect tangible to the
right?
vehicle.
Yeah.
And
I held it in my hands,
so that
and
was
now
focused
I
on the
see
crew.
it
The
in
next set's
space,
going to be
and
really
somehow
focused
that
on the
draws-
connections between the
draws
vehicle
your-
and the
I
ground
did the same
teams.
thing with my kids. It draws them closer.
They're
to
saying
that
their final
experience.
goodbyes to the closeout team. The closeout team's doing its last checks. You can see they've got all their gear, their knee boards, the satchels, their
So the vehicle's clean.
personal gear that's
everything's
inside
is
there
tracking well,
that they'll
and
use
we're-
once they're in
we're
free
waiting on a
flight, like
weather
a
update.
headlamp, a flashlight when it gets dark.
I propose we focus on the 60%
Everything's
go
ready.
as opposed to the 40%
Throw in their hearts
probability of
at the
violation.
closeout crew.
It seems more
as
glass
the
half
closeout
full.
crew
It does,
exits the
doesn't it?
spacecraft. And we that's what we
And as
put
they
on our
do that
graphic.
and
We
get
put the
to prepare
officially
that
it's
side
given to us in a
hatch.
POV.
And I understand
into
that.
place,
You know,
one
statistics
last
are
look.
the way they are for a reason.
That's right.
But
Getting a good view over the shoulders of the
Dragon,
crew
ready for
and
takeoff.
into the
Positive
capsule.
thoughts
That's a
today.
really
Doing
his
special
best
shot.
with the positivity
Copy,
here, and
Dragon. Report
I
when
appreciate it greatly. Okay, so we have a
And
confirmed
so here they're going to rotate
hatch
seats here
closure.
shortly, put them into the launch configuration. The next time those seats will
And so
rotate
we'll
down.
Start to see the
per the plan.
closeout
is,
crew wrap up
just
operations
after
there in the white
re-entry,
room.
Once you come off peak G, getting ready for shoot deploy.
And all of this
Dragon
is
SpaceX initiating seat rotation.
well ahead of schedule. So that's a good thing. They got
Copy.
plenty of margin if they need it.
Absolutely, margin's a good thing to have.
And there go the seats,
about
articulating
some
upwards.
more social questions?
I love it. Let's
putting
do
the
it.
crew
Yeah,
in
keep 'em
launch
coming,
position.
folks. You can do it with hashtag #AskNASA.
Get a view below their
through the
feet
various
as well.
platforms,
Yeah, you can
Facebook,
see all the
X,
supplies.
YouTube,
Yeah.
and Twitch.
You've got
Our next
cargo
question.
on the right-hand side, some coolers, experiment lockers in the middle, and then
Abigail
you can see the
C3 asks,
left,
are there any
container,
space, quote,
on the,
pioneers
left-hand
that
side,
have
that's
inspired
your
Nick
survival
during his
raft if you
career
would need it
or
to-
leading up to it?
it'll
Did you
deploy. We
have
saw a video of that,
mentors at
earlier.
NASA? Well, let's take the first half of that question and talk about the pioneers.
Yeah, pioneers.
Dragon SpaceX.
All right.
Needs
and
are
out
I read lots
of the spacecraft we
biographies,
go.
autobiographies.
Great work by our camera
as
person
I was
there
growing
up on the launch tower.
Of
Dragon, you have a
the
go for
Apollo
section 2,
generation,
suit leak check
the
preparation.
early
And
space
look at their
program.
signatures from yesterday.
I was
Happy, go for
fortunate to
section
sign
two.
it
I
on
see
my
Alex.
first
Yeah.
space flight. Actually, before that,
It is
after
unique.
I've been selected at NASA. Every couple years we have a reunion where all the current astronauts, former astronauts gather together, and I got to meet Michael Collins, and he is somebody that I had always looked up to, and it just. If you read his book or you just read his history, for me, he was the epitome of we said it earlier today. It's not about the individual. You do the
As
job
the
that the
astronauts
mission
are
requires
seated
you to
into
do,
their
and to
positions
be
here
part of the
inside Crew
crew
11.
that landed on the moon
And the spacecraft
that
Endeavour.
first landed on the moon, but
We want
be
to
the only
revisit
member that. Hey,
your
you know,
missions,
your job is so
all three
important.
of
We
them,
need you to stay
Nick,
off
that
of the moon to make
you
sure that we can
participated
get
in.
them back home safely.
And we have some photos to kind
you-
of take
you
us
do what
through
it
that.
takes. And that's
This is
what we
something that
ask of
the astronauts
everybody
think
that
about
joins the astronaut corps is
all the time.
is,
All of you think about
we're going to need you to do
when you
what
get
the
ready to
mission
launch.
requires.
You never know what's going to
And,
happen.
that's
and that was the
just-
case
that's an
on this
example,
day
that,
in 2018
sticks in my
when
mind.
you launched.
And during my first
from,
flight, he came to Mission
Kazakhstan.
Control, and I was able
we
to
were
do,
at
actually do a downlink and chat with
launching
him.
on
Oh, wow.
So
Dragon,
it
care
was
complete. Ready for
full
leak
circle
check.
moment and something I'll never forget.
Copy, Dragon. You have a go for section 3, suit leak check.
Michael Collins, of course, was
Go
part
section
of
3, suit leak
Apollo
check.
11, which launched
Yet
in
another check of the suits to make
1969
sure that
and
they're working. They're important equipment.
helped land
This picture
the first
is
man on the moon.
taken as we're getting ready to go
For
up
the United
the launch
States.
tower to get on the elevator to ride to the top of
But
the Soyuz
as you mentioned,
rocket. And
he was called at times
our
the
preparation
loneliest
is
man in the
focused.
world because it was his job to
95%
stay
of our
back
training is training for what to do
in,
when things go wrong,
in the
hoping
capsule
that you're not going to
while
ever need to use
Neil
that
Armstrong
training.
and Buzz Aldrin descended down to the surface of the moon.
Training for everything
and
to go right
got
is
the white
actually
hot
pretty boring
attention
training.
of the entire world.
And so
when
this
they
is
walked on the
an
moon.
instance of you
And,
don't know what life is
there
going to
was
throw
Michael
at
Collins,
you, and
steady,
definitely
waiting
on the
for them to
first
get
launch,
back.
taking care
by
of the
himself.
ship, taking care of the ship, making sure that
Yeah.
he was ready to receive them when they came back. It was a
And then what about
beautiful
now?
day,
If
not
you,
unlike
if
today.
you could share, do you have any
a fall day launching off
mentors?
the same launch pad that
Well,
Yuri Gagarin launched off
the
of.
astronaut office is such
and
a
2
close
minutes
group. You get
into
to
the flight,
interact with so many people. So
that's
I can
when
point to
staging
today's crew.
occurs for the Soyuz, and for
Spanky's
the
been
Soyuz
part of
rocket,
the office since I showed
the
up.
little
And
external
this
boosters
is
on
Mike
the lower
Fink,
half of the
and-
rocket
and
are
he
empty
has,
at that
you know,
point, and then
been
they,
there
they
as
gently
kind of this
separate
force
and then
helping shape
propel
the commercial
themselves
crew
away.
program.
And
But
on that
just
day,
being able to
one
watch
of them
that, and
failed
we have a
to
similar
propel itself
background.
away.
You know, I was
and
Air Force
when
flight test
you're
engineer before
30
I transferred
miles
over
up,
to the
going
Space Force
4,000 miles an
a
hour
few years ago,
the
and
slipstream of
was
the
an Air
wind
Force
is strong
flight
enough
test
that it
engineer,
forced
and so
that
we
empty
had a
that
similar
empty tank
military
to
background.
impale the
And-
center
and
of the
so
rocket, and
there's
and it
lots of those touch
disintegrated.
points inside the astronaut corps.
In that instant, because everything
and-
happens
and
fast
so
when you're going
we
that
work
fast.
together to make
the
each other
launch escape
better.
system pulled us to safety. And so this is a
Such
still shot of that
tremendous experience.
moment. It was kind of a violent
Just within the
side-to-side
astronaut
shaking.
corps. It's a great point,
The
Nick.
alarm is sounding. You can hear it. You can see the alarm flashing
You've
in
got
front of you. There's
highly
a light
experienced
that comes
veterans
on the console
who
that,
have flown on
it says
space shuttle.
rocket emergency.
And you have
and
the new
then you
generation
spend a
of
second or
astronauts who
so
are
trying
flying
to
on the
figure out
commercial
exactly
vehicles.
what
Yeah.
happens
So
as
it
you're
just
slowly
spans
tumbling,
the gamut.
continuing
It
to
does.
coast
You know,
towards
Expedition
space because we were
72.
going so fast. My U.S. crew
crew members up there were Rich Wilmore, Sonny Williams,
and so we
Don
coast
Pettit.
all the way up
So by comparison,
out of
I
that
was the
debris
rookie.
field
But I
up
had,
to about
you know,
previously done
90
3
kilometers.
spacewalks and been
You
up to
made it to
200
space,
Yeah,
right?
Depending on who you ask.
There's
lots of
Was it
I'd
62
inside
miles
the
is the Kármán line? I don't know what the conversion is for the kilometers.
Yeah, so they use they use 100 kilometers is the international standard. The military uses 50 miles. That leaves this gray area, and as far as I'm concerned, I walked away alive, so that it didn't matter.
Amen.
And so that launch escape system
Really enjoying your,
automatically sensed that
your
there was something
insight
wrong
and your experience as you talk
pulled
about
us
it,
to
Nick.
safety.
Astronaut Nick Hague.
So we landed.
with us,
the
Commander
flight
Crew
was 20
9,
minutes.
also flew
Pararescue
on
forces were there to pull
We are
us
T-minus
out,
1 hour and
within
49
6
minutes in
hours, we were
counting
coming
until the
down,
liftoff of
at the
NASA's
airport,
SpaceX
walking off
Crew
the
11
jet,
mission.
able
We have
to
2
embrace
astronauts
family,
and 1
you can see
cosmonaut
I'm
inside
giving
of
Katie a
the
hug,
Dragon Endeavour,
and,
atop the Falcon
that's my
9 rocket
wife, and,
from Launch Pad 39A at the
Alexei's
Kennedy
there
Space Center
with
in
his
Florida.
wife, Svetlana,
Of course, they are
and,
headed to the
our
International Space
extended
Station
family
to help
is
maintain
all
the
there as
orbiting
well.
lab.
And
Once on board the
you know, it's that
International Space
sense
Station,
of-
Crew 11,
of
as you see there,
disappointment that it
will
didn't
become
work out,
members
but
of
also that
Expedition
sense of-
7374. They will conduct research to develop the production
Dragon,
of
we see the
nutrients in
same.
space,
Closeout team will
such as
perform final
vitamins.
closeout steps
They will
and
also
exit the
evaluate
capsule. You can see
mass-producing
section 4,
human-induced
side hatch closed, report
pluripotent
ready
stem
to close
cells,
hatch.
or iPSCs, to develop
In section
cell-based
4 and
therapies
with
for
us.
diseases such as cancer. Also, as a possible alternative to antibiotics. Crew
That's
11
excellent news.
Yes. Will
Good
test
suits.
phage therapy to treat bacterial
And,
infections.
you know, but at the end of the day, that's what it's about. Regardless of whether it's a successful abort or a successful mission.
So
at
Nick
the
and
end
I
of
are
the
standing
day,
by now
it's about getting back to
as we
family.
are listening in to a weather brief. And you did that
So
day.
please stand by.
The launch escape system worked as it was supposed to. And it brought you back to your family along with your cosmonauts, who was your fellow crew member, to his family as well. And that's why you train the way you do, is for moments like that. And it underscores the importance of safety, because this is a risky endeavor.
It is, and you know the crew members take that risk. The families take that risk right there with them. That's why we train. That's we talked about the
SpaceX Dragon crew are ready for side hatch closure.
Copy, crew ready for side hatch closure.
We talked about that before. That international aspect training as a crew. During the abort, Alexei and I didn't have to communicate directly to each other.
Dragon, SpaceX, comm check.
SpaceX Dragon loud and clear.
Core loud and clear. Deidre's comm check is complete. Stand by for comm checks with DC, MD, and LD in the launch configuration.
All right, we have a long series of comm checks that we'll listen into here.
Dragon, DC on countdown 1, comm check.
DC Dragon loud and clear.
DC loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with MD.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1, comm check.
MD Dragon loud and clear.
MD has you loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon,
Again, we are
MD on
standing
Dragon
by
to
as we're
ground,
listening
comm
to a
check.
weather brief from Launch Weather Officer James Tager to
MD,
SpaceX's
Dragon,
launch
loud and
director.
clear.
Please stand by.
And I've got you the same. Stand by for comm checks with LD.
Dragon, LD on countdown 1 with a comm check.
LD Dragon loud and clear.
LD loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, LD on Dragon to ground with a comm check.
LD Dragon loud and clear.
LD loud and clear.
Dragon, SpaceX, launch configuration comm checks are complete.
All right, we're through those comm checks, which we got to be able to check the path through the ground, through the air, and they all sound good. back to what we were talking about as we continue now to your next mission, which is MS-12, and that is, this was just 5 months later, you went to fly again, and we should mention that part of that decision to fly again and jump right back in on a Soyuz rocket is just how successful the Soyuz program has been. You had no problem getting right back on that spacecraft and that rocket and launching into space because that is a highly reliable spacecraft, has been for a long time. We have been listening to a weather brief. This is off air, by the way, but Nick and I listening to Launch Weather Officer James Tager give an update
this whole idea of being
launch director for
launched into
SpaceX
space is
on the weather. This is something that they had set up a few hours ago to do one at the T-minus 2 hour mark. And so here we are, and we have the update. And basically what they said was, it is a sit, watch, and wait situation. We do have increased moisture in the atmosphere. You can certainly see that in the picture in the lower right hand of your screen. Cumulus clouds, light ones building in the area.
Rescued us on that day.
The question is, when that these sea breeze storms and clouds develop, they are going to develop inland, which that launch pad that you see right there is literally 500 feet from the beach. So it's all the way as close as you get to the water, right there at the Atlantic Ocean. But you can see, two things here in the weather. You see some low, thin, puffy cumulus starting to
5 months later
be created in the area, starting to develop.
Christina,
and then you see those high cirrus clouds. Those high clouds are drier in nature. You want to see those. They are moving over the area. They look at those as a sign of good things, potentially to kind of mitigate against the increase in moisture. But
when you get
overall,
a twofer, it's nice to get a
day
launch and a
officer was asked where he would put
and there was so much buildup in terms of getting to the space
right
station.
He left it at
but the
40%
real mission
probability
is
of violation,
on
which
the space
puts us
station.
at
It's
a
doing the
60%
science.
go.
It's the
That has
200 plus
been,
days that follow
the
6 hours
since
getting
we
there.
began our launch broadcast this
that you're
morning.
up there doing
you see there in that shot a line of
upgrading
cumulus
its
clouds,
capabilities.
nice little
That's
clouds
why
there. The
we
scale,
launch.
the kind of the angle
the
of
launch
this
is thrilling,
kind of throws you off
and
because
it's
it
an
makes it look
exciting
like
part
it's
of
out
the mission,
in front
but
of it.
it isn't
But those
the
clouds
mission.
are more over towards the
Well
land
said,
side.
Dick. And
so we will see what
you return
happens with
home
our sea breeze.
from
We're
a
watching it
successful
closely.
mission
We're also
aboard the
watching the
International
weather along the
Space
ascent
Station,
corridor,
and
showers
you can certainly
are moving
tell that
through
you were in
that
space
area.
for a while.
Yeah,
At this
I mean,
moment,
you guys
we
picked
also
a great
need to
photo
have
of
good
me with a
conditions
grimace
there.
on my
This is where the
face.
dragon
couldn't
could
find anything
potentially
better.
splash
I actually
down.
had an amazing
But what's
time
good
up
about
there.
the showers
but when
there,
you come
Nick,
back,
is that they are
gravity
expected to clear
is
that area in
painful.
an hour.
And
So
the adjustment back,
hoping for a
you
good
haven't had to
ascent
lift
corridor,
anything for
and then of course you have the abort
7
zones.
months, and then you come
If
back.
they were to get to
and
orbit,
so
that they would later
the first
splash
few days
down
of
to. They are
readaptation
monitoring those
are challenging
as well.
What are you saying there? Ooh, don't, no,
more
no,
watching,
no.
more
Don't
waiting.
drop
We've
me,
got a
please.
crew that's ready to go. And we've got weather that's just a watch item and continues to be at this
it's
moment.
great. Yeah, and
it's actually,
like I said, you're
for
home,
me, it's fun
and
to
there's a
listen
huge
to
sense of
that
accomplishment
back channel
and relief.
conversation, back and forth
They're
between
removing the protective cover around the
weather
seal
office over at
that
the
leads
45th
into
Space Launch
Dragon
Delta
Endeavour.
and SpaceX,
That's
because
to
you get to
prevent
hear
any
the
FOD from
depth
getting
of
on it, but they
analysis
will
that's
now
going into
take pictures and document
making
exactly
sure
how
that
it looks
every
before
step of
they
the
seal
way
it shut.
the weather is going to
Put a
be
nice bright
good
light on
enough
it,
for the crew,
go
and
around and
and so
do
things
that
are
inspection.
continuing to go. We're still
It's
60%
always
go. I'm
amazing to
staying
me
positive,
that,
and
how little fog,
it's
this debris
it's great that can cause a leak in the seal.
Well,
and
we
the
got
seal is
really
just a
close
piece of
yesterday
rubber
at
that's gonna press
12:09
up
p.m.
against a
Eastern
piece of
Time. We
metal.
were just a minute
And,
away. And so
something like
today
dust
will be at
or a
11:43 a.m.
hair,
Eastern
is
Time.
enough to
So
create
if
a leak
everything
path
tracks as it
that it's gonna
does,
fail the
as it
leak
did
check. And
yesterday,
that's really
then we should
important,
be
'cause
good
this
to go.
hatch is
How
gonna
about
stay
that for some
closed
positivity from your
I love
crew?
for the next 6
All right.
plus months.
T-minus 1
and
hour
protect
and
the
40 minutes
capsule
and
and the
counting. Let's
crew
take you
from
now
the
inside
vacuum of
Mission
space
Control in
and
Houston,
from all the
where flight
air
controllers
inside the
are
capsule
constantly
leaking out into
monitoring the
space.
International Space Station and the people living aboard.
You mentioned the 6-month
NASA's Sandra
baseline
Jones is
for
live
Crew
there
11.
at Johnson
That is
Space Center.
currently
Sandra,
the
good
minimum
morning.
amount of time they will spend on
Hey,
station.
good morning, and thank you,
However,
Daryl.
the
As you said,
commercial
this is
crew
Mission Control
program is
Houston and the
reviewing
International
data
Space Station
along
Flight
with
Control control room here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. The team is continuing to prepare for launch today and is being led by Flight Director Anthony Varia. Today we will be hopefully launching the 11th rotational crew mission to the International Space Station under the agency's Commercial Crew Program. Following Crew 11's arrival, the space station will have a total of 11 crew members representing 3 different agencies aboard for just a few days. Once on board, Crew 11 will go over handover procedures with the off-going Crew 10, including a safety briefing and orientation, and then the new crew will jump right in to help advance scientific knowledge and demonstrate new technologies. After a few days of handover activities, the members of Crew 10 will prepare for their undocking and return to Earth. Direct handovers between crews allow for continuity of the activities and helps to ensure a continuous U.S. presence on the International Space Station, which is about to celebrate 25 years of continuous human presence in November. Ahead of Crew 10's return, JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi will turn over command of the International Space Station to Roscosmos cosmonaut Sergei Ryzhikov. The space station is currently in Expedition 73, and here is a look at that mission patch on your screen. In the fall, NASA astronaut Chris Williams and Roscosmos cosmonaut Sergei Kutsverchkin and Sergei Mikheyev will join the on-orbit crew. Shortly after the departure of the Soyuz MS-27 with NASA astronaut Johnny Kim coming home will mark the commencement of Expedition 74, which will be led by the new commander, NASA astronaut Mike Fink. All this, of course, coming up after today's launch. We will continue with the countdown, and with under 2 hours before launch, we'll send it back over to Kennedy.
Sure does. All right, thank you, Sandra Jones.
Yeah, but at the end of September, in July,
back here at Kennedy Space Center, they're looking up
made
at the Falcon 9 rocket and Dragon
crew so
Endeavour.
That we could create open seats there
with Crew 11
for Butch
inside
and Sonny
the
Williams to come
spacecraft
back
at the
with
very
Alex
top.
And I.
This is Launch Complex 39A
their Starliner
here at the Kennedy Space Center.
Had some issues, and so they, NASA decided to bring it back uncrewed, and so Butch and Sonny,
as well as the long
they made the decision to have them join
space
our
shuttle
crew and rotational mission to go up there and do a 6-month.
We've documented the astronauts' path,
long duration mission,
and crew members' path to the pad
so
today,
Alex
starting at T-minus 4 hours and 10 minutes. We saw them through suit up, all 4 crew members getting into their
kind of the exact
spacesuits.
opposite of what we had yesterday,
leaks,
where it was the weather was trash all day long, except for the 30
head
minutes
out the door
right before launch.
their
And so we
waiting
launched
vehicles,
into this beautiful hole
3 Teslas
in the sky,
outside
and
crew
yesterday
quarters.
was
They
just
jumped
the exact
inside,
opposite.
and under security
the goal,
escort,
the priority
made a
was
20-minute
let's
drive
get to space
across,
and let's integrate Butch and Sonny into the Crew 9
across the
crew.
Kennedy Space Center to
and so you
this
can see us
location
there
that you see here
in the capsule together. Butch
Launch
is in
Complex
the far field.
39A.
Sonny's just off the camera in the near field. And
once inside their spacecraft, they
from
performed umbilical
day
checks.
2 on the station, we were Crew 9.
They did
there
communication
for our,
checks,
6 months
and they
of scientific
pressurized their
research.
suits
That
a
is the
second
mission:
time
is to go up there
to make
and
sure
do that
they are
research
good
and
to
maintain
go
the station
for launch.
and continue
The closeout crew sealed the door, the side
discover.
hatch,
And,
which is used to
and
enter
then
the
we were able to,
spacecraft as well as
get
leave
everybody back home safe.
They
which
sealed it up for
in
the final
end,
time before
that's again what it's about.
going into
is
space.
It's about getting
And
back
now
to
we
the,
are marching
to,
to
the
our
family
next
and
few
giving them a hug.
milestones. We have some margin in the schedule now, so
high-profile
a little time
mission.
for the astronauts
very
to,
much in the spotlight.
as Nick was telling us
when I
yesterday,
talk to people
do some
who know I work at
reflection,
NASA, they say, "Oh, what about those 2 astronauts that got
chat
stuck up at station?"
amongst themselves.
That was stuck was the word, but just did
And
not.
there was a
got
phrase
stuck.
that you used as well
It did.
yesterday. Chair fly.
But the transition, NASA
aviation
made a
term.
decision,
Yeah.
and
To,
immediately
sit
they
there
became
and
test flight,
visualize what
crew
you have
members
to do
into
and go through
regular
the motions
increment mission
mentally of everything
specialists.
that's gonna
And they just
come
made the
down
pivot.
road.
They
And
worked
so
on
chair
station.
flying,
They
the
worked
launch
alongside you.
sequence,
They were a
and
part of
everything
Crew
that you're gonna
9.
have to do.
And you
Thinking
brought
about
them
all the
home
different radio
on
calls,
Dragon, and
all the different cues
it
that you need to be
was
able to see.
really
that's
making the
chair
best
flying.
of a situation, a decision that was made. to get full use of their time being, having expended the energy, the effort, the money to get them up on station. Hey, let's put them to work.
Video. Yeah, and yesterday and today,
significant
the theme
anniversary coming up on November 2nd, 25 years of continuous human presence aboard the orbiting
Ensure all items
laboratory.
are secure from now through launch.
And liftoff. International Space Station is underway.
Dragon copy from liftoff.
We are in the golden age of the space station right now in terms of the return on investment and what we're able to do there.
One of the great legacies of the space station is not just going to be science, but very importantly, the international cooperation. This is perhaps most prominent, international cooperation for exploration.
And the closeout crew closes the hatch to Dragon Endeavour, sealing the astronauts inside for their journey to the International Space Station.
Yeah, what a view.
What you were saying.
Well, 25 years is if when I first joined the astronaut corps, I hear echoed in elementary schools Zena's words that we played today. Everybody in this room doesn't know life without someone living in Mike and Kimmy and Alex. Now I can do that at colleges. It's not space. It's just impressive. Exploration is not about individuals. Scientific research. It's about the mission, international cooperation. And this risky endeavor that we take part in over the last 2.5 decades because of the thrill. It's a treat to be part of that, and everybody that's part of. And so the Crew 9 space flight is just another mission referring to that legacy of the 25 years of the space station so proud of operations and making that happen, doing the scientific discovery and research up there. So yeah, we brought Butch and Sonny into Crew 9, and it's a testament to their competency and professionalism. From day one, they were all in and able to operate as full-up crew members.
You worked alongside them every single day of that mission, of that 7-month mission.
Absolutely. And
one of the first
they
things
are amazing crewmates.
Crew 11 did as a team was design their mission
everything
patch.
the ground threw at us, we were able to do.
Participated in the
and that's also
design
a huge
of yours.
testament
This is
to the
Crew
teams
11's
that
patch.
prep us to get
Its
ready
colors
to fly.
celebrate the three nations
I've talked
they represent.
about the 95% of the time we're training for things that we don't expect to happen, but just in case.
Together.
And
NASA,
they had done
JAXA,
training
Roscosmos.
just in
Two
case they got
sunbeams
stretched.
form
They
the
had
number
done
11
spacewalk
that you see
training.
shaded
They had
in the
done
background,
robotics training. They had done
shining
the things
on
that they
a
needed
tiny
to
blue
do
dot.
just in case
Our
this
home on Earth.
thing we don't think is
a
ever going to
dragon
happen
looks
might
on, a
happen.
nod to both the
And that's what we
spacecraft
do
and the spirit
every
of
day
exploration,
is we prepare
while a red
for that.
flame
And so
wraps
that's
around
the,
it, all
we
symbolizing
talk about
the full
a professional
journey.
astronaut
Launch,
corps. That's
life
what a
in
professional
space,
astronaut
and a safe
corps
return home.
prepares
and if
to
you
do.
look closely,
but that
you can see
demands
a tribute
that we
to their
have
children
this
in the stars, a
team
reminder that missions
that
like
helps
this
us get
inspire
there.
the
And
next
so
generation.
those are the rock stars behind this whole story. Is this
designing your
team
patch
of,
is one of those
of
first
trainers
crew bonding
that had the
experiences,
foresight and the imagination to come up with the
put your
things that
ideas
they
out
think
there,
we
but
might
it's fun to
need,
see the final
and they got
product
them
'cause it
ready,
really
and we were
expresses
able
the
to
personality of the
adapt
crew.
and overcome the challenges that were thrown at us. And Xena
and you and your team
drew
adapted
the dragon, so
extremely well. Did she?
She's
It was a
she's an
successful
artist.
mission. We saw the last photo of you guys coming back down. And here you are today. We're going to talk more about her artistic co-hosting our launch broadcast to see Crew 11 into space. Doing that around T-minus 13 minutes. If you're just now joining us, you're watching the flight live coverage from NASA and SpaceX.
Nick, each
Crew 11's
crew
launch
member gets
to
to
bring
the
international
personal
space
stuff
station. T0 is
aboard
11:43 a.m.
the
Eastern
ISS.
Time.
You don't get to bring
We
a
have
lot.
little more than 2 hours.
And you, in
before
fact,
we
have a
lift
designated
off.
volume, right?
Yeah, so
Weather
a
is
small
60%
bag.
go.
We're
keeping a close
getting
eye
things
on
to and from
the
space
winds
is expensive,
and the convective
but
activity
it
we
is
expect
important
around
because
that
you are
time.
going
The
to
hope
be
is that
living
we'll have
on the space station.
a nice spot to launch
and so
through
being able to bring some personal
into the
effects
sky
that help connect
and
you
onto
and ground
into
you to
space.
your friends and family and loved ones that
You
are on the ground.
mentioned
So
all the work that you
here's
did
a small
when you were on
bag.
Crew
You get
9.
to put a few
And of
things in
course,
it. Can't
a
be
lot
too
of
heavy.
that,
Can't be too big.
focuses around
and,
research
and everybody brings
on
up
the ISS.
unique things.
And certainly that's
The
what
International
Commander
Space Station
Zena
is
Cardman
one of the most
did.
extraordinary
And you had a
labs
hand
that has
in helping
ever been built.
get her
And it's the final
her flight
destination,
kit
of course, for
stowed
Crew 11.
away and
Let's take a
put into
closer look
place.
now at the science
She told
happening
us
up
that
there
she's
in low Earth
bringing,
orbit,
of course,
and how it's
photographs of
improving
family
life
and
for
friends,
all of us down here on
photographs carrying that have her team members in it. She's carrying
The
some for
International
them,
Space
she's going to
Station
then
isn't just a
return to
symbol,
them,
it's a powerhouse of
team,
cutting-edge science,
instructors,
constantly revealing secrets
flight
that
controllers,
defy
people
Earth's
who keep
limitations
the crew
and drive us
safe
farther
while,
into the cosmos.
they fly.
Our mission is
So
research
she has
and
those.
science. We have experiments
addition,
mounted on the outside
she
of the
also
station that are
has
looking at
cars
Earth.
that
We
her
study our own
father
bodies
drove
and how they react to
that have
space,
been
to
up
weightlessness,
there
to radiation. And that
since
helps not only us
Crew
go
9
on
went up, since
further
you
in
went up.
future missions,
Yeah,
but
so
also
the
helps
things
for
that we
medical
get to
research
take
back
up
home.
often
And then we study lots of different things as
ride
well,
up with
like
us
materials,
in the Crew
combustion,
Dragon.
all
They
sorts
come
of
up
things
on a
that help us
cargo
understand
vehicle
life back on Earth.
and so our
Yeah.
Microgravity doesn't play by the rules, it flips them upside down, transforming how liquids flow, how flames burn, and unraveling biological mysteries before our eyes.
I saw some heart tissues beating in space, and it was incredible.
So Tom, you see that top one beating looks like happy heart cells.
Wilson's things aside.
But we're not just along for the
when they
ride.
get
We're
to the station,
explorers,
they're gonna
diving
be
headfirst into the challenge and harnessing the power of this unparalleled
Michael
platform, just as we
is
have
bringing
for
something
decades.
that is very familiar to
We're on
Kim
a relentless quest
missions
for
that he's
answers,
gone on in
seeking
the
to
past.
understand
He's
the
taking
intricate workings of the
his
human
wife,
body in
Dama
space,
Sa, from her
and
side of the
ensuring
family. It's a
future
type
crews
of
stay
silk
safe
scarf
on their daring
from
journeys
her home
beyond
state
Earth's
of
orbit.
Assam.
The human
It carries with it
aspect
the
of
blessings
human
for
space
his trip to
exploration
the
is always
ISS
going to be
from
very
her side
important
of
for
the
decades
family.
to come.
He took one on
And when
all
it comes
three
to
of his
technology,
previous
we're not
missions.
waiting around. We're
The one
discovering
that he
new
did
ways
aboard
to
the
grow
space shuttle,
crops
as
in
well
harsh
as his
environments
two
and
soldiers.
engineering innovations to tackle Earth's greatest challenges.
We
He's been
have
married for
amazing
25 and a
technology
half
that
years,
allows us
so
to
something
recycle
that's
water
very
and
personal
create
and
water for
very
us to
important
drink.
to him.
It's delicious.
Kimia is breaking a lot of pictures of family and friends.
Microgravity
and
isn't
he's
just a
gonna
curiosity,
give some
it's
of
a
them back
game
to
changer in the
those
fight against
friends.
diseases back on Earth,
And we mentioned
paving the way for
Alan
breakthroughs that
earlier,
benefit us all
taking
and
pictures,
enabling new
and
economic
also,
opportunities
a couple
in
of
space.
toys.
Welcome, Axiom 3
He's
on board the
borrowing
International
toys.
Space Station.
From our vantage point more than
Very much
200 miles above
an
Earth,
intent
we
on
are not
returning them
just spectators. We're gaining
some
unprecedented insights into the
additional
world
status.
we call home, and we're sharing our
A
findings
space flown
openly.
toy.
Yeah,
We're
you-
not
the
just
space
achieving
phone,
results today.
there's
We're
something
sparking
about-
inspiration in future generations of
I think this
explorers and
desire
embracing the
to
power of
photographs
global
to bring
collaboration
things to
as we
space
reach for
and
the
then bring
stars.
them
What
back
was
to
your
friends
favorite
and
experiment on the International Space Station?
It's
Toby,
the-
great question.
really
My
the
favorite
desire
experiment was the one that I
bring
got
the
to eat.
space with you.
It was us growing Hatch chili
And the
peppers
best
in
I
our
can
plant
do
habitat.
is bring
Huntsville
a little
on
bit of
2,
the
we have
space
video in
back
Node 1.
to-
Look at those chili peppers.
But yeah, if I could.
And as we soar through space at 17,500 miles per hour, each moment is a step closer to unlocking the mysteries of our Earth, our universe, and propelling our pioneering spirit even farther into space. So come along for the ride aboard the International Space
better
Station.
off the planet's going to be. And these are small gestures we do for our families to share that with them, but then also
The beauty
to let
of
them
the
know how
International
important
Space
they are
Station and all
to
the science
actually
that's
putting us
happening.
in those seats on that rocket because you don't get there on your own. Why are we there? It's science.
It takes
it's
a
science
team
in the
to
space
get you there. It
environment and
takes
in the
the
radiation
family, the
environment.
love, and
It's
the support
science
to get you there.
in microgravity, where you can float without end, and you can't do that anywhere else.
In addition to the flight kits, of course,
as
Crew
you can
11
see from
taking
this shot,
science
looking
up skyward,
as well,
up
and some of the
past
experience
the Falcon 9
experiments they'll be
rocket
working
and
on
other
spacecraft.
include how do
Our
you grow
astronauts
vitamins in
are
space
aboard,
or even use viruses to fight bacteria.
They are strapped
on a
in.
spacecraft. For the past
They've
year and a
had
half, Crew
suit
11 has been
leak
training to
checks.
support cutting-edge research like this
They've had
aboard
comm
the
checks.
International Space Station. First up is Bionutrients 3.
To get a few
the study is
little
looking
clouds
at
in the sky,
how
as
to
expected.
make essential vitamins and nutrients in
It's
space.
warm here in
so
Florida.
Astronauts can stay healthy on long missions.
On this first day
They'll
of
be
August.
testing samples like yogurt, kefir, and a yeast-based drink to see how
And it's
well
also
they
very
work in
humid,
microgravity.
even more humid than it
Next
was
is
yesterday.
stem cell XIP1,
As you can
which
see, the
uses
puffy
space to
cumulus
grow stem
clouds are
cells. These cells can turn
accumulating
into
a little
any
earlier
type of
today.
cell in the body and could one day help treat diseases like cancer. Growing them in microgravity may produce more cells and better ones, higher quality stem cells that we can then use
While we
on
have
Earth.
this moment,
And then there's Genes in Space
where we
12.
have a
It's
natural
testing
pause
phage
in the
therapy,
action.
which uses viruses
Let's take a
that
look at our
target and
crew
kill
today.
bacteria. It could be a
Introduce you
powerful
to,
alternative to antibiotics,
the
especially
entire
in
team.
space, where
They are
infections
led by
can
Crew
become
11
harder
Commander
to treat. NASA astronaut Zena Cardman. She holds a Master of Science in Marine
Some pretty
Sciences
interesting
from UNC
research
Chapel
happening on
Hill.
Station, Dick.
Carbon has experience with NASA research
stem
in the
cells,
Canadian
of
High
course.
Arctic.
That
Has
research
supported
has
real-time
been
station
around for a
operations
little bit,
and lunar
even
surface
you got to
exploration
work on
planning.
stem cells in
She also
space.
likes rock
In
climbing
your time on the ISS.
and powerlifting
in
in her
the
free time.
the comparison between my first mission and my second mission, just the complexity of
And
the
you trained with
experiments
her
that we've been able
for
to start to do up there
over a
is-
year.
It's just
almost
exploded.
18 months.
And so we're really starting to
She's,
see return on the investment on maximizing the output
person of many
our
talents.
facilities up there. But those three experiments
most
that you
importantly,
highlighted
she's got
are
an infectious personality.
they're pretty cool because they
Her
highlight different
positivity
aspects.
and,
The stem cells,
and,
Genes in Space 12. You know,
she's just
it's the
fun
12th
person to hang out
iteration,
with.
so we've been
does.
doing this
It
a long time.
radiates
Stem
from
cells
her.
is
It does.
getting really
You know?
complex.
Yep.
Then you're talking about nutrients in space.
And that's, you know, if you're
and
gonna be in
that's
a capsule
how we're leveraging the
for,
space station research to be
15
able
hours
to
or 20
inform us
hours
on
or
how we're
40
going
hours,
to
you're
do
gonna be
deep
in a
space
station
exploration.
in close
'Cause
proximity to somebody.
we
for
need to
6
learn some of
months
those
or
answers
more.
here close to home, where
you want somebody that
you're
you
a few
enjoy hanging
hours
out
away
with.
from the surface, and we can iterate quickly.
And I certainly enjoyed
versus
our time
taking it
together when
months
she
or years away
co-hosted our
from
launch
the Earth,
broadcast
and
for
you
Crew
can't
9. We
iterate as
watched
fast
you,
and learn
Nick,
as
go
fast.
up into space.
So the space station.
Michael Fink is our
I was
pilot
impressed
and
with
funny
a
man.
lot of the things that I was doing this
Only,
last time around were all
according to him,
focused
the
on
only second
how
funniest
are
crew
we
member aboard.
reducing risk.
He is a
and
veteran of
learning
3
more that's
space
gonna help
flights.
us get
Fink
back to
has
the
completed
surface of the
9
moon and onto
spacewalks,
Mars.
totaling 48
That's the focus
hours
now.
and 37
Where
minutes
so
of
much
EVA
research,
time.
the
He
human
spent
research
382
as well
days in space.
aspect of it.
Fink is a
How
certified
can we
pilot for
help
Boeing Starliner and
astronauts
SpaceX Crew Dragon,
survive the
as well as a
hostility of
co-pilot,
space
flight
in
engineer
deep
on
space,
Soyuz, and a
going
mission
out to
specialist
Mars,
on the space shuttle.
going to the moon.
Fink enjoys
So
spending
much has
time
been
with his
focused
family,
on that recently,
traveling,
and
geology,
it's important
and
because
learning new
there's a lot of
languages.
technology that we have yet to develop
You know, equally
to help make sure
somebody
astronauts are going to
that's
be safe
enjoyable
on that
to
journey.
hang out
Yeah.
with.
Yeah,
That's
and,
true.
you know, and you
It's,
see this
you can
budding,
say that about
this
all of
budding
crew. Just
Dragon
great
SpaceX
people.
with a
Start
good
of that
hatchery check.
understanding and helping really propel us deeper into space, but then you also see that level of
Dragon
complexity
copy.
build up
Good leak check.
on
Great news.
the research that we're getting
that is great news.
to be
That
able
is.
to leverage like
And
the
so
stem
that,
cells here on the ground to make life better for
That
everyone
means
on
that the
Earth.
crew
And that's
is
the goal of
sealed up
exploration.
inside, safe from
At
the
its
hostile
biggest is
environment of space once this
Going and
Dragon
discovering and
spacecraft
learning
gets
so that we can
into
make things better
SpaceX
back here on
It's
forward
into
Earth.
orbit.
We are commencing health check for launch escape system. Expect momentary flight computer state change, followed by a transition back to pad hatch closed.
Dragon copies. We'll monitor the flight computer state changes.
Now, this is an important milestone to check the health of the launch escape system.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're doing it well in advance of when
T-minus
we
1
would
hour
turn
and
on
21
the
minutes
launch
and
escape
counting
system and activate it
until
at about
liftoff
the
of
T-minus 45
NASA and
points,
SpaceX
before
is
you
Crew
start
11 to the International Space
add
Station.
your
You're looking at a
propellant
live
and
view
your oxidizer
of
to
Launch
the
Complex
rocket.
39A.
You want to do that
That's
early,
Dragon
so if
Endeavour,
there is any issues
the
you need to
flight
troubleshoot,
leader
you've got time to do it. So this
in
is the
the
early checkout of that
SpaceX
system.
fleet of vehicles. Today would be its 6th flight. Dragon Endeavour has flown.
Let's introduce you to
5
our mission
previous flights.
specialist now.
Since its first flight in 2020 for Demo 2, SpaceX's Endeavour Dragon has been a workhorse for NASA's commercial Crew 11's mission specialist. Mission after mission, and with 142 safely carried astronauts to the International Space Station 5 times. Demo to the space station. Crew 2, Yui flew as a flight engineer for Expedition 4445 and became the first Japanese. In all, Endeavour has flown 9 astronauts, 3 space tourists, 2 Roscosmos in November cosmonauts, 1 retired NASA astronaut, and 1 ESA astronaut, and an Arab astronaut. To and from the International Space Station.
And when you think
Crew
about
11
history,
marks Endeavour's
capturing
6th
the
mission
H2,
to the ISS.
The HTV,
and there's been some fun that's been had along the way as well.
If he could capture
that
the
Endeavour
HTVX
has seen some
as it
fun
comes
cruise. Absolutely, and that's the plan. So
the bar is high.
HTVX, which is Japan's newest
choreographed dancing is
vehicle, which is going to start docking with the
skill.
space station. If it all works out, Jax is really hoping that he'll be at the helm of the crew. The Canadian arm, with which sweet moves, will grapple the spacecraft and bring it in to space station.
That'd be fabulous. The international aspects of the space station can't be. You can't overstate the importance of it. It's just the way we're able to collaborate.
Some things we're looking forward to, of course, further down the countdown
arm to
grab
a
launch
JAXA
escape system
vehicle
arm and traction with crew access arm.
How we work together.
Getting closer to less than an hour from now, so we're gearing up for that. Also, the big one, T-minus 35 minutes,
the weather
will
briefing
begin
earlier today,
tanking
which is
this
the
rocket
probability
with
of violation at
propellants
40%
in order
due
to
to weather
make
at the
this
launch
flight to
site. That
space.
is the same as the weather briefing. We are going to keep an eye on that.
Yeah,
as the
everything
count
builds up to that. Well, everything builds up to liftoff, right?
That's right.
But if you're going to go anywhere, you need gas. And,
Copy.
before we
Healthy
load up
Dragon,
with gas, we
Healthy
gotta
Falcon. Our
arm
watch
the launch
item
escape system.
is
So
weather, which as
all of that
briefed
starts
is
to really
40%
pick up
chance of
around
violation.
T-minus
We'll be
45.
monitoring.
And,
Crew will be ready to go.
Right now you're still in that. You're in the seat. You're waiting. You're reflecting. As you start to arm the launch escape system,
And
that's
lastly,
the mental shift.
the Crew 11 mission specialist.
So now it's time to be ready to go.
Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg Platonov. This will be his first trip to the International Space Station. He graduated
We
from
have time
the
for another
Krasnodar
social
Higher
question?
Military
We do
Aviation
indeed. Let's
School
take
of
one.
Pilots with a degree in engineering and military rank of lieutenant. He is married
Christy
with one child.
asks,
and he
how
is
do they
taking
store,
a
drink
toy
enough water
from that child
on the space station?
The child.
This is a
That
great
sounded
question.
terrible.
You can go so many directions with this.
Why don't you go in all of them?
So
He's taking it into space.
water is really heavy. Surprisingly,
I'm gonna take your favorite toy away from
heavy
you.
things are
No.
expensive to launch.
No,
into space.
and that's one of the
we'd
the
need
cool
to launch
things
way
that,
too many
we're
rockets
allowed
if
to
we
do
didn't learn
is-
how to
is
recycle
take,
our water.
little mementos
And
that
so
we can take
at
that
its
remind us
simplest
of our friends
form,
and family.
what we're trying to do on the space
and
station
loved
is
ones,
mimic
and
the
then
things that happen on the
at the
ground.
end of the day, we get to bring that back to
The
them. and
Earth
then
naturally
his-
recycles
his
its water.
child's going to be
on
able
the space station, we
hold
have to
that
create
deer
these
the
really
rest of their
complex
life.
machines in order to
It
take
really
dirty
has to be
water and
special.
distill it and
I have
purify
a
it
son,
into
young
drinking
son,
water.
and I
And
look
we're
at his
able to do
toys
that with about
nostalgia.
96
I see
to
him play with them.
98%
I see
of
how
our
much they
water up
mean to
there.
him.
So we only have to
And then
launch
to
a little
add
bit of
that
water each time
additional
in order to
sentiment-
replace what we
sentimentality
consume.
to it
Yeah.
is-
So how do we
that's
recycle? What
just
do we
cool.
recycle? Well, we have to work out every day up there for 2.5 hours. And while you're riding the bike or running on the treadmill or lifting weights, you're sweating. And that sweat has to go somewhere. It evaporates
And,
off your
you
skin,
know, his
and
kid
the air
will, I'm
conditioners
sure,
inside of
see
the
some
space
video
station
clip
collect
in
that,
some way
that
of
sweat, that
toy
humidity,
floating
and then
around,
they
right?
move that
it
into
makes it
the
more
water
tangible,
purification
right?
system.
I held it in
and
my
it
hands,
turns it
and
into
now
clean
I see
drinking
it
water.
in space. And
That's
somehow
one
that
source.
draws-
Another big source
draws your-
is
your-
urine.
you know, I did the same thing with
And
my kids. It
so
draws them
as we go to the
closer to
restroom
that
up there, we
experience.
collect that urine and put it into a urine purification system, and that turns it into dirty water. It's actually clean,
So the
but it
vehicle's
turns it into
clean,
dirty water that we put into the water
everything's tracking
purification
well,
system,
and we're waiting
we
on a
use
weather
that.
update.
And so what was today's
I gotta-
coffee
I propose we
is
we
tomorrow's
focus on the
coffee.
60% go
is
as
the day
opposed
after
to
that's
the
coffee.
50% probability of violation.
We
Just
can do
seems
that.
more. It seems
Oh, you're
more
looking
glass half
live.
full.
Thank you so much for that. That was a great explanation.
And we,
that's what we
albeit,
put on
a
our
little bit
graphic. We put
gross.
the go.
You're looking
Officially,
at
it's
a
given
live
to us
view
in a
of Crew 11
POV.
and I
at Launch
understand
Complex
that, you know,
39A
statistics
at the
are
Kennedy
the way
Space
they
Center
are
in
for a
Florida.
reason. That's right.
Stay right
But-
here because in just a few moments we will be expanding our live launch
is,
coverage.
positive thoughts
He is
today.
doing his best with the positivity here, and I appreciate it greatly. Okay, so we have a confirmed hatch closure.
So we'll start to see the closeout crew wrap up operations there in the White Room. And all of this is well ahead of schedule. So that's a good thing. They got plenty of margin if they need it.
Absolutely. Margin's a good thing to have.
How about some more social questions?
I love it. Let's do it.
Yeah, keep them coming, folks. You can do it with hashtag AskNASA through the various platforms, Facebook, X, YouTube, and Twitch. Our next question. Abigail C3 asks, are there any space, quote, pioneers that have inspired Nick during his career or leading up to it? Did you have mentors at NASA? Well, let's take the first half of that question and talk about the pioneers.
Yeah, pioneers. You know, I read lots of biographies, autobiographies as I was growing up of, you know, the Apollo generation, you know, the early space program. I was fortunate enough on my first space flight, actually before that, after I'd been selected at NASA, you know, every couple years we have a reunion where all the current astronauts, former astronauts gather together, and I got to meet Michael Collins, and he is somebody that I had always looked up to, and you know, it just, if you read his book or you just read his history, for me he was the epitome of, you know, we said it earlier today, it's not about the individual. You do the job that the mission requires you to do, and you know, to be part of the crew that landed on the moon, that first landed on the moon, but be the only member that, hey, you know, your job is so important, we need you to stay off of the moon to make sure that we can get them back home safely, and you do what it takes, and that's what we ask of everybody that joins the astronaut corps is you know, we're going to need you to do what the mission requires. And that's an example that sticks in my mind. And during my first flight, he came to Mission Control, and I was able to actually do a downlink and chat with him.
Oh, wow.
So it was a full circle moment, and something I'll never forget.
Michael Collins, of course, was part of Apollo 11, which launched in 1969 and helped land the first man on the moon for the United States. But as you mentioned, you know, he was called at times the loneliest man in the world, because it was his job to stay back in the capsule while Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin descended down to the surface of the moon and got the white-hot attention of the entire world when they walked on the moon. And there was Michael Collins, steady, waiting for them to get back.
Taking care
by
of
himself.
the ship. Taking care of the ship, making sure that he was ready to receive them when they came back.
And then what about now, if you can share? Do you have any mentors?
Well,
good morning, Ed. Welcome back. You're watching live launch coverage of NASA and SpaceX's 11th rotational flight to the International Space Station. I'm NASA's Daryl Nail, joined once again by NASA astronaut Nick Hague. After yesterday's weather scrub, we're back on track for a second attempt. Liftoff now set for 11:43 a.m. Eastern Time from Launch Pad 39A here at the Kennedy Space Center. And before we continue, a quick reminder about Nick's incredible experience in space. General Nick Hague was selected as a NASA astronaut in 2013. His first flight to space station ended in 2018 with a launch abort following a rocket booster failure on Soyuz MS-10, a dramatic escape that he and his Roscosmos crewmate survived safely.
Together to make each
he
other
then returned
better.
to space successfully on Soyuz MS-12, spending 203 days on the ISS. Then last fall,
just
he
within
commanded
the astronaut
NASA's
corps.
SpaceX
It's a great
Crew
point,
9
Nick.
mission, launching with cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov.
You've got
in total,
highly
Nick has
experienced
logged
veterans
373
who have
days in
flown
space
on space
and completed 4 spacewalks.
and you have
so
the
glad
new
you're here with us,
generation
and
of
you've
astronauts
documented
who are flying on
everything
commercial vehicles.
starting at T-minus
So it
4
just
hours and 10 minutes
expands
early this morning, and we've been rocking and rolling ever since.
No, it's been great to be here. I
Expedition
wouldn't want to
72.
be anywhere else.
Supporting
my U.S. crew members up there
your
were
friend
Butch
and
Wilmore,
colleague
Sonny Williams,
Zena
and Don
Cardman, as well as the
So
rest
by
of the crew
comparison, I was
members
the rookie.
on their mission
But
today.
I had,
Crew
you
11
know,
is launching
Jackie,
from Pad
copy. Jackie, on the
39A,
weather,
just
we're
over an
still
hour away.
about
I was
the
still the
same
rookie.
as previously,
So there's
40%
lots of
chance
experience
of
inside.
Once
violation.
they
And
launch,
copy all, we are all tracking for
they'll arrive at
MS2
station and join Expedition 7374. And in just 3 days, Crew 10 will return home. A quick 2+2 crew handover.
Some of that experience. It's a passing of the baton.
Really enjoying your insight.
Yeah, so
we
your
had an update
experience, if you
there
talk
about the
about it,
weather.
Nick,
We had been
astronaut
monitoring
Nick Hague,
that situation. The POV
here
which is
with us,
probability of
Commander of
violation
Crew 9,
still stands
also
at
flew on
40%. That was
Soyuz.
the update they were
We
giving.
are T-minus 1 hour
We are
and 49
go,
minutes
as
in.
Nick
हेलो एवरीवन, मेरा नाम इरफान है और मेरी यूट्यूब जर्नी स्टार्ट हुई थी जनवरी 2017 में। मुझे आज भी याद है कि इट वाज द 1st ऑफ जनवरी जब मैंने अपनी पहली वीडियो अपलोड की थी और आज मेरे मिलियन से ज़्यादा सब्सक्राइबर्स हैं और यूट्यूब ने मेरी पूरी ज़िंदगी तब्दील कर दी। यूट्यूब ने मुझे इनेबल किया है कि मैं बड़े ख्वाब देख सकूं पूरी दुनिया।
SpaceX teams help them into their custom pressure suits, and once on board the International Space Station, Crew 11, yesterday,
you see there,
they gathered around a
will
table
become
for a
members
card
of
game
Expedition
to burn off
7374.
any lingering bad
They will
luck
conduct
before
research
launch.
to develop the
After
production
that,
of nutrients
they
in
followed
space,
in the footsteps
such
of
as
every
vitamins.
NASA astronaut
They will
since
also
Apollo 7
evaluate
in
mass-producing
1968 by
human-induced
walking out to greet a
pluripotent stem
crowd of
cells, or
family, friends, and
iPSCs,
supporters
to develop
Then it was
cell-based
into their
therapies
Teslas
for
a
diseases such
security
as cancer.
escorted ride
Also,
out to launch
as a
pad
possible
39A.
alternative to
Took about
antibiotics.
20 minutes to get out there.
Crew
It was a
11
journey filled with excitement.
will test phage
and
therapy to
anticipation
treat
for a
bacterial
second attempt.
infections.
They got a look at their rocket, stared up at it, and then walked across the crew access arm and into their spacecraft. And we've been monitoring them ever since. We're watching them live
So Nick
now,
and I are standing
strapped
by
into
now
Dragon Endeavour
as we
as they
are
await
listening
the
in
next
to a
big
weather brief.
milestones, fueling of the rocket and the
please stand
arming
by.
of the launch escape system. These are big moments, and we'll talk the audience through them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's right now they're waiting a little bit, but the excitement's going to start to pick up here when we arm the launch escape system and then put on the 1,000,000 pounds of propellant that's going to go onto this rocket that we're going to turn into flame and push these guys into space.
And if all goes well, that'll happen according to plan at 11:43 a.m. Eastern Time. Now, throughout the broadcast, we've been taking your questions from social media. We want to keep them coming. Just send them in on the hashtag AskNASA on Facebook, X, YouTube, and Twitch. And if you're watching NASA's YouTube channel right now, you can refresh your player or browser to join our chat. Okay, at this time, we're going to expand our coverage as we did yesterday to include our partners at SpaceX. So let's welcome back our commentators joining us live again from Hawthorne, California. Welcome back, guys. We're going to give it another go.
Thanks, Daryl. It's great to hear and see you guys once again. And like you mentioned before, keeping an eye on the weather is going to be the name of the game today. I'm Joseph Zakshesky with NASA Communications.
And I'm Soumya Srivastava, a certification engineer here at SpaceX.
We're once again excited to be...
Dragon, foot restraint checks complete.
And you just heard the call down from the crew.
Copies. Thank you.
As they continue to march forward towards those milestones, their restraint checks, they're strapped in and ready to go. And we're once again excited to be joining you from Mission Control here in Hawthorne, California, as we count down the liftoff of Crew 11, just a little more than an hour from now. And as you heard Daryl and Nick talk about during yesterday's launch attempt, the weather played the key factor and caused the scrub. They walked right up to the T-minus 1 minute and 7 second mark. So today we continue to keep our eye on the skies and monitor the weather as the clock continues to roll backwards towards liftoff. Crew 11 is our 11th mission with SpaceX, operationally flying astronauts for long-duration missions to the International Space Station, and the 12th as a part of NASA's Commercial Crew Program with SpaceX. Crew 11 has 2 first-time flyers on board, as well as a veteran NASA astronaut and a veteran Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, or JAXA, astronaut making their return to microgravity. The multinational crew also represents 3 different space agencies, Soumya: NASA, JAXA, and Roscosmos.
And today's crew will fly aboard Dragon Endeavour, which was the first operational Dragon to carry crew on board during SpaceX and NASA's Demo 2 mission in 2020 with astronauts Bob and Doug. Endeavour has been pretty busy since then, having flown NASA's Crew 2 mission, Axiom 1, and NASA's Crew 6 and Crew 8 missions. This will be the first Dragon that gets to fly 6 times. Overall, for the Dragon fleet, this will be Dragon's 49th visit to the space station and its 19th human spaceflight mission overall, and the 5th Dragon flight just this year. And notably, today's return of the Falcon 9 first stage will be the last landing at Landing Zone 1 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station.
Now, over these last 3+ hours, Crew 11 has been going through the detailed process of getting ready for their mission, similar to what they went through yesterday on the first launch attempt and their ultimate destination, the International Space Station. So let's introduce you to the crew. In the commander's seat, as you get a live look inside the capsule, is astronaut Zena Cardman conducting her first space flight. She holds a Master of Science in Marine Sciences from the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, and has experience with NASA research in the Canadian High Arctic. She has also supported real-time station operations and lunar surface exploration planning. And sitting right next to Cardman is pilot Mike Fink of NASA, a veteran of 3 space flights. He has spent 382 days in space, including 9 spacewalks for an impressive 48 hours and 37 minutes in total.
Basically,
what
he said was, it is a sit, watch, and wait situation.
से $6,000
increased moisture in the atmosphere.
मंथली आप कमा सकते हैं बगैर अपनी शक्ल दिखाए.
Cumulus clouds, light ones building in the area. The question is, when the sea breeze, storms, and clouds develop, they are going to develop inland, which that
बगैर अपनी आवाज को बताए किस तरह नासा की वीडियोस को आपने अपने एक नए YouTube चैनल पर अपलोड करना है और ऑटोमेटिकली आपके पैसे बनना शुरू हो जाएंगे. आपने nasa.gov पे जाना है. गैलरी पे आने के बाद ये लिखा है अल्ट्रा हाई डेफिनेशन वीडियो, यहाँ क्लिक करना है. अब ये जो भी वीडियोस हैं इनको उठा लो, कोई कॉपीराइट का चक्कर नहीं है. इनको डाउनलोड करो, डाउनलोड करके अपने YouTube चैनल पर डालना शुरू करो. YouTube के लिए Gmail का एक अकाउंट आपके पास पहले से होगा ही, जो सबके पास होता है. आपने सिर्फ YouTube जिस तरह लिखना है, क्लिक करना है, 2-3 स्टेप बोलेगा ये करो, आपका चैनल बन जाएगा. उसके बाद आपको हैशटैग चाहिए, तो ChatGPT मोबाइल पर आप डाउनलोड कर लो. वहां आपने लिखना है नासा की वीडियो के लिए हैशटैग YouTube चैनल के लिए चाहिए.
27, that spacecraft that'll carry NASA astronaut Johnny Kim in his return back to Earth. While on board, Crew 11 will conduct space station maintenance and scientific research to understand plant cell division, finding alternatives to antibiotics and microgravity, investigate producing essential nutrients on demand for long-duration missions, and study how spaceflight affects human physiology and psychology. And looking forward to hear more about that incredible research being done on this mission and how it will help prepare NASA
you see
and
there
astronauts
in that
return
shot,
to the moon and then
a line of
Mars.
cumulus clouds.
The crew will also engage with students worldwide via the ham radio and use its existing
kind of
hardware with newly integrated software to test backup lunar navigation solutions. Now, as we continue to monitor today's countdown, we're approaching that 1 hour mark, 1 hour and 3 minutes to go. So let's get an update on all things that involve the Falcon 9, the spacecraft, the crew, and more as we welcome in another member of our broadcast team, in Ronnie.
Through that area.
Thanks so much, Joseph, and good morning, everyone. I'm Ronnie Foreman, a senior sales manager here at SpaceX, and I'm very excited to be joining you again today from right outside of Mission Control in Hawthorne. It continues to be a smooth countdown this morning, and we're looking good for an on-time liftoff at 11:43 a.m. Eastern Time from Launch Complex 39A in Florida, as long as our weather continues to cooperate. Now, coming up here at about T-minus 45 minutes, we're going to be listening in for our team to report their readiness for propellant load with a final go, no-go poll. Here on the ground, teams will be staffed around the clock in Mission Control to monitor Dragon and the mission, not just today, but throughout the entire flight, from liftoff to Crew 11's arrival at the space station, all the way through splashdown when those astronauts return home.
The weather office over at the
on console or on headset in Mission Control, which you've got that great live shot of on your screen right now, we've got 6 key positions. The mission director is in charge of the room and tasked with making real-time decisions to ensure mission success. The person that you're going to hear today talking to the astronauts is the crew operations and resources engineer, who we'll refer to as the core throughout the broadcast.
It's great.
There's a good shot of him there in the lower right-hand corner of your screen as well.
Really close yesterday at 12:09.
And of course, those 4 additional team members are focused on vehicle systems, including avionics, navigation and control, software, propulsion, life support, and communication with the ground support teams.
and we should be good.
Then
to
apart
go.
from our mission
How about
control
that?
here,
Some positivity.
the Falcon 9 team is
it.
currently located in the Launch and Landing Control
T-minus
Center
1
at Hangar X
hour
in
and 40
Florida,
minutes
not
and
too
counting.
far
Let's
away
take you
from
now inside Mission
LC-39A,
Control in
which we're
Houston,
looking at now.
where flight
So with
controllers
less
are
than,
constantly
or just
monitoring
more than an
the
hour
International
until
Space
launch,
Station
we are
and
all
people
settling in here
aboard.
across the country for
NASA's
final
Sandra
checkouts,
Jones is
propellant
live
loading,
there
and
at
ultimately
Johnson
launch.
Space Center.
Joseph?
Sandra?
Thank you, Ronnie, and just like yourself and everybody here in SpaceX and
Hey,
across
good
the
morning,
country,
and thank
looking
you,
forward
Daryl.
to
As you
this
said,
launch
this
as
is
we
Mission
continue to
Control
have that
Houston in the
countdown
International
roll back.
Space
And just
Station
like the
Flight
teams here in
Control
Hawthorne,
Room
California,
here at the
NASA has its
Johnson
own
Space
team
Center in
members at
Houston,
NASA's
Texas.
Mission Control Center,
The team
the
is
International
continuing
Space
to
Station
prepare
Flight
for
Control
launch
Room
today
in
and is
Houston,
being
Texas,
led by
where
Flight
our other
Director
teammate for today's
Anthony
broadcast,
Varia.
Sandra Jones, we'll hear
Today
from her in
we
just
will
a few
be
moments.
hopefully
That's where
launching
she's
the 11th
located, and that
rotational
team
crew
has been
mission
busy
to the
preparing
International Space Station under the
for
agency's
Dragon's
Commercial
arrival.
Crew
Now, the
program.
teams on the ground in Mission
Following Crew
Control are
11's
giving their
arrival, the
goes
space
before
station will
launch
have
to
a
make sure
total
that the
of
station
11
is
crew
ready to
members
receive Dragon
representing
Endeavour
3 different
and the new
agencies
crew on
aboard
board.
for just a few days.
Following liftoff to the
Once
flight to
on
the space
board, Crew
station will be a
11
little
will
bit
go
shorter than
over
what yesterday's
handover
launch attempt
procedures
would have been.
with
It was
the
39 hours
offgoing
then.
Crew
Now
10, including a safety briefing and orientation, and then the new crew will jump right in to help advance scientific knowledge and demonstrate new technologies. After a few days of handover activities, the members of Crew 10 will prepare for their undocking and return to Earth. Direct handovers between crews allow for continuity of the activities and helps to ensure a continuous U.S. presence on the International Space Station, which is about to celebrate 25 years of continuous human presence in November. Ahead of Crew 10's return, JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi will turn over command of the International Space Station to Roscosmos cosmonaut Sergei Ryzhikov. The space station is currently in
इस तरह ही आपको सारे हैशटैग दे देगा, बहुत सारे ये उठा के आपने अपने टाइटल में और वहां पर डिस्क्रिप्शन में डाल देने। इस फॉर्मूले को समझने पे गौर करो और बी जमाल फप्पे कुटनी टाइप होने छोड़।
Cosmonaut Sergei Kutsverchkin and Sergei Mikheyev will join the on-orbit crew. Shortly after the departure of the Soyuz MS-27 with NASA astronaut Johnny Kim coming home will mark the commencement of Expedition 74, which will be led by the new commander, NASA astronaut Mike Fink.
T-minus 59
All this, of course,
minutes and
coming up
counting
after
down to
today's
today's launch.
We
While
will
we wait,
continue
let's check
the
in with
countdown, and
NASA's
with
Sandra
under 2
Jones at the
hours before
Johnson
launch, we'll send
Space
it
Center
back
to see
over
how things
to
are
Kennedy.
shaping up at Mission Control in Houston.
All right,
Sandra.
thank you, Sandra Jones.
Welcome back to Mission Control Houston here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston,
Back here
Texas.
at Kennedy
We
Space
are
Center,
here in the hub of
looking
human
up
spaceflight at
the Falcon
NASA.
9 rocket
The team here
and
has
Dragon
pulled go for
Endeavour
launch, and the International
with
Space
Crew
Station
11
is ready for the crew to
inside the
lift off as they
spacecraft
begin
at
their
the
journey
very
to the
top.
orbiting laboratory. At the time of launch, the International Space Station will be traveling 260 miles over the North Atlantic just south of Nova Scotia. In the home stretch of the rendezvous, NASA and SpaceX flight controllers will enter into what we call integrated operations, where both flight control teams will conduct a series of go, no-go polls for Dragon Endeavour's docking to the International Space Station. Rotational missions like Crew 11 help NASA continue to maximize the important research and technology demonstrations made possible only in the International Space Station.
SpaceX Dragon, go for launch.
Had them head out the door to their waiting vehicles.
Dragon crew
3
go for
Teslas
launch.
parked outside astronaut
And
crew
you heard it
quarters.
there
They
from
jumped
the
inside,
commander of
and
the
under
Dragon Endeavour. They
security
are go for
escort,
launch. We are
made
continuing
a
to march
20-minute
towards a
drive
launch
across
in 58 minutes from today. Their
across the
destination,
Kennedy
of course,
Space
you see
Center
there on your
to
screen,
this
the
location that you
International
see
Space
here
Station with a unique
Hunter Launch
microgravity
Complex
environment,
39A.
critical for NASA to
अपने
prepare
टाइम को
for
गंदा ना
future
करो।
commercial low Earth orbit
Once
destinations
inside their
and to
spacecraft,
understand
they
and overcome the
performed
challenges of
umbilical
long-duration
checks.
spaceflight necessary for a long-term
did
presence on the
communication
Moon
checks,
and crewed missions
and they
deeper into the
pressurized
solar
their
system,
suits a
including
second
onto
time
Mars.
to make sure
Now
they
here's
are
a
good
closer
to
look
go
at the
for
mission
launch.
and what Crew 11 will have to look forward to
closeout
during their
crew
stay aboard the
sealed door,
International
the
Space
side
Station.
hatch, which is used to enter the spacecraft.
International
as well as
Space
leave it.
Station, one of humanity's greatest accomplishments so far. 15 countries working together and adding more all the time that have helped plan, build, and fly the International Space Station. And it just shows what human beings can do when we work together.
As Crew 11, we are about to launch on board a Dragon spacecraft to the International Space Station.
Chat
We are actually continuing an ISS mission almost a quarter centuries. Right now, Crew 10 crew members are working very hard on the ISS. So we got that result, and actually we do more researches, then pass that information to Crew 12.
Конечно, исследования на Международной космической станции, как я считаю, они очень важны, и они являются ключевым звеном в развитии технологии, науки и всей цивилизации. И все самое лучшее из космоса всегда приходит рано или поздно на Землю в виде новых открытий, новых приборов, возможностей и технологий.
I'm very excited to see what kind of payloads we get to work with. It's a really interesting day-to-day life where 1 hour you might be fixing the toilet and then the next hour you're working on a physics experiment studying fundamental processes of our universe.
We're going to be up there for a lot of time. And we're going to, every day, be in space, look at the Earth go by, and accomplish some really amazing science. We'll do material science and human research in space, lots of experiments, and then maybe do some spacewalks. It's a really fun crew to be on. We're going to enjoy every moment, and we're going to help each other to be successful and accomplish our mission.
So we have various kind of difficult training together. For example, emergency training in Building 9 or emergency training in SpaceX. This kind of training actually made our bond stronger.
Наш экипаж Crew-11 — это экипаж, который состоит из высокопрофессионально подготовленных людей. И мне нравится этот экипаж.
In some ways, my only expectation for the mission is to fly and return home safely and still friends when we get back. There are so many things to play around with, to study, to explore, and I'm really open to every possibility, ways to engage with the International Space Station.
We all came from other crews. Kimia, Yui, San, and I both came from Starliner 1. Oleg was on a Soyuz mission before this, and Zena, of course, was on Crew 9. But we all came together with our previous experience, melded into a really fun team, ready to go fly to our International Space Station.
That 100,000 people across the globe, everybody should be so proud of being part of that.
We are back here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, joined by astronaut Nick Hague. I'm Daryl Nail with NASA Communications, and we are watching this countdown proceed. The second day, we were scrubbed by weather yesterday. We heard about that earlier, got down to 1 minute and 7 seconds. What's interesting about this to me, Nick, is although the launch is delayed, oddly enough, their arrival to the International Space Station has not been delayed, not even a second. They are still going to be arriving on Saturday at 3 a.m., but they're just going to go quicker.
Yeah, orbital dynamics can do strange things like that. Sometimes you need to speed up to slow down, and vice versa. And in this case, we can launch at a different time.
And the
use
3 stars
some orbital dynamics to our advantage and arrive to the station at the exact same time. What it means for the crew is I'm going to be in that capsule for 16 hours instead of 40 hours,
in the background,
which, it's a tight space. It's not the tightest of spaces, but it'll be nice to get to the station a little bit faster and be able to spread your wings out through the hatch.
A spirit of exploration to a launch while a red flame wraps around it, all symbolizing
if there is a silver lining somewhere in there, this is it.
All right. Well, let's take a social question. We've been asking throughout the broadcast for our audience to send us questions, and Nick, you've been doing a great job answering them. Had a lot of kids asking questions as well. Our next question comes from Jeff, who asks, what was the most interesting thing you saw outside the window when on board the ISS? I've heard you describe it now for 2 launch attempts. I thought it was fascinating that you were able to see the entire coast to coast of America, from West Coast to East Coast, and I just wondered what that was like. But what was the singular most interesting thing?
So this last time, it was the difference between looking out the cupola 6 years ago and looking out the cupola now. It was nighttime, where the sun's getting ready to rise.
We're going to talk
you can
more
see
about
stars all over the place,
talent,
and I start to see these streaks of light, little, and it's like fireflies on the horizon.
13 minutes.
And what it was other satellites.
Right now,
so in the 6 years, there's been so many satellites added to
Nick,
space
each crew member
that now it's easy to see the sun reflect off those satellites as you're coming up over sunrise.
The ISS.
And
you don't get to bring a lot.
The sense of just how
and you in fact have a designated volume, right?
Space really is. So and how important it is to keep track of all that stuff.
Absolutely.
Getting things to and from space is critical, and there's a connection there.
But it is important
because you are going to be with the Space Force. We're right here co-located to launch and so being able to space, and we rely on each other, but then also to keep the station safe, connect you and ground you to your friends and family and loved ones that are on the ground.
Space Wing tracking all
so
of the assets
here's a small
in
bag.
space.
You get to
well,
put
we
a
love
few things
hearing
in it.
from you,
Can't
so
be too
keep
heavy,
those
can't be too
questions
big.
coming. Just hit us up on Facebook, X,
and
YouTube,
everybody
or
brings
Twitch
up
with the
unique
hashtag
things.
AskNASA, and we'll get to yours live.
And certainly
T-minus
that's what
51 minutes
Commander
and counting
Zena
now to
Hardman
lift
did.
off. So
and you had
let's
a
head
hand
out to
in
NASA's
helping
Tony
get
Jaramillo,
her,
who is standing
her
by
flight
live
kit
at one of the best
stowed
viewing
away
spots here at
and
Kennedy.
put into
She's
place.
joined by NASA's acting
she told
associate
us that,
administrator,
she's
Vanessa White.
bringing,
Tony.
of course,
Hey, thanks,
photographs
Daryl. That's
of
right. We are
family
out here
friends.
once again in an
Photographs
amazing viewing
carrying
location
that,
where we can see the rocket at the
that
launch
have
pad.
her team
Off to my
members in
left
it. She's
here,
carrying
joining
some
me is
for that
Vanessa
she's going
White.
to then
Vanessa, you know,
return
we
to
saw you
them.
at crew walkout
Training
yesterday
team,
and also out there today. Did you have a
instructors,
chance to speak with the crew
flight
before they headed out to the
controllers,
launch
people
pad? You
who
know,
keep
anything that
the
you
crew safe
told them?
while,
Well, you know,
they
yesterday
fly.
I had the
And
opportunity
so she has
to
those,
kind of
but
say, you know, hey,
in
we're very
addition,
excited.
she also
We wanted to
has
tell them they
cards
were
that
all
her late
here. We're
father
cheering for them and excited about
that
their
have been up
launch.
there
And so
since
that was very exciting
Crew 9
on
went up,
yesterday.
since
And
you
then
went up.
today we got
Yeah,
up and
so
we did it
the
again.
things that we
and
get to
we
take
told
up
them,
often
yes, that we're very excited for them,
ride
each and
up
every
with
one
us
of them.
in
And
the Crew
just
Dragon.
wish
They
them
come
well.
on a
I
cargo
did have the
vehicle
opportunity to speak with them,
so
let's see,
our,
2 days ago.
Crew
and to speak with them more
effects
in a
went up
setting where
before
we
the crew
could talk
change happened.
and talk about the
and
mission that was
so
coming up.
some
Each
of
and
her
every
personal
one of
items
them
have
are
been up there
excited about their
since,
mission
over a year
in different
ago.
ways, the
And-
experiments that they'll have to
so part
do.
of it was when we
And
got
they're
up there,
excited about getting to the
making sure that we
International
were
Space
able to
Station,
set her things
what
aside,
they'll
to
do at the
set
International Space
Stephanie,
Station, the science
Wilson's things
experiments, the
aside,
technology,
and so that
and
when
looking
they
forward
get
to
to the station,
them.
they're
They'll
gonna
be the
be
crew
able
that
to
will be on
find
orbit as we celebrate 25 years of having
Michael
continuous
Fink
presence off
is
of
bringing
the Earth.
something that
And so
is
that'll be
very
great.
familiar
And then
to
they'll
Kim
also
on
probably be there
missions that
when we
he's
start
gone on
our
in the
celebrations
past.
here in the
He's
United
taking
States of our
his wife's
250th
Gamasad
birthday
from her
of
side
the
of
United
family.
States.
It's
So
a
a
type
very
of silk
exciting time
scarf
for this particular
from
crew.
her home
Absolutely.
state,
We are all
Assam.
very excited
It
for them
carries
to
with
go
it
to
the
station,
blessings for
hoping
his
that
trip to
happens
ISS
today.
from
You know,
her side
Crew
of the
11 will
family.
mark the 12th human
He took
space
one
flight
on
for
all three
SpaceX
of
under
his
NASA's
previous
commercial
missions.
crew program. Can you
The
tell us a
one
little
that
bit more
he
about the
did aboard the
significance of
space shuttle,
maintaining
as
that
well
human
as his
presence
two
in
Soyuz
space?
missions.
Yeah, so you know, we're really
He's
great
been married
partners
for
that we have with
25 and a half
SpaceX and them
years, so
being able to
something
get
that's
our crew
very
members to the
personal
International
and
Space
very
Station.
important to him.
And right now,
Kimia
today,
is
you know,
bringing a lot of
we're
pictures
working
of family and
together
friends, and
off the
he's gonna
planet,
give some of them
building
back
towards
to
what we're going to be
those
doing, furthering
And we
our LEO
mentioned
economy.
Oleg
So as we
earlier,
continue
taking
on doing our
pictures
experiments on the
and
International
also,
Space
a
Station,
couple of
we're
toys.
also
He's
looking
borrowing.
at follow-on
He's borrowing.
space
He's
stations.
borrowing.
And so working together as internationals, as our industry
on
partners
returning
on those further new commercial
some
space stations. And then
additional status.
all of the things that we're learning is helping us as we
In a
prepare
space
for
flown
Artemis.
toy.
Yeah,
And so with
the
the
space
Artemis
flown-
missions,
there's
we
something
need everyone,
about-
all hands on deck. We'll be working
I think
together
this
as
desire
we
to
go.
bring
Right
photographs,
now,
to
we're
bring
planning for
things
Artemis
to
2.
space
And I
and
think you
then
know, right
bring
here at the
them
Kennedy Space
back
Center,
to
right
your
now,
friends
we
and
have our
family.
astronauts today. They're still here. They're
it's
doing
the-
their training
you know, really
for
the-
Artemis
the
2.
desire
But their
is
first
to bring
flight,
them to
they'll
space
go
with
and
you.
they would do a flyby of the
And the
moon.
best I can
And then
do
next up
is
is
bring
landing on the
a
moon.
little
So
bit of
we're
space
excited that
back
all of us
to
get
you.
to work on this together. Our international
But, yeah,
partners,
if
our
I
industry
could
partners,
bring
academia,
everybody, I mean, that's the
NASA,
ultimate goal,
we're
is
working
to,
on
like,
this
go
as
from
one
700
team.
people that have been in
Vanessa,
space
thank
to
you so much for
700,000
joining
people
us.
that
Now
have
we'll
been
send
in
it back
space.
to our
The
team in
sky's the limit.
Hawthorne.
Yeah.
The more people we can get
in space.
Thanks, Tony. Falcon 9 is the first orbital-class rocket that is capable of reflight. Together, Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy have completed more than 520 launches and over 449 reflights.
And today, the booster will be attempting to make the last landing at Landing Zone 1, which is just down the coast from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida.
On that rocket, because you don't get there on your own.
Rapid reusability drastically is the key innovation that is making space more accessible. While today's booster is on its third trip to space, after most recently supporting AX-4, the fourth private astronaut mission to the International Space Station, we're working towards qualifying our fleet of Falcon boosters and fairings to support 40 missions each. And if you want to keep track, we're currently at 29 flights of a single Falcon booster. This same spirit of continuous iteration and innovation does not stop with Falcon 9. NASA awarded SpaceX a contract to develop the USG Orbit Vehicle, a modified Dragon designed to guide the space station through a controlled re-entry into Earth's atmosphere.
And when the time comes and the International Space Station reaches the end of its orbital life and mission, Dragon will help achieve a safe deorbit.
And another innovation SpaceX has been working on is the intravehicular spacesuits, or IVA suits, that astronauts wear during Dragon missions. Our team recently made some design upgrades to make the suit easier to get in and out of, and to make it easier to incorporate future updates. The new suits have height adjustability built in, so they won't need as much customization as with previous designs.
Now you can see the crew right there. The one that's wearing this new suit is astronaut Mike Fink, which is the second one from the left. Today's mission, Fink will be the only one wearing this new suit as the Crew 11 pilot, and that said, we expect to see SpaceX's new IVA suit on all astronauts from 12, but astronauts who have previously flown on SpaceX missions still have the option to continue wearing their original suits. And for the Crew 11 astronauts, they are staying comfortable in their suits right now as they prepare for liftoff while the clock continues to roll back, and we'll check in with Ronnie on the status of today's countdown.
Especially in space, where
Thanks so much, Joseph. So we are
harder
coming
to
up on just under 46 minutes to launch, and our teams are carefully moving through our pre-flight process. Next up in the countdown, we're going to hear SpaceX's launch director check in with the team for readiness. And that's readiness both for propellant load and for launch. As mentioned earlier, the Dragon launch team, as well as key NASA launch members, are in the Launch and Landing Control Center at SpaceX's Hangar X in Florida. Our launch director will also check in with the Dragon mission director, referred to as MD, and the NASA launch manager to make sure they're ready to move forward as well. Of course, our Crew 11 astronauts right now are on board Dragon, waiting to get the green light to stow the crew arm for launch and arm the launch escape system. Got some great shots of our astronauts on the left-hand side of your screen right now, and of course they are safely tucked inside Dragon on the right-hand side. Once we hear that launch director give the go-ahead, we'll get a great view of that access arm moving away from the spacecraft.
Then you're talking about nutrients in space, and that's how we're leveraging the space station.
We're going to stand by here and listen in for that final
how
poll.
We're going to do deep space exploration
And some instructions to our team in that final lead up to liftoff.
We need to learn some of those answers here close to home, where you're a few hours away from the surface, and we can iterate quickly versus taking it months or years away from the Earth, and you can't iterate as fast and learn as fast. So the space station, I was impressed with a lot of the things that I was doing this last time around. We're all focused on how are we reducing risk and learning more that's going to help
For all
us get
operators
back
at
to the surface
MCCX and Hangar X, both control rooms will go into lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and will remain in that state until LES is disarmed. All operators are to remain at their console and maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming of the launch escape system following orbital insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub.
So much has been
For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD and they will approve a boarding account. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will board the launch auto sequence immediately and proceed in a launch abort. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off and relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual flight escape rules.
To be able to leverage like the stem cells here on the ground to make life
Launch
better
control,
for,
you may
for
proceed with
everyone
arming
on
the crew arm
and
for
that's
movement.
the goal of exploration
Arming crew arm now.
at its biggest is going and discovering and learning so that we can make things better back here on planet Earth.
So we just heard those instructions to our team. Again, we're about to see that crew access arm move away from the
Crew
spacecraft.
access arm retraction started.
Starting right now. And with that, propellant loading is going to get underway here in a little bit less than 10 minutes. So with that, let's check back in with Daryl and Nick.
And you can see now the crew access arm articulating away from T-minus 1 hour and 21 minutes and counting. Crew of 4 is inside. Until liftoff. Shot there. NASA and SpaceX's Crew 11 to the International Space Station. The go from the launch director at SpaceX Launch Complex 39A. A look from inside the crew access arm now, leader and out over the SpaceX fleet of vehicles. Today would be its in this moment in between having the crew access arm Dragon Endeavour rotate away has flown
5
and the
previous
arming
flights.
of the Launch Escape System.
Since
There's
its
a
first flight in
little
2020 for
buffer
Demo 2,
there
SpaceX's Endeavour
where
Dragon has
the
been a
astronauts,
workhorse for NASA's commercial crew program, flying
will be on
mission
their
after
own
mission.
until
It
that
has
can be
safely carried
armed.
astronauts
And
to the
then
International Space
we start
Station
taking
5
the
times.
rocket.
Demo
Right,
2,
so everything
Crew
is
2,
leading up to
Axiom Mission
Crew
1,
access armor tracking
adding
completed.
propellants,
Crew 8.
adding the oxidizer.
In all,
filling
Endeavour
those
has
tanks
flown
on the
9
rocket. And so what do
astronauts,
you need
3
to do
space
to be safe
tourists,
for that?
2
Well,
Roscosmos
I need to
cosmonauts,
arm the
1
launch escape
retired
system,
NASA
but I don't wanna
astronaut,
do that when the
and
arm
1
is right next
ESA
to the
astronaut,
capsule, so I
and
need
an
to move the
Arab
arm away.
astronaut
Now I can
to and
arm the
from
launch
the
escape
International
system,
Space
and then
Station.
we can
And
start
Crew
filling the
11
rocket.
marks Endeavour's 6th mission to the ISS.
T-minus
And there's
41
been some
minutes
fun
in
that's been
counting
had
here
along
at
the
the
way
Kennedy
as
Space
well.
Center in
Dragon
Florida.
36.
That
Vertical
Endeavour
Section
has seen
6,
some fun
closed
crews.
visors and arm launch escape system.
The bar is high.
Copy. Go for section 6.
Choreographed
Closing
dancing
visors
is
and arming launch
it's a
escape
special
system.
skill.
Those were your friends from Crew 1. Here's a beautiful shot from our helicopter looking
with the
west.
sweet
You
moves.
can see the formation of cumulus clouds in the area. Weather is a watch item for today. The launch weather
SpaceX
officer.
Dragon, visors closed, arming launch escape system.
SpaceX copies.
The launch weather officer putting it at 60%.
Some things we're
go
looking
for
forward
today.
to, of
The
course,
concern
further
is
down the countdown
buildup of cumulus
is,
clouds. The
launch
launch
escape
escape
system
system
arm,
there,
the
building
retraction
up.
of the crew
There's a lot of
access
moisture
arm,
in the atmosphere.
getting closer to less than
But
an
although
hour
you
from
see
now. So
those
we're
clouds around
gearing
the
up for
pad,
that.
notice
Also,
as we start
the big
to
one, T-minus
circle
35 minutes,
around to the
we'll
west
begin
and look
tanking
east.
this rocket with propellants.
Clear skies
in order
out
to
over
make this flight to space.
the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah, everything builds up to
So,
that. Well, everything builds up to
when you look
liftoff,
at this
right?
picture,
But if you're
Nick,
gonna
you
go
can
anywhere,
certainly
you need
understand
gas,
that
and,
even
before
though we
load up
have
with gas,
clouds
we
that
gotta
are building in
arm
the
launch escape
area,
system, so
there's an
all
area
of
that we can
starts to really
find
pick
over
up
top
around
of this
T-minus
launch
45,
complex that we
and,
could potentially
Launch escape system is
right
verified
now,
armed.
you're still on that
get clear
in the
enough
seats,
path to launch
you're
this
waiting,
rocket.
You're reflecting. Yeah, you just need a hole big enough
as you
to
start to
launch
arm
through.
the launch
So you don't have
escape
to have
system,
cloudless
that's the
skies.
mental shift
too. You just need
now it's
clear
time to
enough
be ready to
skies.
go.
Clear enough 10-mile hole would be nice.
I think
We
we
have time
take
for
enough
another
positive
social
thoughts here at
question?
the
We
launch
do
site, we
indeed.
can
Let's
create
take
that
one.
bubble.
I'm working on mine.
Me too.
Christy,
And so we've been
asked-
listening well.
Yeah, it's an absolutely critical system. We're just moments away from them to tank the rocket, fill it up with the kerosene and the liquid oxygen, and before you start to do that procedure and load all of that stored
water
energy
is
onto the
really
rocket,
heavy,
you
surprisingly.
arm the launch escape system,
And
so that
heavy
if anything
things are expensive
goes
to launch
wrong,
into space.
and
We need to launch way too many
system
rockets
can pull
if
that
we
capsule
didn't
away
learn
from
how to
the
recycle
rocket
our
and
water.
off to safety. And so, at its
Commander
simplest form,
Nick Hague,
what we're trying to do on the
when you
space
were
station
commanding
is
Crew
mimic
9,
the things that happen on the ground.
You sat through these
The
very
Earth
same
naturally
moments
recycles
in
its water. On the space station,
the
we have
Dragon
to create these
on
really
the launch
complex
pad,
machines
ready to go.
in order to take dirty water and
Yeah,
distill
once
it
you-
and purify
once
it
you press
into
the button
drinking
to
water.
launch-
And we're
to
able to
arm the
do
launch
that
escape
with
system.
about 96
there's
to
a switch in your
98%.
mind
Now
of
you're
our
sitting on a
water
live
up there.
rocket, so we only have to launch a
now
little bit of
everything is
water each
primed and
time
ready to go.
in order to replace
You
what
are
we've
definitely
focused on. So how do we
on
recycle? What are we
everything leading to
recycle? Well,
T-minus
we have to
0 and
work out
liftoff.
every day up there for 2.5 hours.
And that arming of the
while
launch
you're
escape
riding the
system
bike or
happening
running
just a
on the
few seconds from
treadmill or
now. We
lifting weights,
expect
you're
it at
sweating.
T-minus 38
And
minutes.
that sweat has to go somewhere. It
And
evaporates
again, that
off your
allows
skin,
the Draco
and the air
engines
conditioners
on
inside
the
of
Dragon
space
to
station
pull that
collect that
spacecraft
that
away in
sweat,
the
that
event of
humidity,
emergency.
and then they move that into the water purification system, and it turns it into clean drinking water. That's one source. Another big source is urine. And so as we go to the restroom up there, we collect that urine and put it into a urine purification system. And that turns it into dirty water.
This is
It's
a
actually
beautiful
clean.
view. One of the things
But
I
it
love
turns it
about
into dirty water that
the
we
way
put into
Dragon
the water purification system
fills its
and
tanks is
we
being able
use
to watch
that.
the frost
and so
build
what
up when
was
you
today's
use coffee.
cryogenic
fuels when you
Is
load
tomorrow's
them onto
coffee.
the rocket. You're going to see it
Is
change
the
color.
day after
The
that's
day
coffee.
after.
It's a unique experience for a Falcon.
Well, you're looking live. Thank you so much for that. That was a great explanation.
You were talking
albeit,
about
a little bit
the
gross.
crew inside.
You're looking at a
and the
live
launch
view of
escape
Crew
system.
11 at Launch
There's a
Complex
manual option
39A
as well.
at the Kennedy
If the
Space Center in
crew
Florida.
senses
Stay right here
Yeah,
because in just a
absolutely.
few
There's a
moments
handle that
we will be
sits on the
expanding our
display
live
panel
launch
in between
coverage.
the pilot
Falcon
and
9
the
tanks
commander
are
seat.
venting for the starter propellant load.
And so if something happens, it's within reach for Xena to be able to grab that handle and pull her crew to safety.
So there's that redundancy. You've got the automatic system, and you also have the human factor, which is critically important in a mission like this.
Yeah, even though they're highly automated systems, there's always a manual backup, and even though it's on autopilot essentially all the way to docking, if need be, the commander, the pilot, the crew can intervene those automatics and revert to a manual control.
We are awaiting the beginning of tanking, which is slated for T-minus 35 minutes and counting. You talk about the manual factor. You can also fly this manually, this Dragon Endeavour. And is it through touchscreens?
Yeah, the Dragon has a unique interface. It's a touchscreen panel. So once you activate the manual controls, you have a series of virtual buttons on a touchscreen that you can issue commands that would change the attitude or even change the motion of the capsule.
Beautiful shot there by our Kennedy Space Center flight operations team. Prop load is
The launch auto sequence has started.
And there we have the signal that the automatic prop loading sequence is underway. All of this prop load that loads the 4 tanks, the 2 LOX tanks and the 2 prop tanks sequentially is now being done. It's fully automated.
Yeah, and highly timed, choreographed so that these super cold liquids don't have an opportunity to boil off too much. And you want to top off the tanks and then launch almost immediately.
It's a highly dynamic time for the crew inside. They can hear, right? The sound of prop load.
Now they're starting to feel Falcon 9 come to life. You hear the pumps and the fuels and the liquids move around. You can hear venting. You'll hear some call outs to warn them about venting. So there's sounds now, the sounds of Dragon. It has its personality, and it starts to come out.
All right, with that, thank you very much. Nick Hague, NASA astronaut, commander of Crew 9, here with us as our co-host today. We'll send it back out to California and SpaceX.
Thanks so much. So as you mentioned, Daryl, propellant loading of both RP-1 and liquid oxygen began at T-minus 35 minutes, and we heard that announcement from Mission Control right on schedule. Weather continues to be our main watch item today, but I'm hearing from our vehicle teams that everything looks good both for Falcon 9 and for Dragon. Next up, at about T-minus 30 minutes, our SpaceX launch director will inform the crew that the loading of cryogenic helium has begun, first on stage 1 and then on stage 2 about 4 minutes later. Stage 2 RP-1 loading should wrap up at T-minus 20 minutes and 30 seconds, and then as we approach T-minus 16 minutes and 30 seconds, so just 4 minutes later again, we should hear the call out that stage 2 liquid oxygen loading has begun. All together, we're going to have about 1 million pounds of fuel on board Falcon 9 by the time we're ready for liftoff. So with all those consumables being loaded on the rocket, at this point, if we have to call a hold for any reason, we will have to stand down and target our backup launch opportunity, which is tomorrow, Saturday, August 2nd at 11:21 a.m. Eastern.
And before we continue,
the reason we have a specific backup launch day and time is that we can't just pause for weather and jump back into the countdown, mainly because we have an instantaneous launch window today. Let's dig into that some more and do a little Orbital Mechanics 101. An instantaneous launch window means we need to launch at exactly the right time, and that's driven by our planned rendezvous point, which is the place that Dragon and the space station meet in orbit. Right now, the International Space Station is orbiting the Earth at more than 17,000 miles per hour, and Dragon actually needs to catch up to it. That means we have to deliver Dragon to the correct orbit by timing its trajectory relative to the International Space Station, so that they're in the same place in space at the same time. A precise liftoff time is crucial for hitting that rendezvous point. So at this point, if we heard a hold call, we would have to stand down and do many of these processes again, which if you joined us yesterday, we know is what happened with our launch attempt yesterday. And then, of course, we'll be targeting our backup launch opportunity, which is now tomorrow at 11:21 a.m. Eastern. So for now, with everything still looking good, I'm going to hand it back to Soumya and Joseph to talk about West Coast recovery. Soumya?
We're now at T plus, just a little over T plus 31 minutes and counting, getting closer and closer to getting our Crew 11 astronauts into space. Once their mission is complete and it's time for our crew to splash down back on planet Earth, they'll be heading to one of several targeted sites supported by SpaceX. Until recently, Dragon recoveries primarily occurred off the coast of Florida. But this year, SpaceX moved Dragon recovery operations off the coast of California to allow Dragon to complete its deorbit before safely jettisoning the trunk over the Pacific Ocean. When they return, Crew 10 will be SpaceX's third crew mission to splash down in one of the new locations. From 2 was the first in April this year, followed by Axiom 4 in July. The new splashdown locations are near Los Angeles, Oceanside, and San Diego. The recovery vessel Shannon will be stationed in Long Beach to support the new West Coast splashdown operations. Spreading these supported sites across multiple locations helps to maximize the return opportunities, lowering the chance that we will have to wave off due to bad weather. And when the spacecraft re-enters, those in the immediate area may hear a brief double clap of a thunder-like sound known as a sonic boom.
It's been impressive to see these teams move those operations from the East Coast to the West Coast, not only just for SpaceX, but for the commercial crew program, the International Space Station, and teams preparing for yesterday's launch attempt, today's launch attempt, and if necessary, as we continue to monitor the weather, we'll keep an eye out for any future opportunities that come in. So right now, we're inside half an hour to go until the T-minus liftoff point. So let's go back to today's mission, NASA SpaceX's Crew 11, to hear a bit more from the astronauts flying today.
And then walked across the crew access arm and into their spacecraft.
It's really innate in our human nature to want to keep exploring and to keep pushing boundaries. Everything that we do in space is ultimately for Earth and for the human species.
We are having a lot of good experiments on orbit, making new medicines. That is actually good for everybody.
By understanding how to live and work in space like we have with the International Space Station, we can now become a multiplanetary species by having bases on the Moon and bases on Mars.
И выполнение полета в космос, на мой взгляд, важно, потому что в конечном счете необходимо человечеству будет двигаться в дальний космос для того, чтобы открывать новые миры, исследовать новые и новые горизонты.
For me, it's a really compelling goal to go farther and farther afield in space and pushing our boundaries as a human species that way, learning more about our own home planet as we try to go farther.
We've been going and living aboard the International Space Station for 25 years. We're ready to make the next steps. We're ready to go to the Moon. We're ready to go to Mars. We're ready to explore the solar system. We understand the effects of what life in space does to the human body, and we need to continue those studies. We need to continue getting ready and get ready and go to the Moon and Mars, and that's why it's important to go to space.
And I'm Soumya Srivastava, a certification engineer here
From
at SpaceX.
growing vitamins in space to testing new ways to fight disease, Crew 11 is about to take on some incredible research aboard the International Space Station. First up, Bionutrients 3. The study is looking at how to make
and ready to go, and we're
essential
once again excited to be joining you from Mission Control here in Hawthorne, California, as we count down the liftoff of
They'll be
Crew
testing
11
samples
just a little
like
more than an
yogurt,
hour
kefir,
from
and a
now.
yeast-based
And as you
drink
heard
to
Daryl
see
and Nick
how
talk
well
about
they
during
work
yesterday's
with
lunch attempt, the
microgravity.
weather played the key
Next up
factor and
is
caused the
Stem Cell
scrub. They walked
XIP1,
right up to the
which
T-minus
uses
1 minute
space
and
to
7
grow stem
second mark.
cells.
So today we
These
continue to
cells can
keep
turn
our
into
eye on the
any type of
skies
cell
and
in the
monitor the
body
weather as
and
the
could one
clock
day help
continues to
treat
roll
diseases
backwards
like cancer.
towards liftoff.
Growing them
Crew
in
11 is our
microgravity may
11th
produce
mission
more
with
cells
SpaceX
and better
operationally
ones
flying
than we
astronauts
can make
for
on Earth.
long-duration missions to the International Space
And then
Station and the
there's
12th
Genes
as a part
in
of
Space
NASA's commercial
12.
crew program with SpaceX.
It's testing
Crew 11 has two
phage
first-time
therapy,
flyers
which
on
uses
board, as well as a
viruses that
veteran
target
NASA
and kill
astronaut and a
bacteria.
veteran Japan
It could be a
Aerospace
powerful
Exploration
alternative
Agency,
to
or
antibiotics,
JAXA,
especially
astronaut
in
making their
space,
return to
where
microgravity.
infections can
The
become
multinational
harder
crew
to
also
treat.
represents three
A lot of
different space
research
agencies,
as well
Soumya,
happens
NASA,
on the
JAXA,
human body.
and Roscosmos.
And you had
Today's
some
crew will
research
fly
that you
aboard
did when
Dragon
you were there.
Endeavour, which was the first operational Dragon to carry crew on board during SpaceX and NASA's Demo 2 mission in 2020 with astronauts Bob and Doug. Endeavour has been pretty busy since then, having flown NASA's Crew 2 mission, Axiom 1, and NASA's Crew 6 and Crew 8 missions. This will be the first Dragon that gets to fly 6 times. Overall for the Dragon fleet, this will be Dragon's 49th visit to the space station and its 19th human spaceflight mission overall, and the 5th Dragon flight just this year. And notably, today's return of the Falcon 9 first stage will be the last landing at Landing Zone 1 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station.
Daryl joining us here. We
Now,
have
over
Dr.
these
Stephen
last
Platts,
3+
Dr.
hours,
Lori
Crew
Glaze
11 has been
again.
going
Thank
through
you
the
guys
detailed process of getting ready
much
for their
joining us
mission,
once
similar to what
again
they
on
went
this
through
beautiful
yesterday
day.
on the first
You
launch
know,
attempt.
Steve, Lori,
and their
let's
ultimate
discuss the
destination,
human
International
research that's
Space
going to be
Station.
flying
So
aboard
let's
this
introduce
mission.
you
Can you
to
tell
the
us
crew.
what the crew will be
In the
conducting?
commander's seat, as
Sure,
you
the
get a
Human
live
Research
look inside the
Program is
capsule, is
sponsoring
astronaut
10
Sheila
research
Hardman conducting her
experiments
first spaceflight.
for this
She holds a
particular
Master of
launch.
Science in
We're
Marine
really excited
Sciences
about it.
from
We
the University
have
of North Carolina, Chapel
cardiovascular
Hill,
studies.
and has
We
experience
have
with NASA
studies looking at
research
the
in the
brain,
Canadian
the
High
eyeball,
Arctic. And she also
muscle,
supported
skeleton, pretty
real-time
much everything
station
you can think
operations
of.
and lunar
what we're most
surface
excited
exploration
about is
planning.
we're really able to focus
And
on
sitting
some of
right
the
next to
biggest
Hardman is
risks we
pilot
have
Mike
to the human
Fink of NASA,
for
a veteran of
spaceflight,
3
and we're
spaceflights.
focusing
He has
on
spent
how we can
382
better
days in
understand
space,
everything we
including
need to
9
get to the moon and
spacewalks
Mars.
for an impressive
You know, speaking about the
48
moon and
hours
Mars,
and
Lori,
37
can you tell us
minutes
a little
in
bit
total
more
spent
about how
outside
this
of the
human
orbiting
research help
laboratory.
us on those
Fink is a
future
certified
missions?
pilot for
You
both
bet.
Starliner,
When we
a part
start
of the
start
commercial
thinking
crew
about
program, and
our
SpaceX's
future
Dragon,
at the moon and
the
Mars,
co-pilot
sometimes
flight
it seems
engineer
like
on
science
Soyuz,
fiction.
plus a
You know, the
mission
idea of
specialist
having
on
a
the space
permanent
shuttle
base on the moon that we can
STS-134,
visit
the
or
last mission
sending
for shuttle
humans to
Endeavour,
Mars,
so
but
only fitting
we
that
are
he
getting
flies on
so
an Endeavour
close. In
here
fact, we're
today.
less than a year from
serving as
the
mission
next
specialist
flight in the
is
Artemis
Japan
program, which is
Aerospace
Artemis
Exploration
2. We're going to be
Agency, or
sending
JAXA
4
astronaut
crew
Kamiya
for
Yui.
10
This
days
will be
around the
Yui's
moon.
second trip to the space
And so
station.
we're getting
He
there.
was
The
selected
next
as an
mission
astronaut
after
by
that will
JAXA back in
land
2009 and has
humans, our
logged
crew, on the
142
surface of
days
the
in
moon,
space.
first time
And
since
to round it all out,
1972, and at the South
Roscosmos
Pole, where
cosmonaut
we've never
Oleg
been
Platonov
before.
is also
And when we
serving as a
think
mission
about those
specialist and was selected
missions
as a
that we're going to
cosmonaut in
wanna spend time on the
2018 and
surface
will
of the
be making
moon
his
or
first
transiting to
spaceflight today.
Mars, we're going to need our crew to be healthy.
Now, once Crew 11 is on board the International
weeks
Space
or
Station, they will
months in
briefly
that
become
transition
members
period,
of Expedition
and then be able
73.
to perform
And then they will join
execute
Expedition
the
74
science and
in
the
the fall.
exploration
And
when
that'll
they
be following
land
the departure of
in
Soyuz
those partial gravity
MS-27, that
environments.
spacecraft that'll carry
And so it's
NASA astronaut
critically
Johnny
important.
Kennedy
We're
his return
using the
back to
space
Earth.
station, of
While
course.
on
It's
board,
a
Crew 11 will
unique
conduct space
laboratory for
station
doing the
maintenance and
experiments that
scientific
Steve's
research to
describing,
understand plant
doing
cell
things
division,
like
finding
being able to grow
alternatives,
plants that we're going to
antibiotics,
need for
and
food, so we don't need to bring all of the
investigate
fresh
producing
food with us.
nutrients on demand
Being
for
able to recycle the
long-duration
water
missions,
for
and
drinking
study how
water and
spaceflight
other
affects
purposes
human
on the on
physiology
that
and
journey.
psychology. And looking
Having
forward
sensors
to
that
hear
can
more
help
about
us
detect hazards from solar storms so that the crew can get protection, in time. So all this work is critical for us in our planning, and it's getting close. So we need this work now.
Absolutely. Speaking about those experiments on station, Steve, I heard there's a new one coming on this mission. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
1 hour and 3 minutes to go. So let's get an update on all things that involve the Falcon 9, the spacecraft, the crew, and more as we welcome in another member of our broadcast team, Ronnie.
On the moon. Thanks so much, Joseph, and good morning, everyone. I'm Ronnie Foreman, a senior sales manager here at SpaceX, and I'm very excited to be joining you again today from right outside of Mission Control in Hawthorne. It continues to be a smooth countdown this morning, and we're looking good for an on-time liftoff at 11:43 a.m. Eastern Time from Launch Complex 39A in Florida, as long as our weather continues to cooperate. Now, coming up here at about T-minus 45 minutes, we're going to be listening in for our team to report their readiness for propellant load with a final go, no-go poll. Here on the ground, teams will be staffed around the clock in Mission Control to monitor Dragon and the mission, not just today, but throughout the entire flight, from liftoff to Crew 11's arrival at the space station, all the way through splashdown when those astronauts return home.
Crew 11's time in orbit
on
will
console or on headset in Mission Control, which you've got that great live shot of on your screen right now, we've got 6 key positions. The mission director is in charge of the room and tasked with making real-time decisions to ensure mission success. The person that you're going to hear today talking to the astronauts is the Crew Operations and Resources Engineer, who we'll refer to as the core throughout the broadcast. There's a good shot of him there in the lower right-hand corner of your screen as well. And of course, those 4 additional team members are focused on vehicle systems, including avionics, navigation and control, software, propulsion, life support, and communication with the ground support teams.
Back in June,
then apart from our mission control here, the Falcon 9 team is currently located in the Launch and Landing Control Center at Hangar X in Florida, not too far away from LC-39A, which we're looking at now. So with less than, or just more than an hour until launch, we are all settling in here across the country for final checkouts, propellant loading, and ultimately launch. Joseph?
Thank you, Ronnie, and just like yourself and everybody here in SpaceX and across the country, looking forward to
and transported the mannequins to the helicopter safely for medical care. This was one of 2 emergency procedures they rehearsed should they need to rescue me, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy during an abort scenario. And back here on land, now that the upper stage integration is complete inside the vehicle assembly building, teams with NASA's Exploration Ground Systems have been running SLS integrated testing, where they powered up both the core stage and boosters for the first time, in preparation for our 10-day journey around the moon. That's a look at your Artemis Moon Minute.
Following liftoff to the flight to the space station will be a little bit shorter
Artemis
than what yesterday's
updates.
launch
Scan the
attempt would have
QR
been. It was
code on
39
your
hours
screen
then.
that you see in the lower right-hand corner, or just go to the website at nasa.gov/Artemis-Roman numeral 2.
Dragon copy.
And the moon stuff is really cool. The crew today drove by the VAB. There's a moon rocket inside there, and there's a crew that's training right now to go around the moon early next year.
Speaking of time, I was saying
and,
that
and I
yesterday's
love
launch
that
attempt would have had
view
Crew
as they were
11 go
driving
for
by
about
because
39
it
hours of
shows
phases
just
between
how
launch and
connected this
docking to the
whole thing
International
is.
Space
You've got a
Station.
crew-
Now, with today's
crew
launch
11
attempt, that
getting
will
ready
take
to go to
about
the space
16
station.
hours, with Dragon
And
flying
a lot of what they're
autonomously
going to
the
do
entire
is
way.
trying to prove out the things we need to know in order to go to the moon. And at the same time in that frame,
and that'll be
you've
3
got
a.m.
Artemis
Eastern
2 getting
time
ready
or
in the
midnight
background,
here
and I'm
on the West
excited to
Coast.
see,
And just like
4 more
autopilot on a
colleagues
commercial
go around the
aircraft,
moon.
the crew always has the
100%.
ability to take
All right,
manual
let's head
control
back
of the
now
spacecraft
to
if so
Hawthorne,
needed.
California.
We're now just under T-1 hour and
Thank you very much, Daryl and Nick. And right now we're preparing. And that was going to be the update, is that fueling continues to be occurring for the Falcon 9 rocket. As you take a look at it on your screen now, it is a 2-stage rocket that is 229 feet tall and getting ready for liftoff in just a little less
so we are
than
now
20
at
minutes.
T-minus 59 minutes and counting down to today's launch. While we wait, let's check in with NASA's Sandra Jones at the Johnson Space Center to see how things are shaping up at Mission Control in Houston. Sandra, gravity turn, a smooth pitch maneuver that tilts the rocket sideways to build up horizontal velocity.
We are
You
here
may hear
in
this
the
call at
hub
about
of
10
human
seconds into
spaceflight
launch
at
as
NASA.
the vehicle
The
is
team
pitching
here has pulled
downrange.
go for launch,
Once
and
the
the
first
International
stage completes
Space
its portion of the
Station
mission,
is ready
it
for the
shuts
crew
down
to lift
and
off
separates.
as they begin their journey to the
A
orbiting
stage rocket
laboratory.
like Falcon 9
At the
sheds
time
the
of launch,
booster
the
to
International
eliminate weight
Space
and
Station will
uncover
be
the Merlin
traveling
vacuum engine on stage 2.
260 miles
To
over
reach
the
orbit,
North
the vehicle
Atlantic
needs
just
to go
south of
fast,
Nova
hitting an
Scotia.
orbital velocity
In
of
the
about
home stretch of the
28,000
rendezvous,
kilometers
NASA
an
and
hour, just
SpaceX
to keep
flight
from falling
controllers
back to Earth
will
due to
enter
gravity.
into what we
That's
call
fast enough to
integrated
lap the Earth in
operations,
about
where
90
both
minutes.
flight control teams will conduct
And
a
as we
series
mentioned
of go,
earlier,
no-go
after
polls
stage
for Dragon
separation, today's
Endeavour's
booster will
docking
be
to the
landing at
International
Landing
Space
Zone
Station.
1 at Cape Canaveral Space
Rotational
Force
missions
Station,
like Crew
returning
11
to
help
Earth for its
NASA
third
continue
time.
to maximize the
The second
important
stage takes over
research
from
and
there, powered by
technology
a single
demonstrations
Merlin vacuum
made
engine,
possible
also known
only
as
in
the
International
MVAC.
Space Station.
With its extended nozzle and optimized design, the MVAC drives maximum performance, producing 220,000 pounds of thrust in the vacuum of space.
And you heard it there.
And getting to
from
space
the
is the
commander
first
of
step to
the
building
Dragon
our
Endeavour.
multi-planetary
They are go for
future.
launch. We are
At
continuing
the
to
top of
march
Falcon 9
towards
today,
a launch
the crew is sitting
in 58
inside
minutes,
Dragon
From
Endeavour.
today, their destination, of course,
There are
you see there
currently
on your screen,
5
the
Dragon
International
spacecraft
Space
supporting
Station
human spaceflight
with a
missions.
unique microgravity
Endeavour,
environment
resilience, endurance,
critical for NASA
freedom,
to prepare
and
for
our
future
fifth and
commercial
final Dragon,
low-Earth
Grace,
orbit
which
destinations
just launched the
and to
Axiom 4
understand
mission
and
last
overcome the
month.
challenges of long-duration
Designed with
spaceflight
safety as the
necessary for a
highest
long-term
priority,
presence on the
Dragon
moon
is capable
and
of
crewed
carrying up
missions
to
deeper
7
into the solar
passengers
system,
to and from
including
Earth
onto
orbit.
Mars.
And Dragon
Now
has
here's a
16
closer
Draco
look at the
thrusters that can be
mission
used
and
in
what Crew
space to help
11 will have
navigate
to
the
look
spacecraft
forward to
its
during their stay
destination,
aboard
which,
the
of course, is
International Space Station.
And those thrusters providing 90 pounds of force. And that does
International
include
Space
8 Super
Station,
Draco
one of
thrusters used
humanity's
for and aboard,
greatest
which are no longer
accomplishments
active once
so
the crew
far.
is in orbit.
15 countries working together and
To
adding
date,
more all
Dragon
the
has been
time
to
that
orbit
have helped
53
plan,
times,
build,
including
and
48
fly the
trips to the
International Space Station. And it
and
just
18
shows what
human
human beings
spaceflight
can do when we work
And
together.
as we mentioned earlier,
As
today's
Crew
Dragon
11, we
Endeavour
are
has
about
been
to
pretty
launch
busy,
on board a
having
Dragon
also flown
spacecraft
NASA's
to
Crew
the
2 mission,
International Space
Active
Station.
1, and to NASA's Crew 6 and Crew 8 missions.
We are
Overall, for
actually
the Dragon
continuing
fleet, this will be
ISS
Dragon's
mission
49th
almost a
visit to the
quarter
space station
century.
and
Right
its
now,
19th
crew
human
members
spaceflight
are
mission
working
overall,
very hard
and
on
the
the
5th
ISS.
Dragon flight
So
just
we
this year.
got that result.
Dragon is the
And
first
actually
private
we
spacecraft to
do
take humans to the
more
orbiting lab,
research
having flown
than
300,000 pounds of cargo and more than 1,000 experiments in
Конечно,
space, as well as
исследования на
70 crew
Международной
members
космической
representing
станции,
20
как я
countries.
считаю, они очень важны,
Our
и
versatile
они
Dragon
являются
spacecraft can
ключевым
autonomously
звеном в
dock with the
развитии
International Space Station
технологии,
when outfitted with a
науки и
docking
всей
adapter, which is
цивилизации.
just how it's
И все
configured for
самое
today's
лучшее
flight.
из космоса
And
всегда
when it's not
приходит
going to the space
рано или
station
поздно
and
на
it's in free
Землю
flyer
в
mode,
виде
the docking
новых
adapter can be
открытий,
swapped out
новых
for a
приборов,
cupola as it was back
возможностей
during the
и
Inspiration
технологий.
4 mission.
I'm very excited to
And
see
another
what
option
kind
we
of
have
payloads
is
we
the
get to work
Skywalker
with.
hardware,
It's
which
a
supports
really
extravehicular activities
interesting
for
day-to-day
spacewalks
life
as we
where
did
1
during
hour
the
you might
Polaris
be,
Dawn mission. And here's some
fixing the
interesting
toilet,
trivia.
and then the
There
next
has been
hour
a
you're
Dragon in
working on a
space
physics
for
experiment studying fundamental processes
1,358
of our
consecutive
universe.
days since Crew 3.
We're going to be up there
And that's
for
an impressive stat,
a
too.
lot
And
of
with T-minus
time.
0,
We're going to every day
Yeah, with T-minus,
be in
0 coming up
space,
in
look
just
at the
about
Earth
a
go
little more
by,
than 18
and
or
accomplish
16
some
minutes or
really
so from now,
amazing
our teams
science.
continue to do
We'll do
a series of
material
system
science
checks to
and
ensure
human
Dragon
research in space, lots of experiments, and then maybe do some spacewalks. It's a really fun crew to be on. We're going to enjoy every moment, and we're going to help each other to be successful and accomplish our mission.
So this is going to come
So
down
we have
to
various
a
kind
matter
of difficult training
time.
together.
We're
For
going to keep an
example,
eye on it
emergency
and continue
training in
marching
Building
towards
9
T0,
or
and we'll
emergency
see
training
if we manage to
in
clear the clouds
SpaceX.
today.
This kind of training actually made our bond stronger.
Наш экипаж Crew-11 — это экипаж, который состоит из высокопрофессионально подготовленных людей. И мне нравится этот экипаж.
In some ways, my only expectation for the mission is to fly and return home safely and still friends when we get back. There are so many things to play around with, to study, to explore, and I'm really open to every possibility, ways to engage with the International Space Station.
Obviously, the important things we've heard are that we are still on track for an on-time liftoff today, but we're monitoring lots of different factors as we get closer to liftoff. If everything goes as expected, this is also going to be our last landing at LZ-1 today, so lots of different launch pads, landing sites, staging areas, lots of things in play. But the best news is that both Dragon and Falcon 9 continue to be healthy. You heard us wrap up Stage 2 RP-1 loading just after T-minus 20 minutes.
Center in Florida,
and Stage 2
joined
liquid
by astronaut
oxygen
Nick Hague. I'm Daryl Nail
will
with NASA
begin here at about, or has begun already, excuse me. We've also heard that call out that the launch escape system is armed. Of course, the launch escape system, which we discussed in more detail yesterday, is designed to propel Dragon away from Falcon 9 in the unlikely event of an emergency during launch. We've also heard from the Earth's Eastern Range, which is monitoring keep-out zones among other key flight requirements today. They're continuing to report no issues, and they are go to support today's launch, weather depending. So again, as you just heard, weather is a watch item. We're now tracking a 60% chance of violation at our target liftoff time, with isolated showers in the staging area and some clouds building right over the launch pad. You are actually seeing them continue to grow on your screen right now. For now, though, we are go for the 6th mission of Dragon Endeavour, and I want to hand it back over to Sandra for a status update from Houston. Sandra?
Which, you know, it's a tight space. It's not the tightest
Thanks,
of
Ronnie.
spaces,
Back here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, teams are continuing to work around the clock to monitor activities aboard the orbital outpost. Leading the team inside the room today is NASA Flight Director Anthony Varia. The team in Mission Control Houston, the team in Hawthorne, and the astronauts aboard the space station will track the autonomous docking of Dragon Endeavour when they enter joint operations. This will happen when the spacecraft enters the approach ellipsoid, which is the invisible boundary stretching 4x2x2 kilometers that helps us monitor all arriving and departing spacecraft. It's essentially the neighborhood of the International Space Station. Once docked, crew members in both Dragon and aboard the International Space Station will perform a series of leak checks, then work to open the spacecraft's hatch for Crew 11 to float into the space station and begin their stay. We anticipate that the hatch will be opened about an hour and a half after docking occurs, and when they enter the orbital outpost, Crew 11 will be greeted by the rest of their Expedition 73 crew and will come together for some opening remarks. For now, that's going to be all for us today here in Mission Control as the anticipation builds for launch in less than 13 minutes now. So how's it looking on the Space Coast, Daryl?
Well, Sandra, we wish it was looking better. We've just had a downgrade in the weather forecast from 60% go to only 40% go. The launch weather officer informing us that conditions are ripe, and we have even seen the development of cumulus clouds in the area, some that could trigger lightning if a rocket went through them. So this is a very high watch item at this moment, Nick.
Yeah, they're watching it to everybody is focused on crew safety at this point, making sure that we make the right call. But there's a chance, and I'll stay positive.
You've been positive. I appreciate that about you. You've done that throughout the broadcast. Here's a look from our helicopter flying over the spaceport right now. And this is the formation of the clouds that is a concern because it is so humid out right now. And we've got a sea breeze that is flowing over the warm land. It is just creating this convection around the spaceport. In fact, we are also expecting to go into a phase 1 lightning alert, which I hate to say it, but just before we scrubbed yesterday, Dick, that phase 1 lightning alert went into effect. So things are starting to stack up against us weather-wise. But nonetheless, it's at this point, because this is a fully automated fueling sequence, it behooves us to just continue to march to see if anything might just clear at the end.
Yeah, so there's been nothing that happened up to this point to stop the countdown. So proceed to T-0, and if the timing works out and the weather hasn't built to a significant enough level and it's safe to go, then let's go.
Absolutely, and it is an instantaneous window. So we are launching at 11:43 and 42 seconds. So it is literally the weather at that second that matters. And that's where we hope to see some type of positivity in that moment. But it's certainly something that all eyes are on around the Space Coast to see if this rocket is going to go today. In just about 20 seconds, we are going to hear from Zena Cardman, and she's going to say some words, Nick. She has some moving things to say.
Yeah, Zena is an amazing person, and watching her, along with Stephanie.
Dragon SpaceX confirmed crew displays are configured for launch.
You can.
Dragon displays are configured for launch. To our family, friends, all who support us at SpaceX, NASA, JAXA, Roscosmos, thank you. Spasibo, arigato gozaimasu. For this freedom to explore, resilience to endure, may grace fly alongside this endeavor.
Crew 11, from all of us on the ground, we've enjoyed working with you in preparation for your mission. We look forward to continuing to do so in flight. Good luck. Enjoy the ride.
Yeah, and Zena, hitting the tone I would expect her to do. She is the consummate professional. Big message of thank you.
Yeah. The gratitude, the team focus, freedom, resilience. These are big themes. These are things that are important to her, and some great words from her. Let's send it now back out to our commentary team for the final minutes of Countdown. Joseph and Samia, take it away.
Thank you, Daryl. Thank you, Nick. And that was beautiful what Zena had to say and reflecting on family and friends, but also that great shot you saw in that 2-box. That was from the International Space Station, that view as the space station actually going right over Florida and the Cape. So it's not just those on the ground that are excited. It's their teammates aboard the orbiting laboratory as well. Well, we're closing in on launch, 8.5 minutes away. It'll be about a 9-minute ride to orbit, which is around the time of the second stage cutoff. Dragon in the second stage will continue to coast for a few minutes after that, and then prior to separation. You'll be hearing some performance calls as we get into the final countdown and then after liftoff. These are SpaceX flight controllers reporting on trajectory, speed, booster, and performance, and the key milestones, but there are some other calls that you'll hear the crew make as well after liftoff. The crew will report out a few number and letter combinations, which mark different abort zones throughout the flight uphill and up the eastern seaboard. The first two, 1A and 1B, those are abort modes available while the first stage is firing. Now, the second are 2A through 2E. Those will come into play once the second stage kicks in, and then though we'll only hear the 2A call out from the team. Diverting a little bit from that naming system, you'll also hear the call Shannon, which refers to Shannon, Ireland. This call means the crew could target off the coast of Ireland if they needed to abort late in that second stage burn. You'll hear these different calls throughout the flight uphill, along with key performance callouts from the guidance, navigation, and control officers, and also the propulsion lead. So we're closing in on T-minus now 7 minutes, and we continue to keep an eye on the weather.
One of the next callouts we're listening for is that stage 1 engine chill has started. That's coming up in just a few seconds. And that is a key process that prepares the engines for flight.
Engine chill has started.
Right on time. Right now, propellant in the tanks is isolated from the engines, but we'll open the engine pre-valves and start trickling some liquid oxygen through the Merlin engine pumps, chilling the engines for the start sequence. We do this because the super chilled and densified liquid oxygen is really, really cold, and we use this process to bring the engine hardware down to a cooler temperature before flowing all of the LOX and propellant into it during flight. At liftoff, Falcon 9 is consuming 700 gallons of fuel per second, so engine chill helps us to prevent thermal shock and ensures nominal engine performance. Shortly after, we should also hear the call out for stage 1 RP1.
Fuel load complete.
Right on time.
So now that engine chill is underway, we're looking ahead to the call out that RP1 load is complete, which just occurred a moment ago, and again, prevents that thermal shock. You got to stretch before you can start running. And RP1 is densified kerosene or rocket fuel that will propel the crew into orbit. And all of that RP1 is now about to be fully loaded into the rocket, since we're previously heard that the second stage is completed, or about to be completed here in just a couple moments. And then while we're still loading liquid oxygen on that first stage and second stages. This is the oxidizer that is needed to combine with the densified kerosene that just finished up loading. The RP1 liquid propellant needs an oxidizer to combine with everything in order to ignite. Coming up at the 5-minute mark, we'll hear the call for Dragon to configure for terminal count and then transition over to internal power. And that should be happening in about a little less than 30 seconds from now as we continue to close in on that T-0 mark.
So next up in the countdown, the transporter erector, or TE, will begin to retract from Falcon 9. That is the large truss structure you see there standing next to the rocket. It's hinged at the base and connected to the launch mount beneath the first stage. First, the clamps around the second stage will begin to
Falcon
open.
9 tanks are pressing for strong back retract.
And we're hearing good callouts.
Dragon is in, configure for terminal count.
And we're continuing to hear great callouts over the nets. Then the TE will begin to pivot back, slowly swinging away from the rocket, and it will reach full recline in just about a minute.
Strong back retract has started.
And we are just beginning that strong back retraction process. It's called the strong back. It's also called the TE, or transporter erector. Same structure, different name. The TE does a lot more than just lean. It rolls Falcon 9 out to the pad, raises it vertical, and stays connected through the final seconds. It provides fuel, power, telemetry, and command connections between ground systems and the rocket. Those clamps at the top help stabilize the second stage during fueling, and they also help prevent movement in high winds. And once they open, which you can see on your screen, they are slowly pulling away. And once they open fully, the rocket is fully free at the top.
Propellant continues to be loaded late here in the countdown as we're approaching 3 minutes and 30 seconds. We're continuing to keep an eye on the weather, and that's going to be the biggest thing as everything continues to march towards that liftoff timeline. But you can see there the Strongback starting to move ever so slowly away from the rocket. The clamp arms are open, and you also see those white clouds starting to billow off the rocket itself. Those are perfectly normal as it's the coolness of the propellant on board is mixing with that warm Florida air, and that's what causes that boil off, and that you heard Nick talk about it earlier when you have that steam come off the rocket, so it looks like a lot of clouds billowing off it as well. But approaching the T-minus 3 minute mark, and that's when
Stage 1 LOX load complete.
And that's what I was about to say, is that you're going to hear that liquid oxygen load be complete. So everything is primed and pretty much ready to go. And you'll see, again, those white clouds of vapor and a great view of the entire rocket as we continue to build closer to launch. And, of course, liquid oxygen, super chilled.
Dragon
so a little bit
terminal count and on internal power.
Boils off in that warm Florida air. And now, load complete. We're on internal power. And we're also going to hear gas closeouts are going to start to begin as well. And then everything will get vented overboard through the umbilicals and Strongback, and you may hear some of that venting noise come in soon.
So LOX is still loading for approximately another 20 seconds on stage 2, and once that is complete, we'll vent down the TE, which will produce a white cloud off the side of the rocket, which is normal and expected, just as Joseph had mentioned. And once LOX load is fully complete, that will mean that there are 1 million pounds of propellant loaded onto Falcon 9, which will be RP1 and liquid oxygen. So that call out coming up.
Stage 2 LOX load complete.
Right there.
So we just heard that confirmation of stage 2 liquid oxygen now complete, as we are now 1 minute and 50 seconds away from launch. We'll also hear that the gas closeouts have started, so we can expect
Dragon
loud
is
venting.
in auto idle.
You heard the call for auto idle. That puts the rocket in a state that the flight computers understand before it takes over, making sure that transition to the final countdown is smooth and that all flight computers on board are in sync
Ground gas
and configured.
closeouts, expect loud venting.
Configured for launch, and there's the closeouts we've been talking about and the venting that will be shortly followed. One minute and 10 seconds to liftoff of NASA SpaceX Crew 11.
FTS is armed. Falcon 9 is in startup and is now controlling. Dragon is in countdown.
Flight computers switching to countdown mode now.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
SpaceX, Dragon, go for launch.
Seconds. Seconds. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Engines full power and liftoff. Go Thomas, go NASA, go Crew 11.
Together we rise as NASA SpaceX Crew 11 heads up to the International Space Station.
Vehicles pitching down range.
1.7 million pounds of
Stage 1
thrust.
propulsion is nominal.
Propelling Falcon 9 as the vehicle pitching down range and making its way up the East Coast, and will soon join Expedition 73 aboard the orbiting laboratory. So far, getting good callouts on that first stage performance.
We are now T plus 35 seconds into the Crew 11 mission on board Dragon and Falcon 9. The Falcon 9 engines
Stage 1 throttle down.
Are throttling down to help
Power and telemetry are nominal.
To help pass through the period of max Q, or maximum aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle during ascent.
Max Q.
We just had max Q right there.
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
1 minute, 9 seconds into what is a little bit more
Stage
less than
up.
a 9-minute flight uphill as Dragon continuing.
Stage 1 Bravo.
1 Bravo.
And that 1 Bravo, again, that's the abort zone, that last abort zone for stage 1 if necessary. The crew already pulling over 2 Gs. And next, we're going to have a couple of events happen in rapid succession. We'll be getting ready for the second stage to warm up and have this second stage MVAC chill. And then we'll also have MECO, or main engine cutoff, where the 9 engines on the first stage will cut off ahead of the first and second stages. Will then be separating from one another. And then the single Merlin vacuum engine on the second stage will ignite and continue to carry Crew 11 to orbit, while the first stage begins its journey back to Earth, as we're now 1 minute and 56 seconds into today's flight.
The 9 Merlin engines are starting to throttle down and are standing by for MECO, or main engine cutoff.
MVAC chill has started.
And we just heard that call out for MVAC chill. And coming up in under like 20 seconds, we have 5 events happening back to back. MECO,
Stage 1 throttle down.
Stage separation, stage 1 flip, SES1, and the start of boost back burn. It's going to be pretty quick, so keep a close eye on the action and the mission event
Main engine cutoff.
tracker at the bottom of your screen.
Main engine cutoff.
Stage 2 Alpha.
Stage separation confirmed.
Alpha.
MVAC ignition.
And there you see stage 1 pulling away, ignition of the lone Merlin vacuum engine for stage 2. And again, those happening in quick succession as we continue to get great views of that Florida coastline and the eastern seaboard there, as Crew 11 continuing its path to orbit, now approaching 3 minutes into today's flight. Still a little ways to go, about 6 minutes left, as they continue to climb their way up and eventually track down the International Space Station. And there, great see, you see the Merlin vacuum engine, the second stage on the right-hand side, and great views of the first stage that's making its return to Earth on the left. About 5.5 minutes of powered flight remaining as we continue to monitor the progress of both vehicles, stage 2 and Crew 11, making the climb uphill, and stage 1 looking to land again at landing zone 1, the last landing at that location for this Falcon 9 booster.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Dragon copy.
We're continuing to hear great call outs over the nets that both Dragon and Falcon are right on track to orbit. So the first stage booster is now on its way to landing zone 1, and we just saw those grid fins open up on the left-hand side of your screen. The first stage has a couple events ahead of its landing. Stage 1 will start its entry burn, which will be the second of 3 burns to return the booster a few miles from its launch site at landing zone 1. During this entry burn, Falcon 9 will use its engines to pump the brakes to slow the vehicle down before it reaches the denser parts of the Earth's atmosphere. And if you didn't know, Falcon 9 has a complex heat shield that is designed to protect the engines and the vehicle from all that combined thermal and aerodynamic loading during max entry Q, which is the moment of max stress on the vehicle during entry. And that will be followed by a landing burn. And this burn will last for about...
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Continuing to hear good call-outs.
Great performance calls continue as we're now 5 minutes into today's flight. Still about 8.5 to go. A little bit more than that as the second stage continuing to perform nominally on the right-hand side. 2,400 meters per second. Crew 11 cruising into the upper echelons of the Earth's atmosphere while we continue to monitor the second stage on that left-hand side. And we'll also get continued guidance and navigation call-outs from the control officers here in SpaceX. Dragon is pointed in the right direction and continuing its flight. And again, that second stage going to continue firing until close to that 9-minute mark into flight, and accelerating Dragon to more than 17,000 miles per hour and placing the crew in orbit. And you'll hear good orbital insertion would be that call out. There's the single Merlin vacuum engine that can produce over 220,000
SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
pounds of thrust on that nominal trajectory you're hearing right now. And into the vacuum of space. Now approaching 6 minutes into today's flight, about 2 minutes and 40 plus seconds remaining.
We are coming up on the entry burn, which is just under 30 seconds from now. And so you'll see the first stage's center Merlin engine reignite as it comes back down to Earth. And after that, we will be approaching.
Entry burn startup.
And there is the beginning of entry burn right there. Again, this is the second of 3 burns to return the booster to landing zone 1.
Burn shutdown.
We just made it through entry burn.
And you're getting some great views, too, on that Stage 1's return to the Florida coastline. Again, landing at landing zone 1. While on the right-hand side, the second stage. And that Merlin vacuum engine continuing to propel Crew 11.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Into orbit. And
Dragon copies.
And again, great. And now with about 2 minutes left of powered flight remaining, still receiving those great calls from the crew on the ground. And we're getting those relays from Crew 11 Commander Zena Cardin.
Stage 1 transonic.
We are now very quickly approaching the start of our landing burn, where 3 engines, engines 1, 5, and 9, will relight to help slow the vehicle down just before it touches down on landing zone 1. We should hopefully have some great tracking shots of that.
Stage 1 landing burn. Stage 2 FTS has saved. Stage 1 landing leg deployed.
Return there of the Stage 1 booster. So a successful landing of the first stage booster as we continue to follow along with a little less now than 1 minute of powered flight of the second stage. And you'll hear the call out SECO, or second engine cutoff. Is great view there, glowing orange with the Earth eclipsing right around that Merlin vacuum engine, and everything continuing to perform nominally for NASA SpaceX Crew 11.
Terminal guidance.
About 20 more seconds remaining of powered flight, and we'll get those call-outs here shortly as everything continuing.
Shannon.
Copy, Shannon.
And there's the great call-out for Shannon we talked about earlier, that last abort zone, if necessary, where they can land off the coast of Shannon, Ireland.
SECO.
There we just heard that good call-out for SECO, or second engine cutoff. Coming up next will be stage separation.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal.
Separation as we see Dragon
Dragon, Chief Engineer on Dragon to ground. Zena, Mike, Kimya, Oleg, welcome to orbit. On behalf of the entire Falcon team, we thank you for flying with Falcon today and wish you a great mission. Dragon will take you from here. Over to Launch Director for a few words.
On behalf of the launch team, it's been an absolute honor working with you towards launch today. We wish you well on the rest of your mission, and we will be awaiting your safe return. Godspeed Endeavour, Godspeed Crew 11, and thanks for flying SpaceX.
SpaceX Dragon, I have no emotion but joy right now. That was absolutely transcendent. Ride of a lifetime. Thank you. This has been an incredible honor. And it's my privilege now to pass us along to Mike for some additional words.
Boy, it's great to be back in orbit again. Thank you to SpaceX and NASA to get us here. What a ride. And Zena and Oleg, let me be the second to welcome you to your first orbit around beautiful planet Earth. Kimia-san, Okaeri Nasai, welcome back. And to the ISS Expedition 73 team, the crew on board and our friends in MCC, we're on our way. Over to you, Kimia-san.
Okay, thank you very much for everything. スパシバワンボイショーへありがとうございます。日本の皆さん、私も、10年ぶりに宇宙に帰ってきました。ISS でしっかりと任務を果たして一等星のように輝いて、日本の素晴らしいところを世界中の人に知っていただきたいと思います。ありがとうございます。Я передаю Одегсан, пожалуйста.
Спасибо, Kimia-san. Thank you very much. Arigato gozaimasu. And спасибо всем. I'd like for the beginning to say thank you very much, Roscosmos, SpaceX, and NASA for this unique opportunity to be here with my great crew. Дорогие друзья, находясь на космическом корабле и облетая нашу родную планету, я испытываю неописуемое счастье и восторг. Хочу выразить слова благодарности всей нашей стране, Соединенным Штатам Америки и России за эту уникальную возможность, а также Роскосмосу. Хочу выразить слова благодарности своей школе, в которой я учился, номер 103 в городе Челябинске, выразить благодарность Краснодарскому высшему военному авиационному училищу летчиков и 22-му гвардейскому истребительному авиационному полку, а также сотрудникам Центра подготовки космонавтов, кто искренне верил и болел за эту идею отправить меня в космос. Обещаю выполнить все поставленные передо мной задачи на отлично. Ура!
Crew 11, we copy all of your words. We are very excited for you to have reached orbit, and we will now proceed with getting you to the International Space Station. You have approximately 3 minutes left in this ground station pass if you'd like to introduce your zero-G indicator.
Copy all, Tremaine. Thank you so much. We'll get out our 5th crew member here in just a moment. This zero-G indicator honors a shared memory with our lead trainer, Paul Weiss. For all the mentors and team members who got us here through sacrifice of time and dedication, I hope we made you proud today. Thank you so much.
Some great words there from all 4 members of Crew 11 and the astronauts and cosmonauts, all that cadre. They're well on their way to the final destination, which they have about a 16-hour ride to do so in the phasing to ultimately the International Space Station, where they will turn that group into a full group of 11. So only fitting for Crew 11.
To summarize where we are with vehicle activation, we've had nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts. We're currently opening the nose cone.
We have just gotten confirmation that nose cone...
Tracking copies all. And we'll be ready for visors open with ECOS activation complete.
We just had great comms that nose cone deploy is underway. The 6 hooks that hold the nose cone in place during the launch and ascent portions have to retract, and then the nose cone will be able to start to swing open and deploy. This uncovers a number of critical systems for the flight up to the space station, including the forward bulkhead thrusters and the docking hatch. And that call from the Corps here in Hawthorne indicating that we had good checkouts of the 12 Draco thrusters around the service section. 4 to go after we get the nose cone open and the ECLIS, the Environmental Control and Life Support System, activated inside Dragon. Soon the crew will be able to get their visors open and get out of their suits and settle in for their ride to the space station.
And we'll continue to get those call-outs and hear about the nose cone again. Right now, currently opening. The hooks have been opening, and they were doing so during the great words from the crew. So we'll continue to monitor and waiting as the nose cone is deploying at the moment. And we'll wait for that final confirmation that it is open. And Crew 11 can continue its journey on as we await those last few moments here as nose cone deployment currently underway. And a great view of Dragon as it went up the eastern seaboard, and we had a view for a moment there as, again, passing over ground stations. And that's what provides us the great views that you've been seeing throughout today's broadcast inside the Dragon spacecraft. And there's a great look at the that single Merlin vacuum engine that helped propel Crew 11 into orbit. And a great view of looking outward across the arch of the Earth.
Despite all of the weather issues we were having on ground leading up to launch, we seem to be having some really clear, amazing views in space today.
And now 16 and a half minutes into flight, you're right. It was threading the needle, but they were able to get up and about above the clouds. And even watching that ascent for stage one was wonderful to see them bypass those clouds that we were talking about a lot today. But again, as we await for further views inside the Dragon spacecraft and from their pursuit, Crew 11 to the International Space Station, we're now standing by for nose cone deploy as the team on the ground in Hawthorne, California, right there inside SpaceX Mission Control, actively monitoring all of those systems. You mentioned the Eclipse system inside, and once everything checks the appropriate boxes, then Crew 11 can doff or get out of their spacesuits, those new IVA suit for Mike Fink and company. And then from there, it's going to be about a 16-hour ride to the International Space Station, and that's where they will link up with the orbiting laboratory and the 7 current residents on there. Crew 10 is currently on board, as well as Soyuz MS-27 with NASA astronaut Johnny Kim, and they'll bring that 7 to a team of 11, hopefully in the early morning hours coming up tomorrow. So we continue to stand by, approaching 18 minutes into today's flight.
We are just waiting confirmation that the nose cone is fully deployed, but all hooks are open. We should be hearing that confirmation hopefully within the next minute or so. And hopefully we'll also have great views of that nose cone deploy.
And that's a great view on the right-hand side of the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Houston, Texas, at NASA's Johnson Space Center, where we got updates throughout the day today from Sandra Jones as the International Space Station monitoring today's flight and the ascent of NASA SpaceX Crew 11. And they pulled goal earlier on as they are ready to receive Dragon. And we just received confirmation that the nose cone has completely opened and deployed. So great news as, again, all those checkouts continuing to happen for Crew 11 after a successful on-time liftoff today. And they were able to get past the clouds, the weather that we've been monitoring, and a successful first stage and second stage performance to propel them into orbit. Crew 11 is comprised of NASA astronauts Zena Cardman and Mike Fink, along with JAXA astronaut Kimia Ewing and Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg Platonov. And they are now safely in orbit following that approximately 9-minute ride after liftoff today from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The crew now, as mentioned, has a little bit about a 16-hour journey before they reach their destination.
Dragon SpaceX, we see a nominal nose cone opening at TCS and 4 bulkhead to Draco checkouts.
Great call out right there.
Dragon copies all. Good news.
And that's what we were waiting for there, was that call up to crew.
Looking forward in the timeline, you have your first burn up on your forward view. That's the phase burn in approximately 25 minutes. We will also be monitoring the stage 2 deorbit to give you the go for suit doffing, and we're expecting that at T plus 45 minutes.
Dragon copies. We'll be monitoring, and T plus 45 approximately for suit doffing. We're with you in the timeline.
Great conversations there with the team on the ground, and there they are, Crew 11. Happy as can be in orbit now, and they have a 16-hour journey before they reach their destination, the International Space Station, as docking currently targeted for tomorrow morning, Saturday, August 2nd at 3 a.m. Eastern Time, 12 a.m. Pacific, to the space-facing port of the station's Harmony module. Now, between now and then, Dragon will perform a series of burns as it catches up to the space station. And that first burn you heard him talking about is the phase burn, and that happens about 30 minutes or so from now. So we'll continue to monitor the Dragon spacecraft, or the teams on the ground will continue to monitor that first of a sequence of burns to help them stair-step their way up to the International Space Station.
Human spaceflight has come so far in the last 5 years with Dragon. In addition to flying people, SpaceX's Dragon spacecraft also enables researchers the opportunity to fly critical science to orbit. So far, SpaceX and Dragon have carried more than 1,000 research experiments to and from low Earth orbit, both to the International Space Station and on our free flyer missions. From DNA sequencing to 3D printing, studies enabled by Dragon and the space station test a variety of technologies, systems, and materials that will be needed for future long-duration exploration missions. Every mission yields critical science, critical research, and learnings that help make life both on Earth and in space better. And flights just like today's help us continue to lay this foundation for our future among the stars and continue our mission to make life multiplanetary. We'll be signing off from SpaceX for now, so we're going to send you back over to Kennedy Space Center. But before we go, we want to thank NASA, Joseph, for entrusting us with today's mission, and thank you all for being with us today.
Well, thank you very much, Soumya, Ronnie, and the teams here at SpaceX. It was another phenomenal opportunity to catch NASA SpaceX Crew 11 in orbit today. And with that, we're going to say goodbye from here in Hawthorne until we pick back up with our docking coverage beginning at 2 a.m. Saturday, August 2nd, tomorrow, for that targeting docking to the space-facing port of the station's Harmony module at 3 a.m. Eastern. So for now, thank you for joining us, and we're going to toss it back over to Nick and Daryl at Kennedy Space Center to wrap up today's launch coverage.
Great job. If you're just joining us, welcome back to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. I'm Daryl Nail here with NASA astronaut Nick Hague. Just moments ago, we saw Crew 11 safely on orbit with the nose cone open, checkouts complete, and a few words from the crew as they settled into their new environment aboard Dragon. And Nick, watching him in that moment, floating free, you must feel good about your friends and colleagues successfully getting to orbit today.
Absolutely. At the moment of liftoff, the tingle on the back of your neck, the chills, and watching them go into orbit, and then to hear them call down after they're there safely, the joy in their voice, and then the gratitude for the teams that got them there. Just you can't help but feel awesome right now. Everybody that's associated with this launch,
and now it comes, a completion for Zena Cardman, the commander, who was part of Crew 9. Was pulled off that mission. You continued on. This is now her chance. Now she's in space. She had to wait a little bit longer, but now finally gets to fly.
Yeah, it's a full circle moment, and it's a thrill to be here and just be part of it.
We appreciate you from the very start saying that you wanted to document this moment with her here at the Kennedy Space Center, watching them go up at that moment. Mike Fink has been around for a while. He's a veteran astronaut, but there's been quite a gap. He finally now, after 14 years, back up in space.
Yeah, talk about patience being a key quality of an astronaut. It's not just sitting strapped into a rocket for 2.5 hours prior to launch and not being able to move. It's, doing your job and waiting for your opportunity, and that might be a decade or more. And to take that time and to do so much with it while you're still waiting to launch into space, it just shows the character that he has. Incredible
character and incredible character is Mike. Well, quick story here. We want to tell you, when Zena Cardman was here and she did the co-host role for Crew 9 when you launched. After the launch broadcast was over, she pulled out a deck of cards and just offhandedly was like, oh, hey, I want to show you something. And she showed me this deck of cards. It was the Crew 9 deck of cards. And she had hand-drawn the portraitures of like each of the Crew 9 members, which included you, and she was on it, though she didn't get to fly. It was the card deck that you used when you played to get rid of your bad luck.
Yeah, in the suit-up room,
Right. And so I'm like, you hand drew these? I was like super impressed. So, of course, fast forward to recently, you walk in the pre-production meeting and you're like, hey, Zena wants to have this deck of cards. It's the Crew 11 deck of cards, and we want to show them to you now. And she redrew her crew. And we want to show those to you. Hold that up.
She's an amazing artist.
All the crew members each got a face card. So she's on there, Oleg's on there, Mike and Kim and Kimya. And here they are. She hand drew this. We have a close-up of this shot. We want to show you so you can get a real full appreciation. Hand-drawn portraitures by Zena Cardman, the commander. You talk about many talents. Just another talent in what appears to be just this extremely well-rounded astronaut and commander.
Oh, absolutely. Not all astronauts are created equal. I cannot do that. She is talented.
That's incredible. And, of course, they played with this deck of cards when they got rid of Zena's bad luck today.
Yeah, and it worked.
And it worked. Look at that weather. We were looking at the cloud just off to the south.
You know, the power of positive thinking.
Your positive thinking is like, perfect. All right, we're going to send it back out for one more interview with Tony. And in the meantime, you and I are going to play some high-low card for your next space assignment. See if I can win it from you. Tony, take it away.
Thanks, Daryl. Looking forward to who wins that game. Joining me is now Stephen Chan with the Commercial Crew Program. Stephen, what an amazing launch and landing of Falcon's first stage. How you feeling?
That was amazing, Tony. To watch the Crew 11 Dragon flying up on the Falcon 9, it's incredible, to see that. On a personal note, Mike Fink is a dear friend of the family, and it warms my heart to see him to go back to space station to work and live there. I am the external liaison for the Commercial Crew Program, so it's my job to make sure that our external partners are coordinated and informed to support our missions, and those partners include Coast Guard, FAA, Air Force, Space Force, and other DoD partners. Today, the Coast Guard is out there making sure the waterway is safe, and FAA is clearing the waterway. So it is. I get to see how much work it goes behind the scenes to make sure our missions are successful, and I am looking forward to have the Crew 11 get on orbit and then come back safely with Crew 10.
Steve, you played a critical role in changing the splashdown locations for Dragon to the Pacific Ocean. Can you talk to us a little bit about your role in that and the significance in changing those splashdown locations?
Yes, the moving Dragon recovery to Pacific all had to do about the safety of the public. And the trunk debris, by going to the Pacific, we ensure that the trunk is entered over Pacific Ocean and have no risk at all to the public. So, and thanks to our external partners, we work with them to make sure that the Dragon can be recovered safely, and they can perform their important missions, like keeping the waterway safe, keeping the airspace safe, and then the DoD can perform their missions around California coast.
Speaking about all of those external partners that you have to work with, it took a huge effort to get this underway. Can you tell us a little bit more about how that worked?
Yes. So for our West Coast partners, the Dragon landing in the Pacific is a new challenge for them. And they have, as I mentioned earlier, they have their other national priorities. So we are very thankful to our partners and their leadership who recognize that Dragon is also a very important national priority. So we're very thankful to our Coast Guard, Navy, other DoD partners, and FAA that help us make that happen. And I'm looking forward to work with them to bring Crew 10 home safely. They have SpaceX have successfully brought back 3 Dragon the last few months. And we are confident they can help us get there in the next few weeks.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Steve. We just launched, but like you said, we now have the rest of the mission. We have to bring Crew 10 home. Can you tell us what are the next steps for you? Where will you be going next?
We'll be working with SpaceX and our government partners to make sure we look at those reentry opportunities and coordinate and inform each other, all the important activities. So it's just a lot of coordination, and we're thankful that our partner worked with us on this national priority.
Absolutely. Well, we wish you the best of luck on the rest of the mission. Thank you so much for joining us. And
Thank
now
you, Tony.
We'll send it back to Daryl and Nick.
All right, thank you so much, Tony. And certainly you can hear the emotion in people's voices, especially Stephen here. Just so proud of seeing Mike Fink. He has touched a lot of people here at the Kennedy Space Center in his time working with everyone here throughout the Commercial Crew Program.
Yeah, absolutely. He has had an impact.
And you had an impact on me. I lost to you for your next space assignment.
So we need to clear the record here because you tried to stack the deck and karma won out there because you dealt me the ace by accident. So I'm sorry. That's just the way it goes.
Thank you for being so truthful and honest. Is this show over yet? No, you know what? We're excited for you, Nick. We can't wait to see what you do next as well. You've brought so much experience and insight and knowledge to this show, and I know that you wanted from the very beginning. After you launched, you told me that you wanted to do this for Xena, for your friends, for your colleagues, for your team. And you're a stand-up guy telling us early on, like, hey, I'll be there and I'll do it. Thank you very much for that.
No, my pleasure.
Can you take one more social question before we bug out?
We didn't hit 8 yet, so yes.
Let's do it. One more social question. Let's see if we can get it fired up here. Yes, Aaron Anzar is the winner with, what is your best memory as an astronaut? Wow, you can imagine. There are so many memories that are created. I've listened to you for a couple days now, and it's fascinating to hear each and every one that you remember. But what would you put as the number one memory?
You know, the image, if I try to sum up my 12 years of doing this job, the image that kind of brings it all together in my mind is just another Friday night floating around the table in the Russian service module, having dinner with our playlist. It's an eclectic playlist of music that mixes in everybody's favorites. So you've got Russian traditional folk music and hard rock and American country western, and it's just the culture that the crew has built, and me trying to talk with my cosmonaut colleagues in broken Russian, and them talking to me in broken English, and we develop our own language, and we're sharing what's going on with our families, and birthdays and anniversaries. It's just life, and we've built that in space. And there's just so many unique aspects, just how you're eating and people are floating around, that it's so normal. It becomes so normal to do that, and that's my hope, is that we can get more people to experience that normal living in space, but also that normal of bringing together people from around the globe and just getting to know each other.
Yeah, understanding each other, appreciating where we come from as different countries. What strikes me about that is a memory that you chose is you went on EVAs. You went outside the spacecraft, outside and saw the entire planet underneath your feet, but you pick a very human moment as the memory, a bonding moment among your crew that stands out as the number one. I'm sure there's a ton of great memories, but it was the human one at the end of the day.
I mean, you can spend all day in the cupola staring at the Earth, and it's an amazing view. But when a crewmate floats up and watches it with you, it's just that much more spectacular.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Nick Hague, NASA astronaut, and a brigadier general with the Space Force. Thank you so much for being here. You did a fantastic job. And with that, our coverage comes to a close. But the journey for Crew 11, well, it is just beginning. After a stunning launch from Kennedy Space Center and a successful ride to orbit, the crew is now on their way to the International Space Station. This is a shortened trip, 15.3 hours, with docking targeted for a Saturday, August 2nd. At approximately 3 a.m. Eastern Time. And we'll pick back up, of course, with our coverage beginning at 2 a.m. Eastern Time on that same Saturday, tomorrow, for a targeted docking at that moment. And so with that, we want to just say thank you to everyone who was participating in this show today. If you want to follow along with the mission, Crew 11's journey to the space station, just by check in with our real-time mission audio. It will have the flight controllers communicating with the team. You can check that out. The QR code that's at the bottom of your screen now, you just pull out your phone and scan that. You can watch on your phone or watch on your TV with a streaming app. We'll pick back up live with broadcast coverage about 2 hours before docking right here on NASA Plus. Nick, thanks again. Really appreciate it, man. 2 launch attempts. I mean, you were fantastic. This is a long slog through the day, but it's wonderful to document seeing your friends go up to space.
Yeah, wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
Absolutely. So with that, thank you so much for joining us. Have a great afternoon, everyone, and thank you again for watching us get these astronauts to space. Continue to follow us as well, and make sure that you keep looking up. We are seeing the astronauts that are flying today, and once again, getting suited up. This is a tradition that happens before crew can leave the suit-up room. Crew 11 walking the hallway, ready to do it again. And here they come.
Crew 11 walking outside before launch. Well, there's Xena giving a last wave with the window down. Crew 11 on the road to launch pad 39A. Well, there is our commander and our pilot looking up at their rocket. And here comes Mike and Xena getting ready to get inside Dragon Endeavor. And here come our mission specialists right behind them, Oleg and Kimia. And there go the seats, articulating upwards, putting the crew in launch position. And the closeout crew closes the hatch to Dragon Endeavor.
3, 2, 1, ignition. Engines full power and liftoff. Go Falcon, go NASA, go Crew 11.
Together we rise as NASA SpaceX Crew 11 heads up to the International Space Station.
Vehicles pitching down range.
1.7 million pounds of thrust.
Propulsion is nominal.
Propelling Falcon 9 as the vehicle pitching down range and making its way up the East Coast, and will soon join Expedition 73 aboard the orbiting laboratory.